Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1761 through 1780 of the previous episode. Qin Mu orchestrates a massive war strategy, dispatching specialized forces across multiple fronts to dismantle the Heavenly Court's encirclement. He coordinates with the new ruler of the Beast World, the Dragon Qilin, and deployment grandmasters like Zhang Baigui to cut off the enemy's logistical supplies. While the human race in Carefree Village launch a fierce, blood-stained counterattack, Qin Mu isolates himself in the ultimate void. Armed with the Heaven-Opening Heaven chapter, his primordial chaos spirit, and his newly completed Chaos Hall, Qin Mu completely deconstructs and neutralizes the prehistoric Miluo Palace's multi-stage divine arts, securing an absolute defense to guarantee the survival of eternal peace. If possible, you can support me via PayPal, or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1781, News of an Old Friend. A child from conception to birth, went through 16 universe eras, and teacher personally bestowed his name. Nanxiang Primordial Lord took a glance at Qin Mu and his wife and asked, "Seventh young master, what does the virtuous couple intend to do? Can your child be worthy of such a blessing?" The river was long, and Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu stood at the bow of the ship. They looked down at the magnificent history of the 16th epoch. Qin Mu smiled and said, "Of course he can't be a child, but his father can make him worthy." Nanxiang Primordial Lord's gaze flickered and he said, "In that case, young master and his wife will definitely encounter all kinds of dangers on this trip. I'm a little regretful that I agreed to bring you guys to Miluo Palace." Ling Yuxiu held onto Qin Mu's arm and smiled. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Nanxiang. We have walked through all kinds of dangers, so this trip isn't too dangerous." Nanxiang Primordial Lord didn't speak anymore. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly, and a lotus flower of returning ruins flew out from the center of his brows and gently floated into the river of chaos. The lotus flower spun, and 2 to 3 lotus leaves floated on the surface of the river. They moved along with the world-crossing golden ship and sailed to the opposite bank. He then executed the world tree and took root in the river of chaos, allowing the lotus flower of ultimate and the world tree to absorb the energy of the river of chaos together. The branches and leaves of the world tree became fuller, and the roots grew sturdier. The lotus flower of ultimate also became more delicate and alluring. Wisps of indistinct path light rose from the lotus platform and floated into Ling Yuxiu's lower abdomen. At the same time, a flower bud appeared on the world tree, and essence qi floated over. It combined with the path light of the lotus platform and nourished the fetus in Ling Yuxiu's stomach. Nanxiang Yuanjun opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. In the end, she decided to turn a blind eye. "I'm just a hall master, why do I care so much?" she thought to herself. The young masters and the old monsters outside the Miluo Palace will definitely not sit idly by and watch the birth of this baby. This journey will probably be extremely dangerous. South Heaven. Bai Yuqiong calmed the chaos in South Heaven, raised education, opened an academy, and experienced the Battle of South Heaven. Bai Yuqiong and Prince Yuming joined forces to break through the Heavenly Court's army, Shangping escaped, and the remnants of the Heavenly Court wreaked havoc everywhere. White Jade and Prince Yuming used more than 10 years to exterminate the rebel armies. However, there were still remnants of Heavenly Court lurking in South Heaven. Occasionally there would be 1 or 2 rebellions, but there were no large-scale rebellions. "Your Highness, I'm heading to Eternal Peace to meet Emperor Yanfeng and report on the battle situation in South Heaven. There are many things to be done in South Heaven, especially education, which has been poisoned too deeply by Heavenly Venerate fire and is difficult to resolve. I'm going to Sword Emperor Yanfeng to ask for his help." Bai Yuqiong said to Prince Yuming, "Your Highness has extraordinary abilities, but he is honest and honest. I will need 1 to 2 years to return, so your Highness must be careful of Shang Pingyin's comeback." Prince Yuming said, "Shang Pingying doesn't have any soldiers or generals under him, so there's nothing to worry about. If he's a wise man, he should hide and never come out of the mountain again. There's still a way to survive. If he comes to attack me, there's only death." Bai Yuqiong brought the personal guards of Chonghua Palace and boarded Heavenly Master's treasured carriage to enter the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge, heading towards eternal peace. The scale of the spirit energy mutual shift bridge in South Heaven was relatively small, so it was difficult for it to support an expert like her. It took Bai Yuqiong and the rest more than a month before they arrived at Eternal Peace's spirit energy mutual shift bridge. Heavenly Master's treasured carriage flew in the sky and wasn't far from the ground. Bai Yuqiong looked down at the towns and cities to observe the lives of the people of Eternal Peace. She wasn't in a hurry to meet Emperor Yanfeng. There were simply too many problems in South Heaven. Even though she wanted to inherit Meng Yungui's will and wake up the people of South Heaven, after nearly 30 years of bloody battles, the people of South Heaven would kneel at the sight of a god without the slightest intention to resist. It made her feel a deep sense of helplessness. Her other purpose for coming to Eternal Peace was to see the lives and education of the people of Eternal Peace. She wanted to absorb their experiences and push them into South Heaven. Eternal Peace had gone through a great war, and there was still a lot of work to be done. However, the 10 years after the war had ended had already caught up to the time before the war. If it was Heavenly Court, they wouldn't be able to recover their vitality even if they went through such a great war for thousands of years. She stopped and walked to the village to look at primary school education. She then went to the Divine City in the sky to look at university education. She had gained a lot and was filled with emotions. However, she also discovered many problems. There were problems in the village of Eternal Peace. Most of the young and strong went to work in the city to earn a living, and it was often the husband and wife who left together. The people left in the village were the old and the young. Not only did they make the village lose its vitality, they even created many chaotic situations. Even though Emperor Yanfeng had noticed this problem and sent many divine arts practitioners to the village to support the education and give compensation to these divine arts practitioners, the divine arts practitioners who were willing to enter the village usually didn't have very high achievements. Those who were truly capable would usually stay in the Divine City. The quality of education in the village was very worrisome, and there was a clear gap between it and the education in the city. The children in the village didn't have parents to discipline them, so they were often raised free, which was very disadvantageous to the next generation. How should Eternal Peace resolve this? On this day, she entered a village primary school, and saw that the learning atmosphere there was very thick. This primary school was very famous in all the villages. The children in the village worked hard to learn and wanted to stand out, which moved her quite a bit. The children in the countryside may need to spend 10 times more effort than the children in the city. They need 10 or even 20 years more than the children in the city before they can stand on equal footing with the children in the city. However, this path of ascension is not blocked. This is a good thing. Just as she thought of this, she suddenly saw a young lecturer from the countryside. Her heart moved slightly. That young man was very smart and was teaching the children about divine abilities. He had his own unique insights on how to use divine abilities. What moved Bai Yuqiong was that she felt a sense of familiarity with this young lecturer. Learning is about using. If you learn and don't use it, then it's a waste of time. There's a path from learning to using, and it's called thinking. The young lecturer spoke with assurance. He was quite insightful. Thinking. It's not advisable to memorize runes by rote. You need to think about the principles of each rune, the principles of the combination of runes, and then think about the Tao it contains. That way, it'll be much simpler. White Jade waited quietly. Not long after, the bell rang and the young lecturer walked out with a book in his hands. Bai Yuqiong stopped him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, I have listened to your lecture and gained quite a lot of insight. Your aptitude and comprehension are extraordinary, so why did you stay in this primary school to teach? You will definitely have a better future if you go to a big city." The young lecturer knew that she was a big shot when he saw how luxurious and extraordinary she was. He was neither servile nor overbearing, he said. "I was born here and have feelings for my hometown. Naturally, I will return after I have achieved something in the city. I plan to teach more people and help them walk out of the village. But you may be delayed. You can have a better future." Bai Yuqiong probed. "If you are willing, I can take you to Shangjing. That is where you can show your talent." The young lecturer shook his head and rejected her. "Mengjian, let's go." A lecturer waved to the young man from afar. The young lecturer apologized and walked quickly. "Mengjian." Bai Yuqiong watched him leave and only regained her senses after a long time. She boarded the Heavenly Master's carriage and looked at Meng Jiyun from the window. she said in a low voice. Is that you? Senior brother Meng. Chuyer, give me a handful of soil. A personal guard quickly took a handful of soil from the ground and sent it to the carriage. Bai Yuqiong pinched the soil to make incense and lit the incense. Smoke curled up and transformed into the form of a 3-headed and 6-armed earth count, Qin Fengqing, who controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Bai Yuqiong greeted him and said, Earth Count, please help me investigate the origins of a person. Qin Fengqing, who was made of smoke, opened his eyes and said coldly, In this battle, the 6 paths revolve and affect the origins of many new lives. It is not easy to investigate. I cannot be biased on behalf of the Southern Emperor. Bai Yuqiong hurriedly said, For the sake of my daughter and the master of the beast realm. Qin Fengqing said helplessly, It won't happen again. Bai Yuqiong heaved a sigh of relief and asked him to investigate Meng Zhiyun. After a moment, Qin Fengqing said, Meng Yungue of the Heavenly Court has been suffering in Yudu for 31 years. He refined a body of karmic fire and was reincarnated into the Meng family. He is now 18 years old. Bai Yuqiong's heart trembled slightly as she muttered, It's really him. Why doesn't he recognize me? In order to uphold justice, all the memories of the reincarnated will be erased. His memories from his previous life have already been completely burned away in the karmic fire. Qin Fengqing turned into smoke and dissipated. Her voice came from Yudu. Southern Emperor, you are not allowed to interfere with him and awaken his memories. Otherwise, you will be violating the rules of Yudu. I am very cruel and never show mercy. Bai Yuqiong was stunned for a long time before she suddenly pushed the treasured carriage away and rushed out, quickly arriving in front of Meng Zhiyun. Meng Zhiyun looked at her in astonishment and revealed a puzzled expression. Bai Yuqiong passed her name scroll to him and said with a smile, I am Bai Yuqiong of Southern Heaven. If fellow Taoist Meng goes to Southern Heaven or Shangjing in the future, you can look for me. Meng Zhiyun accepted the invitation and Bai Yuqiong turned around to leave, feeling very happy in her heart. After another month, she finally came to Eternal Peace Shangjing. Yan Yunqi was sent by Emperor Yanfeng to welcome her and invite her into the capital. His Majesty knows the news of your arrival and guessed the purpose of your trip. He has already ordered 30,000 divine arts practitioners to head to South Heaven. 30,000 divine arts practitioners can open 100 schools and colleges. How can 100 be enough? White JJJ Cheong asked like a lion and raised a finger. At the very least, you have to open 100,000 schools and colleges. Heaven Master Zishi, don't forget that you disguised yourself as a man back then and lied to me for tens of thousands of years. You owe me. Yan Yunqi had already returned to her female clothes. When she heard that, she said helplessly, After the Great War, Eternal Peace didn't have so much manpower. Now that Carefree Village and Bright Red Floating World have been merged into Eternal Peace, they are severely lacking in manpower. If I give you South Heaven, Eternal Peace's education will be ruined. You should deal with it first. She had lied to Bai Yuqiong about her feelings in the past, so she knew she was in the wrong. However, now that Eternal Peace couldn't spare any manpower, there was nothing she could do. Bai Yuqiong walked side by side with her. Suddenly she said, I met Celestial Master Meng after he reincarnated. He's doing very well now and has his own career and ideals. With his wisdom, he will have achievements that are different from his previous life in the future. I heard about the incident with Wuxia. Did you look for him? Yan Yunqi's expression darkened when she heard this. The farmer after his reincarnation doesn't like me. Bai Yuqiong was stunned. She covered her mouth and snickered. Zishi, you also have this day. Yan Yunqi glared at her and said helplessly, He is a blockhead. But don't worry, he will like me sooner or later. Bai Yuqiong woke up and asked, How did you know the whereabouts of Zhuocha's reincarnation? Earth Count Qin Fengqing said that he is impartial and unbiased. He is bullshitting. White Jade and Yan Yunqi came to the imperial palace of the capital city. Emperor Yanfeng was also very busy dealing with political affairs. Even though Heavenly Court had already been broken, its power was extremely great. Even when it died, it didn't freeze. From time to time, the remnants of Heavenly Court would stir up trouble everywhere. Furthermore, Heavenly Court was already dead, and the heavens had no one to rule them. All of them had their own ideas about the position of Heavenly Emperor. Bai Yuqiong spoke, Your Majesty, without a leader, chaos will definitely ensue. Right now, eternal peace reigns supreme in the origin world and is the leader of the heavens, so its strength is the greatest. If Your Majesty can take another step forward, the chaos in the heavens will gradually subside. If Your Majesty doesn't take it, the chaos in the heavens will continue and become more and more intense. It's not the blessing of all worlds, Emperor Yanfeng said. I understand what Celestial Master Bai has said. However, the world is the public. If I address the Heavenly Emperor as the Heavenly Emperor, it means that I'm using the public weapon for personal use. It's acceptable for a short period of time, but in the long run, I'll definitely be another 10 heavenly venerates. If the vitality of the reform is lost, I'm afraid it won't be long. He stood up and looked at the world outside. Eternal peace was flourishing. Heavenly Emperor in the absolute beginning is the world, using the world as his private property. Even though 10th Heavenly Venerate isn't the world, he is an interest group, and power flows within their small circle. I don't want to do this. If you do this, how is it different from absolute beginning? How is it different from 10th Heavenly Venerate? Eternal peace will only repeat the same mistake. Bai Yuqiong frowned and probed. Your Majesty, can you set a time limit for the position of Heavenly Emperor? Emperor Yanfeng's interest was piqued and he asked, Please speak, Heavenly Teacher. Your Majesty refers to the Heavenly Emperor and sets down the rules. However, if you cultivate to the Tao realm or sit on the throne for a few years, when the time limit is up, you must take the initiative to abdicate and give up your position. Bai Yuqiong was a little cautious and pondered for a moment, only then did she say, Your Majesty is the founder of the country, and none of the later generations can surpass Your Majesty in terms of achievements. If Your Majesty is like this, the later generations naturally wouldn't dare to sit on this position forever. Furthermore, the previous heavenly emperors abdicated not because they died, but because they became Taoists or recluse. With the previous heavenly emperors in front of the future heavenly emperors, they wouldn't dare to act wantonly. In this way, the worries of the whole world or the 10 heavenly venerates would be solved. Emperor Yanfeng's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he walked around quickly. Suddenly he asked, Then where are the heavenly emperors who abdicated? They have been sitting on the throne of power for a long time. If they abdicate once, it would be hard to protect their greed for power. If they interfere with the new policy, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble for the new emperor. This White Jade was somewhat difficult to answer. She looked at Yan Yunxi, who didn't know how to answer either. Power was the most tempting. It was the same for Supreme Emperor, Absolute Beginning, and the 10th Heavenly Venerate. If the old emperor abdicated and still coveted power and controlled the new emperor, then the world would still be ruled by the 10th Heavenly Venerate. At this moment, Village Chief Si and the others returned from the ancestral court to meet the emperor. Emperor Yanfeng was both surprised and happy, and he hurriedly invited them over. Granny Si told Emperor Yanfeng about the battle situation in the ancestral court. Heavenly Venerate Mu sent us back to tell the emperor that the ancestral court has been sealed, but he left a path behind. Anyone with the battle prowess of a heavenly venerate in eternal peace can enter the ancestral court to gain experience in order to break through to Tao realm. When Emperor Yanfeng heard that, he laughed out loud and said to Bai Yuqiong and Yan Yunxi, Now the old emperor has a place to return to. He had already made his plan and said solemnly, Gather all the ministers and announce to the world that eternal peace has established heavenly court. I am the first heavenly emperor. Everyone, help me set up the orthodoxy. When eternal peace established heavenly court, there would be people who didn't serve the people in the world who could be legitimately conquered. Only then did the chaos in all the worlds gradually subside. On this day, Emperor Yanfeng ascended the throne and proclaimed himself as heavenly emperor. Envoys from all the worlds came to court. It was a spectacular sight. Eternal peace went up and down the capital, and divine light filled the sky as it shot up into the sky. There was a disturbance of black and white light beyond the sky, causing the stars to go into chaos. Emperor Yanfeng had just ascended the throne when this phenomenon appeared. It couldn't help but make people panic, thinking that Emperor Yanfeng didn't have the talent of Heavenly Emperor. Suddenly, the black and white chi broke through the barrier of the origin world and descended from the sky. It was like a taiji diagram spinning and falling into eternal peace. When they went up and down the capital, they were all enveloped by the Taiji diagram. Ancient God Taiji. The people in the imperial court were shocked and were about to stop it when Gong Sunfu said, "Your Majesty, this is the sign of the death of ancient God Taiji. There's no need to worry." The experts like Vermilion Bird of South Emperor, Wei Suifeng, First Ancestor Human Emperor, and the others also saw the mystery and immediately asked the gods to stop. Everyone looked over and saw the black and white chi descending from the sky like two black and white dragons. However, it was incomparably vast and stretched out for an unknown number of tens of thousands of miles, almost crossing the north and south of the origin world. When the two black and white dragons descended, they prostrated together and connected their heads and tails. Instantly the ground bulged up, forming two magnificent mountain ranges that connected together. The mountain ranges stretched on, and Taiji vital chi was overflowing in all directions. The great Tao of heaven and earth was almost boiling. Emperor Yanfeng gave the order, and the gods hurriedly flew to the Taiji mineral veins to protect the residents along the way. At that moment, dragon roars suddenly rang out endlessly. The 9 dragon veins of eternal peace descended to the capital were nourished by Taiji Dao and Taiji Qi, and they soon matured. The 9 dragons flew up from the mountain and turned into 9 ancient gods that flew around the capital. The living beings on both sides of the Tai Chi mine, be it the demigods, humans, birds, beasts, insects, or fish, had their cultivation and strength increase rapidly. They were nourished by the Tao of Tai Chi and competed to enter the Tao. At that moment, Eternal Peace's great Tao of heaven and earth was almost boiling. For a moment, the Tao sounds were loud and clear, shaking non-stop. Even the gods had many people who had entered the Tao. Emperor Yanfeng and the others in the capital city were bewildered. This was almost certain to be a phenomenon formed when 2 ancient gods of Tai Chi fell together with their supreme treasure, the Tai Chi Sand Table. These 2 ancient gods could be said to be half Tao practitioners, and the Tao of Taiji was one of the 5 great Taos that could evolve all things in the world. That was why this place had turned into a supreme sacred ground. However, why had ancient god Taiji suddenly died? The battle between these 2 ancient gods in Taisher had lasted for a long time. It could be said that they were the most difficult ancient gods to kill, and any attack could be easily resolved by them. When Emperor Yanfeng and the others led Eternal Peace's god and devil army back to the origin world, the battle between Taisher and ancient god Tai Chi was still ongoing. Emperor Yanfeng and the other experts had once personally killed their way into the sky to help Taisher, but to their horror they discovered that it was simply the same without them. No attack of theirs could harm ancient god Tai Chi, even when a terrifying existence like Qin Fengqing used the 6 paths heavenly wheel. They couldn't harm the 2 ancient gods at all. This time, even Tao Ancestor had made his move, but he had suffered a great defeat in terms of algebra. He vomited blood 3 times and was dispirited. Heavenly Duke, who had attained Tao, also rushed over from Mystic City to help. After entering the formation, he was injured by ancient god Tai Chi, and had no choice but to retreat. He was a Tao practitioner of heavenly Tao, so he couldn't do anything to ancient god Tai Chi when Emperor Yanfeng and the others joined the battle. Not only could they not help, they would even cause trouble for Taisher. Taisher was furious and threw them out one by one. Everyone had lost face, so they could only retreat. After that, for several years the battle in outer space did not stop. Counting the time, the battle between Taisher and Tai Chi had already been going on for more than 20 years. Could it be that Taisher had killed the 2 ancient gods of Tai Chi? Emperor Yanfeng and the others raised their heads and looked up. They saw the sparkling light in outer space of the origin world, like a green lake floating in outer space. That green lake was like a mirror, reflecting the 100 states of all living things in the origin world. Everyone looked closely, but they couldn't see clearly. They could only see the green nether chi intertwining continuously. Supreme Beginning is about to attain Tao. The face of Heavenly Duke appeared in the sky of the origin world. He was also looking out into the sky, revealing an envious expression as he praised, Innate Fifth Supreme, the ancestor of 10,000 Tao. Now there are finally 2 Tao practitioners. Emperor Yanfeng knew the reason and shook his head. Among the 5 Supreme there is only 1 Tao practitioner. Tai can't be considered as one. Supreme Beginning is the only Tao practitioner among the innate 5 Supreme. The chi of the netherworld surged and the green lake turned into a great overarching heaven. A Tao tree stood tall in great overarching heaven, and Tai Shi turned into a young Taoist. He sat under the tree and looked at the rising sacred land of Tai Chi in the origin world. He couldn't help but shed tears. The young Tai Shi had finally matured after this battle, and turned into a young man. After several dozen days his realm was stable. Only then did he get up and come to Eternal Peace Capital to pay his respects to Heavenly Emperor. He then bade farewell to everyone and prepared to leave the origin world to head to the ancestral court. At this point, Emperor Yanfeng had become the emperor, and all the worlds in the heavens had dispelled their thoughts of rebelling. On the other side, Tao Ancestor and Gong Sun Li caught up to Tai Shi and cupped their fists. Tao brother, Heavenly Venerate Mu has ordered an existence at Heavenly Venerate level to head to ancestral court to gain experience. Since Tao brother has attained Tao, it's just right for you to travel with us. That's great. Qin Fengqing and Heavenly Duke also have the battle strength of Heavenly Venerate, so why didn't they come? They are in charge of Yudu and Xiandu, maintaining the operation of all the worlds in the universe. Tao Ancestor smiled. In another 1,000 years, Eternal Peace will have another batch of Heavenly Venerate level existences heading to the ancestral court to temper themselves. When that time comes, the ancestral court will definitely be bustling with activity. They passed by Mount Dashu and Tao Ancestor's smile faded away. His gaze landed on the sacred mountain of the Buddhist world, and saw that the Buddhist world had once again flourished. The Buddhist world had already transformed from the original 20 heavenly realms to the present 28 heavenly realms. On the 28th heavenly realm, there was a great Buddha sleeping soundly, forming the sound of thunder. The sound of thunder transformed into rain and dew that fell from the sky. Gong Sun Li knew what he was thinking and asked, "Did the Tao Ancestor not find the great Brahma?" The Tao Ancestor shook his head and said, "I found his physical body, but his primordial spirit has disappeared. This old friend of mine cultivates the immeasurable calamity scripture and sleepwalks through the greater world. I don't believe that he has transformed into the Tao just like that." Gong Sun Fu asked, "Did the Tao Ancestor ask Earth Count to look for him?" "There's no need. I'm sure that he's still alive." The Tao Ancestor smiled and said, "He has gotten rid of his identity as the Brahma Heavenly King Buddha. Only then is he a true Buddha, free and unfettered. If I went to look for him, it would make his Tao realm fall behind. Since he's free and unfettered, then he should forget about the world of martial arts. This will help him." He was free and unrestrained as he laughed out loud and left the Buddhist world together with Tai Shi and Gong Sun Qian. At the foot of Mount Dashu, an old monk raised his head and smiled as he looked at the divine light they left behind. The old monk closed his eyes and fell asleep. The moment he fell asleep, he turned into a swimming fish and jumped into the river in front of the temple. He swam around with the other fish, feeling very uncomfortable. Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City, on the first river of chaos. The golden boat suddenly stopped on the river surface. The wind and waves surged in all directions, and the cold wind and the hot wind swept up the chaotic waves, slapping the golden boat. It was extremely dangerous. Qin Mu smiled and asked leisurely, "Third brother, have your hands grown back?" Hall of Chaos flew out from behind him and suppressed the river of chaos. The wind and waves instantly calmed down. "Do you want me to return it to you?" Qin Mu asked with a smile. Third young master Ling Zhao's figure slowly rose from the river, and Ling Zhao's treasured hall stood behind him, shining brightly. Nanxiang Primordial Lord shuddered and whispered to Ling Yuxiu, "Young master and madam, is there a place to hide on this ship?" Ling Yuxiu understood and entered the golden hall on the ship with her. Third young master Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent as he stretched out his right arm. His right arm had been nailed by Qin Mu's slaughter path divine nails and was nailed into the burial path divine coffin, so he had no choice but to cut off his right arm. But now his right arm had already grown back. Qin Mu smiled slightly. He naturally didn't think that Ling Xiao would be crippled because of this after he cut off his right arm. He said that just to strike down Third Young Master's confidence. Third Young Master looked around and saw Qin Mu's returning ruins lotus flower and world tree rooted in the river of chaos, protecting the two sides of the golden ship. These two treasures were becoming more and more miraculous. The third layer of the lotus platform of the returning ruins lotus flower had already formed, and the world tree was also growing taller and taller, with luxuriant branches and leaves. He frowned slightly. The transformation of the lotus flower of returning ruins could be predicted. Ever since Qin Mu had let it bloom, he had never stepped into the river of chaos. It was only when Old Man Wuya was under the world tree that he had no choice but to let the lotus flower of returning ruins take root in the destruction of the 16th epoch, that the lotus flower of returning ruins transformed into a lotus platform, and became a second-grade lotus platform in one go. It was precisely because of Old Man Wuya that Qin Mu had discovered the cultivation method of the path of returning ruins and improved by leaps and bounds. Not only that, Old Man Wuya had also taught Qin Mu how to mobilize the power of the world tree, and how to cultivate the world tree. That was why Qin Mu had improved so quickly in such a short period of time. In the past, Qin Mu had only been unable to be killed, but now, he could already contend with the young masters, and this was all thanks to Old Man Wuya. Wuya is too conceited. Third young master Ling Xiao said indifferently. He thought he could control teacher in the past, but later on, he thought he could control young master of Miluo Palace, but he kept hitting a wall. Now he's trying to control you, but in the end he suffered a great loss. He probably still doesn't know how well he taught you. His words couldn't help being filled with envy. Qin Mu felt like a spring breeze brushing his face when he heard that and was very proud. Third young master Ling Xiao changed the topic. In that case, Old 7, you have already refined Old Man Wuya's small world tree, right? Qin Mu shook his head and asked in astonishment. Why do you say that, third brother? It's not like you don't know about my Hall of Chaos. It's incomparably dangerous, and if I step into it, I will definitely fall into the destruction tribulation. How would I dare to enter? All right, seventh brother, you usually only call me third brother. But you've suddenly changed your name to third brother, so I know you're lying. Only those who harbor evil intentions will be kind to their enemies. 1. Third young master Ling Xiao said indifferently. You have the lotus platform of returning ruins, so you can float on the river of chaos. You don't have to worry about falling into it. It's as easy as flipping your hand to retrieve the small world tree that was suppressed in Hall of Chaos. With your abilities, refining his small world tree is no longer a problem. He smiled proudly and said with his hands behind his back, even if you refine Old Man Wuya and keep him for yourself, you won't be my match. You can use the zither strings to threaten fourth brother, but you can't threaten me. What does Hao's life and death have to do with me? Qin Mu laughed loudly, and his third eye opened. His gaze landed on him as he said indifferently, that's why I didn't use Hao's life to threaten you. Their gazes met and revealed a disgusted expression, not concealing it at all. At this moment, both of them felt that the other party's arrogant look was extremely repulsive. I shouldn't have stopped you when you came to see teacher. However, Old 7, you shouldn't have let your child come. Third young master Ling Xiao moved his gaze away and looked at the lotus flower of ultimate, and the rays of light on the world tree floating towards the golden hall of the golden ship. The corners of his eyes trembled. Your child can't bear such great rewards. You have already obtained quite a lot of benefits. If you go back now, I'll let you leave. After all, we are senior and junior brothers. If you insist on doing things your way, this river of chaos will be the place where your wife and child died. And it will also be the place where you return to the past. Haha. Qin Mu opened his mouth to laugh, but his face was expressionless. Third young master frowned. He said patiently, your child can live very well in the 17th epoch, so there's no need for him to get involved in this muddy water. Do you know how many people on the river of chaos are coveting him when you bring him back to the past? Prying into his strength and trying to take it for yourself? Ha, Qin Mu said with an indifferent smile. Third young master's brows were locked tightly together. He said solemnly, Old man boundless of the past, who opened up the heavens, as well as all the other factions in the forest, will not tolerate the birth of this child. As your senior brother, I can tell you that the birth of a child who has gathered the energy of the destruction of 16 universe epochs is definitely not a good thing. In order to prevent this child from falling into the hands of others and causing a great disaster in the future, Miluo Palace can only destroy him. Qin Mu said. Haha. You don't know death. Third young master Ling Zhao's expression turned cold. Suddenly, a Dao tree rose from the river of chaos and lifted the golden boat into the air. Dao fruits rotated on the Dao tree of third young master Ling Xiao. They were placed under the boat, But the Tao realm hidden in the Tao fruits suddenly exploded. Each Tao fruit of third young master contained 40 heavens. He had a total of 8 Tao fruits, and each Tao fruit contained different great Tao. However, they were all cultivated to the pinnacle by him. The heavens swelled, and in an instant 10,000 gods stood on the golden ship. Countless gods stood tall in the heavens, and the 320 heavens and countless gods pressed down together. Qin executed the world tree and the lotus flower of returning ruins, and the roots of each path took root in the river of chaos. The surroundings of the lotus flower of returning ruins formed a great abyss of returning ruins that devoured everything. The world tree propped up a world in the sky above the destruction tribulation. Third brother! Qin shouted out, and the power of the lotus flower of returning ruins and the world tree was executed to the extreme. The great Tao of the two treasures flowed into his body and transformed into a brand new great Tao. No one can snatch away my child. His great Tao of chaos took shape, and this kind of great Tao that had never been seen before borrowed the power of the river of chaos. Under his execution, the waves of the river of chaos suddenly calmed down, and the surging river seemed to have come to a standstill. The power of the 16th epoch's destruction disaster surged crazily toward Qin, and he mobilized it, turning it into a power that could destroy the world. Boom! Hall of Chaos opened, and the instant the doors of the hall opened, it seemed like it was going to pull the entire river of chaos into the hall and overlap with the 16 rivers in the hall. When I become Tao, Qin voice trembled, and it reverberated in the sky above destruction disaster. The destruction disaster of the 16th epoch will be the source of my power. My great Tao will traverse the 16th epoch. Third young master Ling Zhao's expression changed drastically. The 320 heavens that his Tao fruit had transformed into actually had the potential to collapse. The gods in his heavens shattered one after another and exploded one after another, turning into wisps of qi of chaos. My world tree will bloom Tao flowers in the destruction tribulation of the 16th epoch and bear Tao fruits. Qin executed the path of chaos, and destruction tribulation whistled up in the long river, revolving around the world tree and the lotus flower of sinkhole. My lotus flower of returning ruins has absorbed the power of destruction and turned into a 16th grade lotus platform. Qin stretched out his hand and pointed, and the long river of chaos tore through the sky and pressed down on third young master Ling Zhao like it was covering the sky and earth. His voice exploded in the chaos. And I will sit on the destruction tribulation of the 16th epoch and suppress you all. The long river of chaos surged violently, and before it even arrived, third young master Ling Zhao's clothes fluttered and fluttered backward. His clothes were also not of an ordinary grade, but they were transformed from his great Tao. At that moment his Taoist clothes were actually disintegrating under Qin pressure, turning into wisps of qi of chaos that scattered. The corners of third young master Ling Zhao's eyes twitched wildly as he looked at the river of chaos that was pouncing at him. Behind the river, the huge returning ruins lotus flower spun, and its petals blossomed outward. The lotus throne was filled with dense mist of chaos. The qi of chaos that was spewing out from the lotus pods actually transformed into a strange phenomenon of the greater world. The strange phenomenon of the greater world actually flowed into the long river and pounced towards him along with it. That was Qin divine art. In the sky above the lotus platform, the incomparably thick roots of the world tree extended in all directions and plunged deep into the long river. The roots of the world tree pierced through the strange phenomenon of the greater world and pounced towards him together, increasing the power of Qin strike. Qin had yet to attain Tao, but he could already see the terrifying scene after he attained Tao in the future. His palace hall leaped out from the river of chaos. His hair fluttered in the wind as he stood in front of the palace hall. The power of the palace hall was pushed to the extreme as it welcomed the river of chaos. Qin strike forced him to become serious. Boom! The river of chaos that surged over crashed into Ling Zhao's palace hall and shattered continuously. The divine arts worlds in the river surged over in huge numbers. Qin used the divine arts of chaos to transform the world, and the power of each divine art was incomparably powerful. Old man wuxia taught him well. Third young master Ling Zhao gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to grab at the back. On the throne of Ling Zhao's hall, there was a divine spear that was refined from the great Tao. Suddenly, the divine spear flew up and landed in his hand. Third young master Ling Xiao held his spear to welcome Qin Mu's divine art, and the divine arts worlds were destroyed by his spear. Ding ding ding. The spear was like rain as it collided with the roots of the world tree. Qin Mu's wave of attacks was close to going crazy, and countless roots of the world tree came stabbing at him from all directions. Third young master Ling Xiao, one person, one spear, and one hall blocked the violent winds and torrential rain in the long river of chaos. The chi of chaos in the surroundings spread out and became denser and denser. When he broke Qin Mu's wave of attacks, the dense fog of chaos could be seen. The river in the fog flowed endlessly. Third young master Ling Xiao shouted out furiously and stabbed his spear into the river. The fog of chaos instantly sank down and the surroundings regained their clarity. Third young master's face was ashen. The river was silent, and besides his Dao tree, he couldn't find anything else on the surface of the river. Qin Mu and the golden boat that was crossing worlds vanished without a trace. Third young master Ling Xiao waved his cape and turned around. The cape covered the Dao tree and Ling Xiao's treasured palace. When the cape fell, the Dao tree and Ling Xiao's treasured palace had all disappeared. Seventh brother. His figure sank into the river of chaos and walked in it. Even destruction tribulation couldn't hurt him in the slightest. He was far away from Miluo Palace when fourth young master's voice suddenly came from the palace. Senior brother. The third young master Ling Xiao stopped and turned around. He saw the fourth young master Zi Xiao sitting on the city tower of the jade capital of the Miluo Palace, looking at him from afar. Senior brother, you must not lose your mind and sense of direction. The fourth young master Zi Xiao advised from afar. Of course I won't lose my sense of direction. The third young master turned around and left. He said in a deep voice, Old 7, if you act recklessly, you will definitely cause a great disaster. I must stop you. Old 4, your Dao heart is lacking. You'd better protect your Dao heart. The fourth young master frowned slightly and stopped persuading him. Not long after, the third young master Ling Xiao came to the deepest part of the destruction tribulation. He saw an endless power gushing out from the sinkhole great abyss there, increasing the power of the destruction tribulation. He stood at the entrance of the sinkhole with some hesitation. There, the red ropes and knots interweaved into a net to block the power of the destruction tribulation. It was not damaged by the destruction tribulation. The sixth red rope was like an extra sixth finger. It seemed out of place. Third young master Ling Xiao couldn't make up his mind. He pulled open the sixth red rope and would release second young master Wuji. In the past he didn't know much about the red knot seals of the Miluo Palace master, but Qin Mu had once used them to deal with him. He had sealed a part of his strength and consciousness for 8 years, and he had gained a deep understanding of this seal. In these 8 years, he had comprehended all the changes in the red rope seals that Qin Mu had executed. After all, he was also the successor of the Miluo Palace master. After understanding the changes in the red rope seals that Qin Mu had grasped, he could understand things by analogy, and he could see even more profoundness from the red rope seals of the Miluo Palace master. The greatest profoundness left behind by the Miluo Palace master was the sixth red rope. Second young master Wuji might not have understood the profoundness of the sixth red rope. She had already given up on the paths, skills, and divine arts of Miluo Palace a long time ago and turned to study the paths and skills of returning ruins. However, third young master could see the profoundness of the sixth red rope. This was the thread of life left behind by the master of Miluo Palace for second young master. The master of Miluo Palace was kind. Even when facing the strongest enemy, he would still leave behind a thread of life, let alone his own disciple. As long as I pull the sixth red rope, the red rope will turn into ashes and Wuji will be released. Old 7 became harder to deal with, and the only one who could restrain him was senior sister Wuji. However, releasing senior sister Wuji, he suddenly shuddered. Releasing second young master Wuji might be more dangerous than Qin Mu. Qin Mu only wanted to stop Miluo Palace from descending to the 17th epoch. If it didn't descend, he wouldn't have bothered to provoke it. However, second young master Wuji was different. If she was released, she would probably destroy the world and destroy everything. Whether it was Miluo Palace, the World Tree, or the 17th epoch, they would all be destroyed. Wuji was extreme in his actions. In the 16th epoch, He had already started to attack the Dao practitioners of Miluo Palace and the other Dao practitioners. Outsiders and even some hall masters had thought that Shangjun was slaughtering the Dao practitioners, but no one had expected that it was second young master who was slaughtering the Dao practitioners. The Dao practitioners who had died at Shangjun's hands weren't even a fraction of the number that had died at second young master's hands. However, if Qin Mu's child was allowed to be born, it would probably add a strong opponent to Miluo Palace, an opponent that could lead to the destruction of Miluo Palace. Third young master landed on the red knot and his voice traveled into the sinkhole. Senior sister, junior brother has come to pay his respects. There was silence in the sinkhole, and after a long while, second young master Wuji's voice sounded out. He chuckled and said, "So it's third brother. Ling Xiao, why have you come to see me?" "That's right, you haven't descended to the 17th epoch yet. You've been blocked by seventh brother, so you came to see me. You want to use this passage to enter the 17th epoch, right? Come down." Her voice became strange and unpredictable. "You should know that there are only two hard-to-come-by materials in this world. One is the world tree and the other is the sinkhole. The people of the world are stupid. They only think of sneaking through the world tree, but they never thought that sneaking through the ultimate would be the easiest. Third brother, you can follow the ultimate lotus. I will show you which lotus stalk is the path to the 17th epoch." Third young master was unmoved. Entering the ultimate meant risking destroying one's own path. With the old monster second young master Wuji around, who would dare to enter the ultimate? The master of the Miluo Palace had suppressed her in the great abyss of the ultimate during the 16th epoch. "I'll tell senior sister that old seven's child is about to be born," third young master said. "Old seven's child is still in his mother's womb. Old seven has brought his wife through the 16 long rivers of primal chaos, planning to go to the Miluo Palace to see teacher. Along the way, he used the power of the ultimate lotus and the world tree lotus to destroy the tribulation to nourish the child in the mother's womb." The great abyss of the ultimate was silent. After a long time, second young master Wuji's voice sounded. "Old seven is playing with fire. Is he trying to nurture his child into the child of all universe eras? What nonsense!" Third young master said. "Senior sister, if this child is born, then the fate of the previous 16 universes will definitely be gathered in the 17th epoch. Our Miluo Palace will be the first to bear the brunt. It will be hard for you to escape. What do you want me to do?" Second young master asked. Third young master said resolutely, "Kill this child or take this child away. We can't let him fall into the hands of others." Second young master sneered. "I'm suppressed here. How can I kill him?" Third, you undo teacher's seal. "I'll go kill him." Third young master shook his head and said, "This concerns the life and death of the Miluo Palace. What does it have to do with me?" The second young master said coldly. The third young master Ling Zhao's expression changed slightly. He said patiently, "This also has to do with the fate of the sinkhole. This child was born from the essence of the destruction tribulation. As he grows up, he will continue to absorb the power of the sinkhole, and eventually vaporize the sinkhole completely. What does it have to do with you?" The second young master chuckled. The third young master's expression changed drastically. He said in a deep voice, "What senior sister needs to do is very simple. That is to mobilize the power of the sinkhole so that old seven cannot mobilize the river of chaos. I will go to the back of the river of chaos to stop him. I must kill that child. In return..." He hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. "I will help senior sister unlock a rune in teacher's seal so that your power can be leaked out." The great abyss of the sinkhole was silent. After a long time, second young master Wuji's voice sounded. He smiled and said, "Then one rune. As long as you unlock one rune, I'll give you a helping hand so that old seven can't borrow any power from the river of chaos. However, old three, you have to think clearly. You'll become weaker and weaker when you return to the destruction of the universe in the past. You are not primal chaos. When you return to the past, you will possess the cultivation base of the past life. I am worried that you are not a match for seventh brother." Ling Xiao carefully sized up the red knot and carefully wiped out a runic imprint. He said in a deep voice, "As long as seventh brother is unable to borrow any power from the river of primal chaos, he is no match for me. Senior sister, I have already done what I promised you. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Go ahead and go to the 15th epoch. There, he won't be able to borrow any power." Hearing this, third young master Ling Zhao's spirit was greatly roused. He immediately stood up and left. Not long after he left, a strand of the power of the ultimate overflowed from the place where the Hongmeng rune was missing, turning into a tiny ultimate rune to fill the gap. 1,000 li dike is crushed by an ant's nest. This rune is the beginning of my escape. Third young master Ling Zhao entered the destruction disaster of the 15th epoch, and immediately felt his cultivation plummet. There was another him in the destruction disaster of the 15th epoch. He had entered it and the other him had disappeared. But his cultivation had remained at the same level as the other him. This was very disadvantageous to him. But if Qin Mu couldn't borrow any power from the destruction disaster, then Qin Mu was far from being his opponent. Third young master was in high spirits as he chased after the golden ship. The golden ship was in sight, and Qin Mu was still borrowing the power of Ruin's Lotus and World Tree to absorb the power of the great calamity of destruction to strengthen himself while nourishing his unborn child. Just as third young master was about to catch up, he suddenly stopped. He saw a tall and sturdy man in the great calamity of destruction. His clothes were tattered, and he looked like an unrestrained skeleton. He stood in front of a treasured palace, beating his war drum and singing generously. Tai Wei condenses the imperial universe, Yao Guangzhongshan County. Kuei sun shines with the light of history. The prime minister is beautiful to hear. Lai Han constructs the immortal palace, opens the heavens to make a treasured palace. The heavenly capital opens the heavens. Third young master Ling Zhao was shocked. He saw a mangrove forest appear in the apocalypse in the distance. The great calamity was vast and mighty, destroying everything. However, that mangrove forest was lush and verdant. Red leaves were burning brightly, and it was very lush. Where is the divine Lord? Where is Tai? The east of heaven is like a tree with a torch dragon beneath it. In the middle of the forest, a red-dressed woman was singing loudly. Who will behead young master and head towards the capital of heaven in the midst of the calamity? Third young master Ling Zhao sneered. In the midst of the calamity, another small boat floated over. There was an old fisherman with a big belly, causing the stern of the small boat to rise up high. The bow of the small boat was almost submerged in the calamity. The old fat fisherman was holding a rod and fishing in the long river of primordial chaos. Pushing his bamboo hat, he smiled and said, "It's too easy to approach the capital of heaven, connecting the mountains to the corners of the sea. The white clouds look back and back, and the blue mist enters and sees nothing. Those who are willing to take the bait. Those who are willing to take the bait." During the destruction of the 15th epoch, a man and a woman with strange expressions appeared one after another, blocking the way of the third young master. There were a total of 35 people. The 35th heaven-splitting sect is nothing more than a bunch of useless people. He was not afraid at all and walked forward. "The 35 of you are far too easy compared to the heaven-splitting sect." The drum-beating man laughed and said, "Third brother of the Miro Palace, we are only blocking you for a period of time so that the seventh brother of the Miro Palace can cross the river. We have been paying attention to the birth of the Saint Child for a long time." The third young master Ling Zhao charged forward. The members of the Heaven Opening Society immediately made their own moves and surrounded him to fight. The third young master was indeed extremely valiant. He forced a bloody path out and forced the members of the Heaven Opening Society to retreat. He was so tired that he was panting. However, when he fought his way out of the encirclement, he saw that the world-crossing golden ship had already disappeared. He came to the 14th epoch and jumped into the river. His cultivation level was slightly lower, but he still chased after the world-crossing golden ship with all his might. The Splitting Heavens faction treats seventh brother's child as a holy child, so they won't attack seventh brother on the way. Instead, they will protect him. This is a bit tricky. His eyes flashed. And the Splitting Heavens faction doesn't have 35 people, but 36 people. The most powerful and terrifying one is the 36th person, the blasphemer. Just as he thought of this, a peach tree suddenly appeared in front of him from the apocalypse. It opened the apocalypse, and no matter how terrifying the power of the apocalypse was, it couldn't shake the peach tree at all. Under the peach tree, a woman raised her head to admire the peach blossoms. Her expression was cold and clear. Heaven's capital blasphemer. Third young master Ling Xiao stopped and his expression was grave. The blasphemer under the tree plucked a peach branch and sniffed the peach blossoms. He said in a low voice, "Such a beautiful thing is only formed from energy. Don't you think it's strange?" She turned around. It was Heavenly Venerate Ling who was sent back to the past universe by the second young master. Mu's child, you cannot lay your hands on him. Third brother of the Muro Palace, you have the strongest power in the world, but to me, you are just a pile of energy and mass. Ling Tianzuan picked up a peach branch and lightly shook it. Peach flowers danced in the long chaotic river, blotting out the sky and covering the sun, drowning third young master Ling Xiao. Third young master Ling Xiao felt an incomparably terrifying killing intent. The abilities of the blasphemer of Heaven Capital had always been unfathomable. Ever since the death of the master of Heaven Capital, this woman had become a nightmare for Miluo Palace. The 6 young masters of Miluo Palace had all met her before, but they had suffered repeated setbacks in their confrontation with her. Even Grand Supreme Young Master didn't gain any advantage in front of her. This blasphemer had made his move not to stop him from getting rid of Qin Mu's child, but to find a chance to get rid of him. Third young master Ling Xiao had his Dao spear in his hand and carried Ling Zhao's treasured palace on his back. He was stepping on great overarching heaven, and the Dao trees were lush and green. The Dao fruits formed all the heavens, and he used all means to unleash all his comprehensions to the extreme. However, Heavenly Venerate Ling's strike made him despair. Ling Tianzuan did not try to break his attack. Instead, he used his own divine ability. However, his divine ability was destroyed by Ling Tianzuan's divine ability. At this moment, he finally believed that there was a difference between humans. Even if they were both top-notch geniuses, the difference between them could be as small as a grain of rice and the splendor of the sun and moon. Just as his divine ability was broken and the peach blossoms invaded his great Luo heaven, the peach blossoms suddenly dispersed. Ling Tianzuan actually stopped his attack just as he was about to defeat or even kill him. Third young master Ling Zhao's vision returned to clarity. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and the Dao spear in his hand had already become dilapidated. There were mottled rust marks everywhere. The corners of his eyes trembled violently. Although his current strength could not compare to his peak, it was still no small matter. However, facing Ling Tianzuan, he could only feel despair. Ling Tianzuan pulled up the peach tree. The peach tree turned into a hairpin and cautiously looked behind him. His figure slowly retreated and disappeared into the apocalypse. Third young master Ling Xiao turned around and saw the Ilua Palace in the apocalypse of the 14th epoch. In the Ilua Palace, a Dao tree stood tall and straight. Its crown was like a cover, protecting the Dao practitioners in Jade Capital. Under the Dao tree, a familiar figure stood there and looked at him from afar. Tears welled up in third young master Ling Zhao's eyes. He bowed and greeted, "Teacher." The figure under the tree was the master of the Miluo Palace. At the end of the 14th epoch, when the great apocalypse had broken out, he had tried to save people. Ling Xiao still remembered that scene. His teacher had tried to save everyone, but he had still failed. He was in a dire state. He and the other cultivators of the Miluo Palace had tried everything they could to save everyone, but they had once again met with failure. It was a huge blow to him. Other than the practitioners of the Dao, the Ilua Palace could not save anyone else. At that time, he and the other young masters had gone to comfort their teacher. Even though the master of the Ilua Palace had a dejected Dao heart, when he saw him, he revealed a gratified smile and said a meaningful sentence to him. The master of the Ilua Palace had said that he had not been able to save all living beings, but had saved Ling Xiao instead. The third young master, Ling Xiao, did not understand a bit of this sentence at that time, but now he had thought it through. It was teacher's appearance that had scared away Heavenly Venerate Ling, the blasphemer, and saved him. However, by the time he figured it out, it had already been 3 universe centuries since Miluo Palace Master had saved him. "Teacher, don't worry. I'll inherit your ideals." Third young master turned around and continued to chase after Qin Mu. "I definitely won't let your orthodoxy disappear. I'll continue to walk down your path. I definitely won't let anyone ruin your orthodoxy." The 13th epoch had been destroyed, and in the river of chaos, The world trees stood tall and covered the boundless river. Old Man Boundless appeared out of nowhere and sat in a pool of chaos, taking a bath in the river of chaos. The old man's body was fat and completely naked. His body was white, and he was soaking in the pool of chaos, rubbing mud. It was very eye-catching. Third young master Ling Zhao's expression sank, and he raised his hand to cover his eyes. He didn't want to be tarnished. Third brother of the Miluo Palace, I saw your seventh elder just now. Old Man Wuya rubbed the mud. He chuckled and said, I let him go. The child in his wife's stomach has yet to mature. I saw that this child would be of great use in the future, so I let him go and quietly waited for the arrival of the holy child. Why do you have to be so persistent? Must you take the life of the holy child? Third young master's heart trembled as he said in a low voice, Are you Old Man Boundless of the 17th era? Old Man Boundless stood up from the pool of chaos. Third young master hurriedly covered his eyes once more and said coldly, You are a senior. Mind your manners. Old Man Boundless slowly put on his clothes. He chuckled and said, Clothes are just a burden created by you strange life forms. What's the difference between wearing them and not wearing them? Third brother of the Miluo Palace, if you can go back to the past, why can't I? My great Tao is that you can't understand. I can go back to any universe era in the past. The universe was born from me, not me. This is the world tree and this is me. The arrival of the holy child is a major event. No matter what, I have to get involved. Third young master waited for him to put on his clothes before he put down his hand that was covering his eyes. He said indifferently, When you return to the 13th epoch, your strength has been greatly reduced. You might not be able to stop me. I will consider you as a senior, so I won't make you lose face. If you step aside, you can still save your face. The boundless old man laughed loudly. Before his laughter died down, the third young master had already charged over and did not waste any more words with him. The two of them fought in the river of primal chaos. After an unknown period of time, the boundless old man suddenly disappeared without a trace. His voice came from somewhere unknown. Third brother of Mycroft Palace, I have yet to recover from my injuries. I won't argue with you. Third young master Ling Xiao was exhausted. He roused his spirit and rushed forward. I definitely can't let seventh brother bring the child to see teacher. He came to the 12th epic universe and the pain in his body instantly disappeared. His cultivation and strength had also returned to his peak state from the 12th epoch. He swept away his previous decline and thought to himself, No one will stop me now, right? Behind him, there were only 4 Dao fruits left on the Dao tree. However, his Dao hall was still there. As long as his Dao hall was still there, he would still be the third young master of Miluo Palace, an existence that had reached the highest attainments in paths, skills, and divine arts. On the river of chaos of the 12th epoch, a giant was holding an axe and waiting for him. Third young master Ling Zhao's expression changed slightly. The giant was too easy. This old enemy should have been Qin Mu, who had found his roots when he passed by and asked him to come out of the mountain to stop him. Old Seven, you are really cunning. Third young master Ling Xiao laughed loudly. It was too easy for his Dao spear to point straight at the giant, so he brazenly charged forward. When he climbed onto the opposite bank with injuries all over his body and jumped into the river of chaos once more, his injuries disappeared once more. He put on the body of the 11th epoch and chased forward. Another Dao fruit was missing from his Dao tree. His heart gradually sank. If Qin Mu had entered the river of destruction of the 10th epoch, something big would have happened, and the battle between Heaven Capital and Miluo Palace would have lasted for 3 universe eras. If he had entered the 10th epoch, his corporeal body would no longer be in its peak condition. The fierce battle between Tiandu and Miluo Palace had caused his Dao injuries to pester him for 3 universe eons. At that time it would have been difficult for him to keep Qin Mu alive. And the one who had left his Dao injuries was none other than Tiandu's blasphemer, Heavenly Venerate Ling. The reason for all of this was the death of Tiandu's master in the 7th epoch. If Qin Mu had escaped to the 6th epoch, his Ling Xiao treasured palace would have disappeared. At that time he would only have 1 Dao fruit and wouldn't be Qin Mu's match at all. In this epoch, I have to leave old Seven behind no matter what. Otherwise, the chances will become slimmer and slimmer. He rushed forward with all his might and finally caught up to the world-crossing golden ship when it was about to land. Third young master let out a long howl and rushed towards the ship. When Qin Mu saw him rushing over, he immediately executed the returning ruins lotus and world tree, in an attempt to mobilize the power to destroy the great calamity. However, the river of chaos didn't waver at all. This is bad. His heart trembled slightly and his body immediately flew up. He kicked out and landed on the stern of the golden boat. The golden boat sailed forward with a loud bang and entered the fog of chaos. Third brother, it was always others who stopped you before. Qin Mu's feet landed on the lotus platform of sinkhole and mobilized all his strength. Primordial chaos vital chi and runes turned into great Tao that turned into a sword of chaos in his hand. It was surging with energy as he flicked the sword and said, "It's my turn to stop you now." Third young master raised his spear, and the tip of the spear landed behind him and stabbed into the river of chaos. His footsteps became faster and faster, and the tip of the spear sliced open the surface of the river of chaos, turning into two huge waves that flew to the sides. The rays of light in his Ling Xiao treasured palace were like multicolored clouds, becoming more and more intense. "Nanxiang, kill the seventh young master's wife." His Tao voice sounded. On the world-crossing golden boat, Nanxiang Yuanjun heard his voice and was somewhat hesitant. Ling Yuxiu snickered. Sister Nanxiang doesn't want to offend third young master, nor does she want to offend my husband. You can pretend not to hear it. When Nanxiang Primordial Lord heard that, she smiled. Madam is a wonderful person. No wonder seventh young master would marry Madam. She simply pretended that she didn't hear young master Ling Xiao's words and chatted and laughed with Ling Yuxiu. Boom! Young master Ling Xiao and young master Qin Mu collided on the long river, stirring up waves that pounced over. They caught up to the golden ship and crashed into the stern, causing the speed of the golden ship to increase. Madam isn't worried about seventh young master? Nanxiang asked curiously as she looked at her bulging lower abdomen. Ling Yuxiu smiled. Why should I be worried? My wife is the seventh young master of Miluo Palace. Since she's the seventh young master, there's no way she would die here. Otherwise, how would she become the seventh young master? Nanxiang couldn't help saying, third young master doesn't need to kill seventh young master. He only needs to knock seventh young master down the river of chaos and let him return to the 10th epoch. At that time, without seventh young master's protection, Madam would be in danger. If that's the case, the one in danger isn't us but third young master. Ling Yuxiu smiled faintly. Nanxiang didn't understand. Right at this moment, the golden boat left the 10th epoch's river of chaos and entered the 9th epoch's river, entering the vast primal chaos. My husband isn't seventh young master yet. He's heavenly venerate Mu now. When he's knocked down to the past universe, he'll attain Tao and become seventh young master. Ling Yuxiu explained. After becoming the Tao, my husband's strength will definitely surpass all the young masters. He's definitely an existence that makes the third young master feel fear. If I were the third young master, I definitely wouldn't give him the chance to become the Tao at this time. Nanxiang shivered. When she turned back to look, she couldn't see the battle situation of the 10th epoch. Even the fluctuation of her divine ability couldn't be transmitted here. Not long after, an unusually dense aura suddenly came from behind the golden ship. Nanxiang's expression changed slightly, and she protected Ling Yuxiu behind her without thinking. She looked back nervously and said in a low voice, Madam, go into the golden hall and hide. Behind the golden ship, the chi of chaos surged, and a tall figure appeared and disappeared as he approached the golden ship. Ling Yuxiu suddenly let out a sigh of relief and didn't hide in the golden hall. That figure walked over from the layers of chaotic fog. It was none other than Qin Mu. His entire body was covered in blood, and there were wounds all over his body. He held a chaos sword in his hand and his killing intent was overflowing. Behind him, the lotus platform and world tree of the ultimate were also in tatters. It was clear that the battle on the river of the 10th epoch was abnormally fierce. He caught up to the golden boat, but the killing intent he emitted was still incomparably intense. He did not relax at all. Who? The river of primal chaos split open. Third young master Ling Zhao's entire body was covered in injuries as he walked step by step out of the long river. Third young master Ling Zhao's injury this time was caused by the Dao injury caused by the battle between Tiandu and the Miluo Palace. The battle between Tiandu and the Miluo Palace was also decided during this period. Even though Celestial Master Ling's strength was extraordinary and caused a lot of casualties to the Miluo Palace, Tiandu's strength was still much weaker than the Miluo Palace. In this period, the Miluo Palace had completely defeated Tiandu City. In fact, if the master of the Miluo Palace had made a move, the battle between the two sides would have ended in the 7th epoch. However, after the death of the master of the Tiandu Palace, the master of the Miluo Palace did not make a move against the other members of the heaven-opening masses, hence, there was a war that lasted for 3 epochs. To the master of the Miluo Palace, those who had attained the Tao were all fellow Taoists. If it was not necessary, he would not kill his fellow Taoists. He rarely killed, even if the other party was heaven splitting open the heavens. However, the few young masters of Miluo Palace suffered. Third young master Ling Zhao dragged his body with Dao injuries and came to stop Qin Mu. There was some despair in his heart, but his battle intent was still at its peak. He hadn't been able to stop the golden ship in the 10th epoch, nor had he been able to defeat Qin Mu. In the 9th epoch, he had dragged his heavily injured body to stop Qin Mu and stop the so-called Saint Child from descending into the world. The hope was even slimmer. But no matter what, he couldn't allow Qin Mu's child to descend into the world. The battle between the two of them once again erupted on the River of Chaos. Qin Mu had also suffered heavy injuries and was covered in bruises. He wasn't any better than him. The two of them had really risked their lives this time, and neither of them took a step back. Ling Yuxiu and Southern Xiang Yuan Lord stood on the golden ship and watched the fierce battle with their hearts pounding. The two of them used all of their techniques in this battle. They even fought until their magic power was exhausted before they continued to fight in close combat. Dao Spear and Chaos Sword exploded with terrifying power in close combat. In the end, Qin Mu's lotus platform was riddled with holes, the World Tree was also bare, and Hall of Chaos was also in tatters. However, Third Young Master's injuries were even more serious. When he was killed by Qin Mu into great overarching heaven, the Dao fruits of the Dao tree almost disintegrated, and the damage to Ling Zhao's treasured hall was even more severe. In the end, Third Young Master let out a loud roar and sank into the River of Chaos unwillingly. Third brother in the 8th epoch, you will no longer be my opponent, so there's no need for you to appear. Qin Mu shouted. Third Young Master Ling Zhao's expression was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. He sank into the River of Chaos and disappeared. Qin Mu came to the ship and immediately went down to pass the World Golden Ship to adjust his aura and heal his injuries. Nan Xiang and Ling Yuxiu went forward to protect him. Not long later, Qin Mu entered a dream and used his dream realm to heal the Dao injuries on his body. His Dao injuries slowly recovered and his complexion was also much better, but his cultivation hadn't recovered much. Qin Mu stood up and looked at the River of Chaos in silence. Husband, if you aren't confident, then go back, Ling Yuxiu said softly. She couldn't bear it any longer. Because of the River of Chaos, Qin Mu could use the River of Chaos to maintain his cultivation and abilities at their peak all the way. But now there was a terrifying power suppressing the River of Chaos, making it difficult for him to borrow power. It was already impossible for him to quickly recover his cultivation. The front was probably still not peaceful. If Qin Mu didn't have any battle power, they would all be in danger. There's no problem. Qin Mu smiled slightly and shifted his gaze away from the River of Chaos to Ling Yuxiu's face. The 1/3 brother invited to suppress the River of Chaos should be second sister Wuji. The abnormal images of the Lotus of Ultimate would appear in Ling Yuxiu's stomach from time to time. The lotus would occasionally be a flower bud or a lotus platform. One could vaguely see a baby lying inside, connected to the umbilical cord of the mother body. Occasionally, one could see the lotus flower disappear, and a strange vision of a sapling would appear. There were thousands of auspicious qi, and there were babies under the tree. It was very mystical. Sometimes, one could also see the wonders of the beginning of the universe. The babies would lie in the center of the galaxy, surrounded by billions of stars. Primordial Lord Nanxiang was secretly astonished and didn't dare to say anything. When the golden ship sailed to the River of Chaos of the 2nd epoch, Ling Yuxiu's labor period was also getting closer and closer. The child in her stomach was like a taotai, sweeping up the vital qi of chaos. Qin Mu was careful and used the returning ruins lotus and world tree to absorb the energy in the river of chaos to soften the violent energy and send it into Ling Yuxiu's body. Suddenly, the world-crossing golden ship came to a slight stop. Qin Mu raised his head and saw a Dao tree blocking the path of the golden ship. Grand Senior Brother. Qin Mu came to the bow of the ship and greeted the elder under the Dao tree. He asked in puzzlement, "Why is Senior Brother blocking my path?" The old man under the Dao tree sighed. "Junior Brother, you are too full of yourself and it's not good for this child. If you enter the first epoch and absorb the power of the first epoch's destruction, it might not be the child's fortune. Don't go any further and let this child be born in the second epoch. In the future, his tribulations can be reduced a little." Qin Mu was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, he raised his head and smiled. "Supreme Senior Brother thinks that I can't help him resist the tribulations?" Grand Supreme shook his head. "Chaos naturally has the ability to resist all calamities, but it might not be a good thing for this child. When the moon was full, it would be at a loss, and when the water was full, it would overflow. Seventh Young Master wasn't Seventh Young Master the moment he was born, so he had to have a growth process. Junior Brother, what do you think?" Qin Mu thought for a moment and said with a smile, "I'll do as Senior Brother says." Grand Supreme didn't say anything else. Dao Tree was lonely with him, and they gradually sank into the destruction calamity as if they had transformed into Dao. Qin Mu gave a light laugh and shook his head. "Learning from teacher, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like teacher." Nan Xiang asked quietly, "Seventh Young Master, what does eldest young master learn from teacher?" "Every time I saw him, I felt uneasy and didn't dare to look at him directly. I always felt like I was seeing teacher. He really looked like teacher." "Why did young master say that he didn't look like teacher?" Qin Mu smiled. "He learned from teacher's death. Teacher's Dao heart has already died and transformed into destruction. Just now it seemed like Senior Brother's Dao heart had died and transformed into Dao, but he couldn't die no matter what." Nan Xiang was speechless, and her expression was strange. "Why does eldest young master have such a strange problem? I couldn't tell when I was in Miluo Palace in the past." Even though eldest young master had left, Qin Mu didn't take the opportunity to enter the first epoch to destroy calamity. Instead, he let the golden ship stop above the second epoch's river of chaos. He wasn't a person who kept his word, but he felt that what Supreme Senior Brother had said was indeed very reasonable. If Qin Mu had been a heaven-gifted talent from the start, he might not have had the achievements he had today. His child was the same. If his child had absorbed the energy of the destruction of 16 universe epochs and was born too perfect without any flaws, it wouldn't be beneficial to the child. Instead, it would be a huge drawback. If he was too perfect, he would learn it if he didn't learn it. If he didn't comprehend it, he would understand it, but he wouldn't know why. If he left behind a flaw, he would look for a chance to make up for it in the process of growing up. He would slowly comprehend what he had gained before he was born, which was actually a good thing for the child. Furthermore, if it was too perfect, it would indeed bring about many disasters. These disasters were the cognitive barrier brought about by being too perfect and the covetous and jealous of the strong practitioners in the outside world. The more perfect it was, the more perfect it would be. The number of disasters would be more and more. After more than 10 days, Ling Yuxiu finally gave birth. Primordial Lord Nanxiang chased Qin Mu out to deliver Ling Yuxiu's baby. Qin Mu was walking around outside anxiously when a cry suddenly sounded out. Qin Mu's heart finally fell to the ground, and he couldn't help laughing loudly, but tears streamed down his face. "You can come in now." Nanxiang stuck her head out of the golden hall and waved. Qin Mu hurriedly walked in and asked, "Boy or girl?" "Boy or girl, don't you know?" Nanxiang was astonished and took a glance at him. Qin Mu rubbed his hands and chuckled. "I've never dared to look. It's a girl." Ling Yuxiu's voice sounded out. Qin Mu hurriedly walked over and smiled. "I've always wanted a girl. Let me hug her." Nanxiang smiled at the couple who were snuggling together and thought to herself, so Seventh Young Master also has humanity. In the past, Seventh Young Master was all merciless. "I can go see teacher now." After a long while, Qin Mu walked out of the golden hall in high spirits and said with a smile, Teacher, please name my daughter. The golden ship finally arrived at Miluo Palace, and it was still cold and quiet. Qinmu got off the golden ship and Ling Yuxiu carried her daughter as they walked towards Miluo Palace together. Nanxiang Primordial Lord hesitated for a moment before following them forward. She looked at the approaching Miluo Palace. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Is teacher really dead? Then is what third young master and fourth young master are doing right? Even teacher has lost his confidence. She followed Qinmu and his wife to the front of Miluo Palace. Qinmu knocked on the door and it opened. The hazy purple qi surged, and Nanxiang secretly looked into the hall, but she couldn't see anything. Qinmu and his wife carried their children into the hall. Primordial Lord Nanxiang gritted her teeth and followed them into Miluo Palace. Disciple has a future, so I brought my granddisciple here to pay my respects to teacher. Qinmu bowed. Teacher, please bestow my name on my granddisciple. Primordial Lord Nanxiang raised her head and saw a Dao tree bearing 16 Dao fruits. It was the Dao tree of the master of Miluo Palace. Under that tree, a skeleton sat in the lotus position. Nanxiang Primordial Lord felt great grief in her heart, and she couldn't help kneeling down and prostrating herself on the ground. The master of Miluo Palace, the teacher of everyone in the 16 universe eras, was indeed as Qinmu had said. He had already entered the path of destruction. Suddenly, the voice of the master of Miluo Palace sounded out. Bring the child forward and let me take a look. Ling Yuxiu hesitated for a moment, and Qinmu nodded at the side. Only then did Ling Yuxiu muster the courage to bring the child forward and come to the skeleton under the Dao tree. The skeleton stretched out its hands and took the child. It lowered its head to look at it for a long time. Excellent. There might still be a possibility in the future. The skeleton returned the child to Ling Yuxiu, and she immediately carried the child and retreated, afraid that the skeleton would disturb the child. The voice of the Miluo Palace master sounded, and there was actually some surprise in his voice. He said, Fellow Taoist Mu, you might have given birth to a good child. Very good, very good. I calculate that in the future, there won't be any life in the void. Perhaps the chance of life should be on her. He didn't treat others as his teacher, but instead called them fellow Taoists. He didn't look down on them because their cultivation was low or because they were juniors. She was born from the calamity and brought with her the spirituality and life force of 15 universe epochs. She might have the possibility of transforming into void in the future. The master of Miluo Palace said, I'll give her the word spirit and the word yun. May she bring with her the spirituality of the past universe and become the June stone of the 17th epoch. Qin Ling Yun. Qinmu was very happy, and Ling Yuxiu was also quite fond of her. She thought to herself, teacher is really considerate to bring my Ling family's surname. You can go back now. Be careful on the road, Palace Master Miluo said. Qinmu was slightly stunned. He felt that there was a deeper meaning behind his words. I dare to invite teacher to bless Ling Yun. Qinmu bowed and said, Why do I need to bless her? The voice of the Miluo Palace master sounded out. The blessings you gave her are already enough for her to endure. If I were to bless her again, she wouldn't be able to endure it. Instead, it's not her blessings but a disaster. Fellow Taoist Mu, leave a thread of hope for your child. Qinmu's heart tightened, and he wanted to ask in detail. However, the master of Miluo Palace once again fell into silence. He asked, but the master of Miluo Palace didn't say anything. Qinmu sighed. He knew that this teacher's divine arts were so vast that it was unimaginable. He could even calculate the future. Not only that, the master of Miluo Palace could even find something that Qinmu couldn't detect from the tiny clues. He had already predicted it, but he wasn't willing to say it, so Qinmu could only give up. Qinmu held Ling Yuxiu's hand and hugged Qin Lingjun before bowing down. Walking out of Miluo Palace, Nanxiang Primordial Monarch hesitated for a moment. She had a stomach full of questions to ask the master of Miluo Palace, but Qinmu had already left. Furthermore, the master of Miluo Palace had already perished once more, so she could only leave. She turned back to look and saw that the palace door had already closed. Yuan Lord Nanxiang sighed, feeling lost. The master of Miluo Palace, the teacher of everyone in the 16 universe eras, was really dead. Qin Mu came to the side of the golden ship and said with a smile, "Let's stay here for a few days first. I need to raise myself to my peak condition before we return. On the way back, the dangers are probably many times more terrifying than when we came." Ling Yuxiu nodded and said, "Sister Nanxiang, you can go back first. Thank you for coming all the way." Nanxiang Primordial Lord hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Young master, madam, I can't be of much help this time, so I'll take my leave first." Qin Mu thanked her, and Nanxiang Primordial Lord immediately said, "I wouldn't dare. Virtuous couple, be careful." After saying that, she got up and left. The couple watched her leave and Ling Yuxiu said, "This Sister Nanxiang isn't a bad person. Actually, everyone in Moreau Palace isn't a bad person." Qin Mu smiled. "Including me, I'm not a bad person either. The Dao practitioners and hall masters in Moreau Palace, even the evil-looking spirit officials and hall masters, also had the idea of saving the world. It's not that they are unreasonable. It's just that we stand in different positions and see things from different angles, thinking that they are evil people and intruders." Ling Yuxiu smiled. Husband suddenly became open-minded, which doesn't match with the rumored heavenly venerate Mu. Qin Mu's interest was piqued. What kind of person is the rumored heavenly venerate Mu? A complicated person. He abhors evil and is incomparably evil at the same time. He's kind and merciful, ruthless and merciless. He doesn't keep his word and keeps his word. Ling Yuxiu pursed her lips and smiled. He doesn't like to talk much and can talk people to death at the same time. Some people say that you are extremely intelligent, while others say that you are as stupid as an ox. There are also people who say that your Dao heart is eternally stable and not easy to shake. There are also people who say that your Dao heart is a mess and your expression always changes drastically. In short, Heavenly Venerate Mu is an incomparably complicated person. Qin Mu laughed loudly. The husband and wife stayed on the golden ship. Qin Lingjun had just been born after all and was always noisy. The husband and wife had just become parents, so they couldn't help fiddling around. "I have the ability to move heaven and earth, but no one could defeat me. Yet I was defeated by a child that was only a few days old." Qin Mu was dejected. Fortunately, Qin Lingjun didn't cry often and was still very cute when she was quiet, which made his father feel comforted. After more than 2 months, Qin Mu's cultivation and abilities recovered to their peak state. He finally set sail and rushed back. The husband and wife were happily on the ship, playing with the children and washing the diapers. However, it was also interesting as if they didn't know that a storm was coming. On the way back, Qin Mu had to control the ultimate lotus and world tree to absorb the energy of destruction to nourish Qin Lingjun, so their speed was slower, but it was much faster when they went back. In 3 months they had arrived at the destruction of the 7th epoch. The speed of the golden ship gradually slowed down. Ling Yuxiu noticed it and looked at Qin Mu. Qin Mu squatted on the deck of the golden ship and teased Qin Lingjun, wanting her to learn how to walk. His father was still as heartless as ever. However, the speed of the golden ship was indeed slowing down, and it was getting slower and slower. Ling Yuxiu walked forward and picked Qin Lingjun up. She probed. "Is something on your mind, husband?" Qin Mu stood up and looked outside the ship. Outside the ship was the great destruction that had swept through the 7th epoch. Even the universe that had been opened up by the heavens couldn't escape the cycle of life and death, and it was destroyed in an instant. Along the way, there haven't been any storms. On the contrary, it made me even more worried. The smile on his face disappeared, and his voice was low. "The calmer it is, the more dangerous the disturbance will be. I don't have enough confidence to protect you and your mother." Ling Yuxiu looked at his face. The insufferably arrogant Heavenly Venerate Mu was worried about gains and losses. The supreme confidence he had built since he was young, the supreme belief he had honed from Eternal Peace's reform, was now somewhat shaken. Ling Yuxiu leaned against his side, hugging Qin Lingyun with one hand and holding his hand with the other, as if she wanted to give him strength and courage. Qin Mu hugged her, and his voice was deep yet powerful. "Don't worry, I will definitely protect all of you. I won't let anything happen to all of you." His gaze when he looked at Calamity Annihilation was deep and calm, so deep that it was somewhat terrifying. Back then, his parents, Qin Hanjin and consort Zhen, had left Carefree Village. They had been surrounded and intercepted by the heavenly court all the way, and were finally caught up in great ruins of Origin World. Qin Hanjin had turned into wood and sent consort Zhen, who was already pregnant with him, to Yudu. How similar was the scene in front of them. Later on, consort Zhen had placed him in a basket and asked Aunt Pinger to carry the basket and send him out of Yudu. From then on, disabled elderly village had an orphan named Qin Mu. I won't let my daughter walk on my path, he thought to himself. He had experienced the bitterness of an orphan searching for his biological parents more than anyone else. The golden boat of Crossing World set sail once more and sailed towards the long rivers of chaos behind. 8th epic destroyed calamity peace. 9th epic destroyed calamity peace. 10th epic destroyed calamity peace. Qin Mu's expression became more and more solemn, and it was hard to see a smile on his face. Danger had never appeared, which meant that when it came, it would be incomparably fierce. It was so fierce that it was even beyond what he could bear. Even though he had vast divine arts, he was definitely unable to hold on by himself when facing the heaven-cleaving masses, old man boundless palace, and the prehistoric powers that might come. He definitely couldn't lose this battle, but there was a high possibility that he would lose the beauty in front of him. The 11th epic's destruction calamity, peace. The 12th epic's destruction calamity, peace. The 13th epic's destruction calamity, peace. The 14th epic's destruction calamity was still peace. Finally, they came to the 15th epic's destruction calamity. Qin Mu's throat was dry, and he executed the ultimate lotus and world tree to take root in the river of chaos, trying to mobilize the power of destruction calamity for his own use. His heart gradually sank. The ultimate lotus and world tree couldn't mobilize any power of destruction tribulation. Qin Mu took a long breath. It seemed like second young Master Wuji was also waiting for his family of 3. Even though second young Master Wuji couldn't break the red knot of the Master of Miluo Palace, her power could already seep out, making it impossible for him to borrow her power. In front of him, the river of chaos suddenly surged and became extremely intense. A ray of light burst out from the destruction tribulation. It was the birth of a new world in the destruction tribulation. Someone had used the heavenly law in the destruction tribulation, forcefully splitting open the heaven and earth, and evolving into a small universe. The birth of that small universe appeared so gorgeous and colorful in the destruction tribulation. In the river of chaos, colorful lights lit up one after another, and small universes appeared one after another in the vast river of chaos. In the 7th epoch, the heaven-splitting multitude that had opened up the universe together with the Master of Tiandu appeared. At the same time, Qin Mu saw the world tree at the center of the calamity of destruction. Its leaves were like the magnificent heavens, and its branches and roots were like the great Tao. Old man Wuya stood under the tree. In the distance, Jade capital city of the 15th epoch appeared. Behind the dilapidated city walls, Tao trees turned into forests that were lush and green. The Tao fruits on the Tao trees were filled with different Tao might. In the long river of chaos, many shattered great overarching heavens floated over. Some of them were swaying in the middle, and there were Tao practitioners whose faces were unclear standing there. Apart from that, there were also all kinds of strange Tao soldiers that formed huge objects. They were forces that didn't belong to the heaven-cleaving masses of Mycroft Palace or Old Man Wuya. Qin Mu composed himself and smiled at Ling Yuxiu. Madam, is there anything else you want to say to Ling Jun? Ling Yuxiu understood what he meant, and she hugged Qin Ling Jun and kissed her face. Child, remember your name. You are called Qin Ling Jun. You are called Qin Ling Jun. Your father is called Qin Mu, and your mother is called Ling Yuxiu. One day, your father will find you, and he will call your name. She raised Qin Ling Yun up and brought him in front of Qin Mu. Qin Mu, you must find her. She shouted sternly and suddenly threw Qin Ling Yun out of the Crossing World's golden ship. Don't worry. Qin Mu shouted loudly, and Qin Ling Yun fell into the river of chaos. Numerous powerful figures chased after her and snatched her away. At that moment, a lotus leaf of Qin Mu's returning ruins lotus flew up and broke off from it. It swept up Qin Ling Yun in her swaddling clothes and whizzed away. Qin Mu pulled Ling Yuxiu's hand and stood up. He stomped his feet heavily, and the world-crossing golden ship followed closely behind Qin Ling Yun and flew toward the river of chaos. Instantly, countless powerful figures stepped on the river surface and chased after the world-crossing golden ship and the lotus leaf. Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu landed on the lotus platform, and their faces turned green as they walked toward the 16th epoch. One day, I will put all of you rotten people into coffins. One day. The lotus leaf of Sinkhole carried Qin Lingyun and flew crazily all the way through the river of chaos. Primordial Lord Nanxiang was rushing back, and when she saw the lotus leaf flying over, she couldn't help being slightly stunned. The lotus leaf had already flown away. She disappeared into the vast fog of chaos. Following that, the surface of the river boiled. Powerful existences chased after her. The river of chaos was almost boiling. The experts whizzed past her. Nanxiang was stunned. What happened? The Sinkhole lotus leaf and the world-crossing golden boat arrived at the first epoch's destruction tribulation. Suddenly, the lotus leaf flew up from the river. The world-crossing golden boat also leaped up from the river. The lotus leaf carried Qin Lingjun and landed on the boat. The golden boat suddenly turned around. Under the watchful eyes of the pursuing experts, it carried Qin Lingjun and plunged into the long river of chaos. No! Dao voices rang out one after another. Then figures fell into the long river. In the first epoch, the universe was already showing signs of great destruction. The master of the Mycroft Palace had built the world-crossing golden boat, and was prepared to carry all the living beings to use the golden boat to survive the destruction. In the mountain village, a lotus leaf fell. A baby girl staggered down from the lotus leaf and looked at the world that was about to be destroyed in a daze. She was a little lost. The earth, water, wind, and fire were surging here. There were people fleeing everywhere. She survived tenaciously. There was always a voice in her mind telling her that her name was Qin Lingjun. She had a father and a mother. However, her memories of her parents became more and more vague. When she was 5 or 6 years old, she displayed extraordinary abilities. However, her abilities were useless in the apocalypse. She fled with the refugees. She saw the familiar faces around her fall one after another and turn into ashes. She survived. Her clothes were tattered, but the lotus leaf still followed her and accompanied her through danger after danger. On this day, all the people around her died, leaving her alone. She looked at the destroyed world. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged, and powerful figures walked towards her from the flames. "I've finally found her." Someone in the flames laughed as if he was crying. At this moment, the destroyed world suddenly stopped. The powerful and distorted figures in the flames also became unusually slow. A tall figure separated from the raging flames and walked toward her. The figure gradually became clearer. His temples were white and his face had 3 eyes. His eyes were gentle as he walked toward her. "I found you." The man's voice gave Qin Lingjun a familiar feeling. The vague voice in her memory was awakened. "I found you, my child." The man carried her up and kissed her face. His 3 eyes were filled with tears. "Qin Lingyun, my child, your father is called Qin Mu, and your mother is called Ling Yuxiu. Your father turned into chaos and traveled through hundreds of billions of years of history to find you. It's only a few years for you, but billions of years have passed for him in the 17th epoch." He lifted Qin Lingjun up and placed her on his shoulder. "Daughter of Hun Dun, from today onwards, your name will be branded in the future." In the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu crossed the last river of chaos and entered the city. Along the way, not many people stopped them. They had only met a few heaven-cleaving congregation, and had exchanged a few blows with them. The paths, skills, and divine arts of those heaven-cleaving congregation were incomparably strange and very strange. They were very different from the paths, skills, and divine arts of Miluo Palace, causing him to suffer a small loss. "Don't worry, madam. I will definitely return to the time in the past to find Lingjun." Ling Yuxiu nodded silently. However, she knew that her aptitude was limited, and she wasn't in existence with heaven-defying aptitude like Su Shenghua and Lan Yutian. She might never be able to achieve Dao in this life. She might never be able to return to the past with Qin Mu to meet her daughter. However, there was still hope. Perhaps this was the calamity that the master of Mycroft Palace and the first young master had mentioned. Qin Lingjun had absorbed the power of the destruction of 15 universe epochs, and she was the child of the epoch in the hearts of the old monsters of these 15 universe epochs. Perhaps she was destined to have this calamity. Grand Supreme Young Master had asked Qin Mu not to absorb the destruction of the first epoch to nourish Qin Lingjun. But the master of Miluo Palace wasn't willing to bless her. It was probably because Qin Lingjuan's slim chance of survival was in the universe of the first epoch. After absorbing the destruction of the first epoch, her life force ceased to exist. The couple walked out of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. At that moment, the golden boat flew out from the city and came behind them. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly. He got the golden boat to escort Qin Lingyun back to the first epoch and escort her through the destruction tribulation. But now the golden boat had returned. On the golden boat, a lotus leaf floated up and landed in Qin Mu's returning ruins, connecting with the lotus. Lingyun is safe. Qin Mu's spirit was roused and he smiled at Ling Yuxiu. Only when she is safe will my lotus leaf return. This means that one day in the future, you and I will return to the first epoch and find her. The lotus leaf was a part of his path of sinkhole, and its mission was to protect Qin Lingyun. Only when Qin Lingyun was truly safe would the lotus leaf return. And this safety referred to the moment Qin Lingyun met Qin Mu. This lotus leaf couldn't coexist with the lotus leaf in Qin Mu's returning ruins, so it would disappear and be sent to his side by the Qin Mu of that time. It was a complicated matter, but it wasn't difficult for the practitioners of returning ruins to accomplish it. Ling Yuxiu also let out a long sigh of relief. Even though she couldn't see her daughter now, she would definitely be able to see her in the future. The couple stayed in the ancestral court and chose to live in the middle of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, and the World Tree. Qin Mu imparted his comprehension to Ling Yuxiu, hoping that she would be able to advance by leaps and bounds and cultivate to a profound realm. The World Tree was in chaos, and rotten corpses were everywhere. At the moment Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu entered the river of chaos in Jade Capital City on the golden ship 2 years ago, the fourth young master had personally presided over a war against the World Tree in the great calamity of the 16th epoch. The 3 hall masters of Miluo Palace led the Dao practitioners of Jade Capital City's Miluo Palace to slaughter their way into the World Tree. At the same time, the power of a zither string connecting the 16th epoch and the World Tree erupted, washing Old Man Boundless forces in blood. The zither string of the fourth young master was pulled by Heavenly Venerate Haotian, and the sound of the zither rang out. The fourth young master used the zither string as a medium to transmit his divine arts into the World Tree. Meanwhile, the 3 new hall masters of the Miluo Palace led over a dozen Taoists to charge at the World Tree amidst the sound of the zither. In this battle, countless prehistoric experts were killed and injured under the World Tree. These experts died, and the power of the blood sacrifice grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, founding Emperor Qin Yi, Heavenly Venerate You, and Shangjun took the opportunity to charge under the World Tree. During the Great Battle, Su Shanghua and Lan Yutian carried the half-dead Tai Yi forward. Their faction was the weakest among the 3, but even though Tai Yi was half-crippled, his abilities were still strong. He was a great threat to both Miluo Palace and the World Tree. Not long after the battle began, Tai Shi, who had already attained Dao, brought Dao ancestor Gongsun Qian to support them. He had attained Dao and displayed stunning battle prowess. He could contend against Dao practitioners who had numerous Dao fruits, but he was only slightly inferior to Hall Master level existences. Fifth Supreme Truth had attained Dao, which was the highest level of innate great Dao. Supreme Beginning had followed Qin Mu for a long time, and the comprehension Qin Mu had gained from studying the transformation of Fifth Supreme hadn't been hidden from him. It had allowed his horizons and knowledge to have long surpassed his own shackles. Supreme Beginning had also fought with the brother and sister of ancient god Taiji for dozens of years, which allowed his understanding of the great Tao in the world to become deeper and deeper. His understanding of Fifth Supreme also became deeper and deeper. This was the benefit of being innately strong, so others couldn't be envious of him. His coming out of the mountain this time was crucial to the improvement of Eternal Peace's battle prowess, especially for the blood sacrifice in Jade Capital City. Tai Shi had taken the energy of the blood sacrifice and turned it into the spirit chi and spirit energy of heaven and earth to strengthen the seal of the ancestral court. Even though he couldn't contend with third and fourth young masters, he could still take a portion. This way, he could temporarily delay the arrival of the Dao practitioners of Miluo Palace. The fierce battle between the two sides was also The reason why the Hallmaster and Tao practitioners of Miluo Palace didn't stop Qin Mu on the way. In the end, Old Man Wuya failed in his battle for Qin Lingyun. He returned to the world tree from the past and severed the zither strings of the fourth young master. Only then did the battle come to an end. When Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu settled down, the battle had already ended. In this battle, Old Man Wuya's forces suffered heavy losses. Being attacked by the fourth young master in his old nest was a great loss of face for him. Old Man Wuya was furious. The qi of chaos spread out outside the world tree, and long rivers of chaos surrounded the sacred tree, forming a natural barrier. The roots of the world tree extended in all directions, snatching the energy of the blood sacrifice. Third young master Ling Xiao was also searching for Qin Lingyun. Without third young master presiding over the blood sacrifice, the ancestral court of Jade Capital City wouldn't be able to obtain the greatest benefits. Qin Mu went to see the master of Miluo Palace and dragged away too many experts, causing the ancestral court of Jade Capital City to fail to achieve its expected goal. The roots of the world tree took root in the destruction of the 16th epoch, attracting even more strong practitioners to hide in the roots and sneak into the 17th epoch. At the same time, more Hall Masters and Tao practitioners descended from Miluo Palace. More and more Tao trees were revived in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, towering like a forest and overflowing with greenery. This Jade Capital City also seemed to have lost a lot of its vicissitudes of life and became much more radiant. In Jade Capital City, numerous treasured palaces stood up, and rays of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the sky of the ancestral court in a gorgeous and colorful manner. This was the sign that the blood sacrifice had too much energy, and that the ancestral court of Jade Capital City was about to come to the 17th epoch from the past. Supreme Beginning, Qin Yi Shangjun and the rest had returned. They carried Tai Yi, who could only move half of his body, to see Qin Mu. Su Shanghua and Lan Yuqian had treated Tai Yi for 2 years, and his injuries had already been reduced by a lot. Qin Mu got up and greeted Tai Yi before greeting everyone. With a warm expression he said, "It's been hard on all of you. After this battle, we will be able to gain a foothold in the ancestral court." Tai Yi wanted to get up, but there were still many slaughter path divine nails stuck in his body, so he couldn't stand up. In that case, did fellow Taoists succeed when he returned this time? Tai Yi was helpless and could only continue to sit. His gaze flickered as he looked into Qin Mu's eyes and probed. The second time fellow Taoist returned to Miluo Palace, your daughter should have also been born, right? Everyone was astonished and looked at Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu one after another. Ling Yuxiu's expression was gloomy and she didn't say anything. Qin Mu's expression sank slightly. Tao brother Tai Yi seems to know something. Since you know, why didn't you say it earlier? Sometimes even if you know, you can't say it. Tai Yi said. If I say it, you won't do it. The current you thinks doing this is wrong and that it's a bad thing, but in the future, if you think doing this is right, it's actually a good thing. So I can only not say it. His words left people scratching their heads, but Qin Mu understood it. Many things had definitely happened in the past universe, and Tai Yi had most likely met his future self. He didn't say it because he had his own considerations. Tao brother, you are the master of Heaven Capital and the leader of splitting open the heavens. How should I face you? Qin Mu put down the matter of Qin Lingyun. Tao brother, you should be clear about the actions of splitting open the heavens. The reason why Palace Master Miluo sent you to the 4th epoch was to compensate you, and also to let you see the actions of splitting open the heavens. Splitting open the heavens is looking for you, and will definitely descend in the future. How should you face them? Grady fell silent. After a long while he said, what they want is Heaven Capital, not Great E. I'm not Heaven Capital. Splitting open the heavens will not think so. Qin Mu said solemnly, you are their spiritual leader, and they have vast divine arts. In order to find you, they will do anything. I've already experienced it on the way. In the river of chaos, everyone in the people who split the heavens has their own unique means of self-protection. Every single one of them has extremely tyrannical abilities, and they have all sorts of strange methods. They are extremely difficult to deal with. He tore off his shirt fiercely, and strange wounds appeared on his chest. The wounds were shocking to the eye, and the ripples from his Tao wounds made Su Shanghua and Lan Yuqian exclaim in surprise. The Tao wounds on Qin Mu's chest were caused by a great Tao divine art that they had never seen before. The two of them had already studied all the great Tao in the world, and they had even dabbled in the paths, skills, and divine arts of Mycroft Palace. However, the great Tao divine art of heaven-cleaving public had exceeded their comprehension. Ling Yuxiu let out a low cry. Even though she was present in the battle between Qin Mu and heaven-cleaving society on the river surface and knew that he was injured, she didn't know that Qin Mu's injuries couldn't be healed. Qin Mu had never mentioned it before. Great Change's expression was solemn. When he looked at the wounds on Qin Mu's chest, some of them had already begun to rot. It was clear that Qin Mu had been helpless against these Tao wounds during this period of time. The divine arts of heaven-cleaving society have already left the scope of the world cleaving apart back then. Their divine arts have walked on another path. Great Change said solemnly. Back then we were only discussing this path. It's different from the great Tao of runes created by the master of Miluo Palace. There's no need for runes, Tao realm, Tao tree, or even creating great Tao. Judging from the Tao wounds on your body, they have already achieved something. The paths, skills, and divine arts of heaven-cleaving public weren't as simple as just having some achievements. If it was just some achievements, it wouldn't be enough to hurt Qin Mu. In the past, Qin Mu had suffered the most severe Tao injury and could heal it himself. In fact, he was even praised by the young master of Mycroft Palace as the person who couldn't be killed. The last person who could injure him and not heal him for a long time was third young master Ling Xiao. The cultivation of heaven-cleaving masses was definitely far inferior to young master Ling Xiao. But to be able to injure Qin Mu and cause his injuries to be incurable meant that they had already walked a very long distance on that path. However, they went astray. Qin Mu suddenly said, "The reason why those heaven-cleaving masses blocked me on the river was to teach me a lesson. They probably have some resentment towards me because I didn't fuse you with heaven's capital. At the same time, they also have some thoughts of showing off their divine arts to me. Their divine abilities and Tao techniques indeed caught me off guard. But after I got used to it, I immediately noticed that their path had gone astray." Tai carefully examined the Tao injuries on his body. He said, "Indeed, they all went astray. The great Tao of runes created by the master of the Muro Palace used the primordial chaos runes to explain all the great Tao in the world. They mixed together and became one, reaching the level of the primordial chaos as one. In the past 16 cosmic centuries, no one has been able to surpass him in this aspect. Fellow Taoist Ling and I have thought of a way to surpass him. That is to completely abandon the great Tao of runes and not use any runes at all." The fellow Taoist Ling he spoke of was Heavenly Venerate Ling. Back then, Tai was still the master of the celestial capital. Together with Heavenly Venerate Ling and the others, they tried to jump out of the great Tao of runes created by the master of the Miluo Palace. They thought of many ways, but before they could come up with any results, signs of great destruction appeared in the seventh epoch. After that, the master of the Miluo Palace came to discuss 3 times. The master of the Tiandu Palace was attracted by their research and ignored the master of the Miluo Palace. When the master of the Miluo Palace came for the 4th time, he killed the master of the Tiandu Palace. Although Ling Tianzuan had saved the master of Tiandu's primordial spirit, Tai was not the master of Tiandu. His condition was extremely strange. His way of thinking and solving problems were different from that of the master of Tiandu. Tai had once suspected that Ling Tianzuan had tampered with him when he saved him, but whether that was the case was unknown. But no matter what, the great Tao of runes of Palace Master Miluo is orthodox, so there's no way to deny this. Tai continued. The Tao injuries left behind by the people who split the heavens might seem terrifying, but every one of them has gone to the extreme. They can deny the runes created by Palace Master Miluo, but they shouldn't deny the great Tao. He frowned and said, "The aura of the great Tao and your Tao injuries are all extremely strange and unique. They are the things they have created after denying the great Tao of the world." Qin Mu nodded. It was precisely because he had never seen it before that he was caught off guard and was injured by the few heaven-cleaving masses. However, after he reacted, the few heaven-cleaving masses found it difficult to hurt him. Creating the great Tao of heaven and earth out of nothing is very similar to eternal peace reform. Tai sure couldn't help saying, "Tao brother, eternal peace reform has created many kinds of postnatal great Tao. What's the difference between what they did and heaven-cleaving masses? There are even people who have cultivated to become Tao practitioners with the help of postnatal great Tao. The person he was talking about was founding Emperor Qin Yi. Founding Emperor Qin Yi had attained the Tao of Sword, and his realm had reached the level of Hall Master. The essence is different. Jiang Baigui didn't wait for an easy answer, he then explained, Eternal Peace Reform created a great Tao that didn't exist in the world, but its foundation is all runes without exception. Sword Tao might seem to have no runes, but in truth every basic sword form is a Sword Tao rune. The path of knives, the path of formations, architecture, calligraphy, and painting were all the same. The path of the postnatal Great Tao is also the Great Tao of runes created by the master of Miluo Palace. Tai Yi continued, Splitting the heavens is different. Splitting the heavens has completely abandoned the system of the Great Tao of runes. Among fellow Taoist Mu's Tao injuries, there are no basic runes. Tai Shi came to a sudden realization. The path they took should be to find a world in the heavens and destroy it, turning it into chaos. Then they would split the heavens and destroy the world again and again, splitting the heavens and destroying the world again to test their various thoughts. Qin Mu said, I could sense all kinds of terrifying thoughts from their divine arts. These thoughts made people shudder in fear. He frowned, he continued. I couldn't sense any humanity in their thoughts, but that wasn't divinity or devil nature either. The thoughts hidden in their great Tao divine arts can no longer be described as humans, gods, or devils. This is the splitting open the skies group. Tai Yi sighed and said, This is also the reason why I didn't want to come into contact with them after I returned to the past. After all, they were once my fellow Taoists. The splitting open the skies group had become an existence that he did not recognize through repeated experiments. Evil. Founding Emperor suddenly said, They should be evil. Great Change shook his head. It's not evil, and evil can't describe their state of mind. They don't have any evil thoughts in their hearts. Heavenly Venerate Moon couldn't help saying, Then Sister Ling, she. Heavenly Venerate Ling was her best friend, and Qin Mu and Great Change's words made her worry for Heavenly Venerate Ling. Fellow Taoist Ling's talent is extremely high, so she might not have fallen into such a state of mind. Tai Yi also didn't dare to be sure and said, I've always felt that her talent is one of the few existences that can be on par with me. Qin Mu coughed. Tai Yi shook his head. You didn't, you were almost there. Lan Yutian and Su Shanghua revealed smiles and Tai Yi said, Both of you are a little better than fellow Taoist Mu, but you are also a little worse. Su Shanghua said, As long as you are a little better than Cult Master Qin, I'm already satisfied. Qin Mu snorted. Taoist brother Great Change still hasn't answered my question, he said unhappily. If heaven-cleaving society comes to find you, how will you deal with them? Will you become the master of celestial capital and become the leader of heaven-cleaving society? Or will you stand with us? I won't let them descend. Great Change paused for a moment before he suddenly smiled. I'm Great Change of the 17th epoch, the 5th supreme of innate realm. I have the responsibility to protect this universe, so I'm duty-bound. Well said. Tai Shi immediately clapped. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief. What he needed was Tai Yi's stance. Otherwise, if the splitting heavens horde attacked, it would be too easy to surrender to the enemy, and it would be dangerous. Ling Yuxiu said worriedly, Then the injuries on your body. Qin Mu smiled. I've been thinking about how to deal with these Tao injuries along the way, and even though I haven't thought of the principles of the paths and skills contained in the Tao injuries, I've already thought of the method to wipe away these injuries on the way. It's just that I wanted to leave the Tao injuries to meet Tao brother Tai Yi, so I haven't gotten rid of them yet. Great Change's gaze flickered as he asked, How are you going to get rid of your Tao injuries? The people of Splitting the Heavens don't walk the Great Tao of Runes, but that doesn't mean that the Great Tao of Runes can't break their paths, skills, and divine arts. Chaotic chi suddenly surged out from Qin Mu's body. It was like long dragons that surrounded him, and the chaotic chi was like 16 smaller rivers of chaos. Soon his entire body turned into chaos and disappeared. In its place was a huge egg of chaos that stood in front of everyone. Everyone raised their heads to look up and saw that the egg of chaos was still growing. Soon it surpassed the hall where Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu lived in the huge golden boat. The egg of chaos grew bigger and bigger, causing them to retreat continuously. Not long after, the egg of chaos had already surpassed the majestic divine mountains around them. Everyone hurriedly boarded the world-crossing golden boat. The golden boat moved forward, like a golden leaf floating beside the primal chaos embryo. One could see the surrounding clouds curling up. Waves of beats could be heard coming from the primal chaos embryo. It was like the heartbeat of a giant in the embryo, but also like a morning bell. It was thick and long. Suddenly, a world-shocking sword light appeared from the primal chaos embryo. With a single sword, it split open the heavens and separated the primal chaos. Boom! At the place where the heavens and earth were split apart, the huge primordial chaos embryo was split into two. Primordial chaos purple chi undulated in the embryo, and the purple light was incomparably dazzling. That was the sign of the primordial chaos being split apart, and the evolution of primordial chaos. After a long while, the purple light and purple chi gradually dispersed. Qin Mu stood in the split-apart primordial chaos embryo, and the injuries on his corporeal body disappeared. He was in high spirits. The cracked egg of chaos gradually disappeared and fused into his body. Qin Mu walked over from midair, and his body became smaller and smaller. When he reached the ship, he had already recovered. Everyone couldn't help praising him, and Tai couldn't help praising him. Good Dao skill. As expected of the man who was praised as chaos by the master of Miluo Palace. Ling Yuxiu also let out a sigh of relief. When she heard him praise Qin Mu, she was also happy for him in her heart. Heaven-cleaving society. Tai Shi pointed at Qin Mu and cried out in astonishment. Founding Emperor Qin Yi couldn't help raising his sword sheath and wrapping it heavily on his head. Tai Shi covered his head and asked in puzzlement, "Isn't Heavenly Venerate Mu using heaven-cleaving technique to break the Dao wounds on his body, the same as heaven-cleaving society?" "Of course it's different," Founding Emperor Qin Yi said. "Heavenly Venerate Mu used the great Dao of runes, and he didn't destroy one world after another to split the heavens and transform divine arts and paths. He has no evil thoughts." When he said this, he hesitated for a moment and felt that his Dao heart was at a disadvantage, so he didn't continue. Qin Mu's Dao injuries were completely healed, and his gaze flickered. When everyone saw the glow in his eyes, their hearts couldn't help moving slightly. Heavenly Venerate Mu has indeed forgotten about the pain after he recovered from his scar. So what are his thoughts now? When can Daoist brother Great Yi's Dao injuries be healed? Qin Mu asked. Su Shenghua said, "If I join hands with Lan Yuqian, even if no one else does it, it will still take 30 years to heal. What if I'm added in?" Qin Mu's eyes lit up and he was eager to give it a try. "If I'm added in, I'll be able to heal him in more than 10 years. Grady immediately said, "If you're added in, it'll take 100 years. Fellow Daoist Su and fellow Daoist Lan can help me heal. I don't need your help." Qin Mu could only give up. The 16th epoch was destroyed, and in the sky above great abyss of returning ruins, figures landed on the cliff walls one after another. The leader of the heaven-cleaving multitude had a smile on his face. It was as if the smile was drawn on his face, giving people a strange feeling. Second young Master Wuji of Moreau Palace. The smiling man's voice traveled into the depths of great abyss of returning ruins. "We want to borrow this path of yours to head to the 17th epoch. We would like to request young Master Wuji's permission. Come down." Second young Master Wuji's voice came from the great abyss as he chuckled. "All right." The smiling man leaped into the great abyss. Behind him, the other 34 cleaved heavens members leaped down one after another. Second young Master Wuji had never expected that these heaven-cleaving masses would agree so quickly, nor did he expect that they would really jump into the returning ruins. Who in the world didn't know that the returning ruins was dangerous? Who didn't know second young Master Wuji's fierce reputation? Even third young Master of Mycroft Palace didn't dare to be impudent in front of her. When he begged her to make a move, he had no choice but to lower his stance. Furthermore, no one dared to transmigrate from the sinkhole to the next universe epoch, except for people like Qin Mu and the Empress who had become Dao practitioners in the sinkhole. Because the path of sinkhole was incompatible with the path of Dao practitioners, entering the sinkhole was the place where the destruction tribulation was the most intense. Their Dao trees, Dao flowers, Dao fruits, their great overarching heaven, and their 36 heavenly Dao realm would all disintegrate in the sinkhole and become nutrients for the second young master. However, These heaven-opening masses were actually so bold as to completely disregard her. It seemed like they had come prepared. Led by the smiling man, the 35 heaven-opening masses continued to fall from the sinkhole's entrance to the 16th epoch. The moment they entered the sinkhole's great abyss, the destructive tribulation of the 16th epoch instantly became incomparably terrifying. The destructive tribulation in the great abyss could crush everything. The 35 heaven-opening masses were like candles falling in a violent storm, seemingly about to be extinguished at any moment. In the storm, white light climbed up the red chain formed by the red, not at an extremely fast speed. It was white hair that interweaved and grew on the surface of the chain, sealing the surface of the chain. Soon the 5 chains formed by the red knot all turned white. Ever since third young master Ling Xiao untied the first rune of the red knot for Wuji, the red knot seal used by the master of the Miluo Palace to suppress her had loosened. With the first opening, Wuji had a breakthrough point. He used the path of the ultimate to continuously invade and wear down the red knot seal of the master of the Miluo Palace. Now the red knot seal had been broken into hundreds of thousands of runes. The 35 gates of heaven was still on the way down. As those people fell, the power of the destruction tribulation became stronger and stronger. It was so strong that when an ordinary Tao practitioner came here, all of their Tao paths would be cut off in an instant, the degree of being reduced to ashes. Entering the sinkhole from the 17th epoch and entering the sinkhole from the 16th epoch were two completely different concepts. This was because the universe of the 17th epoch was still in the process of growing. The universe had yet to grow to its full form, and the energy of the sinkhole was the smallest there. Ordinary heavenly venerates could rely on their own cultivation bases to protect themselves and resist the power of the sinkhole. From there they could enter the sinkhole. As for whether or not they could escape, that would depend on their own abilities. As for the sinkhole in the 16th epoch, it could be said to be the most dangerous place in the 16th epoch. The power of the sinkhole had become incomparably violent and terrifying. Even palace lords would find it difficult to protect themselves in the sinkhole. Even the young master of the Miluo Palace would find it difficult to walk out of the sinkhole in one piece. As the 35 splitting heavens fell, their bodies and Yuanshan kept splitting apart and disintegrating. Although they were all extremely powerful, they could not withstand such a ferocious sinkhole great abyss. Some of them had Tao trees, Tao fruits, Tao flowers, and great overarching heaven. However, before they even reached the bottom of the great abyss, their Tao trees and Tao flowers disintegrated one after another. Great overarching heaven was destroyed, and their Tao fruits were reduced to nothingness. The chaotic aura was like a waterfall as it descended from the sky. It fluttered in the air and contrasted with the white-red ropes and chains. It was very charming. Second young master Wuji was at the bottom of the sinkhole. He lay on his back on the sea of chaos and watched this scene quietly. A look of joy appeared on his face. So many experts have come to give me energy and nourish me. Teacher, oh teacher, you suppressed me in the sea of chaos. You wanted to use the sea of chaos to wear down my cultivation and strength. You wanted to grind me to death. You didn't expect it, did you? There are actually people who are so stupid as to plan to sneak into the next epoch through the ultimate. She chuckled. After devouring them, I will be able to recover to my peak state, even surpassing my peak state. Teacher, today is the day that I will be freed. I will fulfill your ideals, teacher, but my way of doing things is different from yours. I will devour everything, devour all the decay in the universe, and open up a perfect world in your dreams. She suddenly became excited, but the 35 splitting heavens suddenly had another change, and the chaotic energy around the shattered splitting heavens suddenly had a change. The chaotic energy actually turned into miniature universes, expanding outwards and quickly turning into a complete universe. The universe emitted a strange and unfathomable aura of the great Tao, and second young master Wuji was actually unable to differentiate between these types of great Tao. The bodies of those who had opened up the heavens were also being destroyed before they disintegrated, turning into streams of chaotic energy that fell into the 35 universe worlds. The chaotic energy was like a rainbow, falling into those worlds and turning into those who had opened up the heavens. It was still the same as before. Second young master Wuji had never seen such a strange great Tao, and such a strange divine ability. The 35 worlds in the heavens were like 35 bright and dazzling pearls that continued to fall into the sea of chaos. These 35 worlds formed their own worlds. They were constantly annihilated and born during the destruction tribulation. Even though the power of the destruction tribulation was unimaginable, the 35 sky-splitting masses were still safe and sound. It could even be said that not a single bit of their cultivation had been damaged. Second young Master Wuji did not devour any of their strength. These blasphemers are indeed capable. Second young Master Wuji's thoughts moved slightly. The white hair that was wrapped around the 5 chains suddenly flew up from the chains and stabbed towards the 35 cleaved heavens. Chi-chi-chi. The white hair pierced into the 35 heavens one by one. The white hair crazily devoured the energy of the heavens. Some of the white hair even pierced through the bodies and primordial spirits of the cleaved heavens. However, they were just to serve me as an appetizer. Second young Master Wuji had just said this when the white hair suddenly snapped off. The 35 heaven-cleaving masses divine arts and Tao arts were extremely strange, cutting off her white hair. Her white hair fell into the heavens, but she actually lost her senses. Not only was she unable to absorb the power of the heaven-cleaving masses, her white hair actually turned into the power of the heaven-cleaving masses in the heavens. She had been absorbed by the splitting heavens. Second young Master Wuji flew into a rage, and suddenly activated the 16th epoch's sinkhole lotus. The lotus platform rapidly descended and swept towards the 35 splitting heavens, destroying the various heavenly worlds one by one. The Tao of the sinkhole was the most mysterious and terrifying great Tao in the world. As the highest achiever of the Tao of the sinkhole, she thought highly of herself. She even felt that she was the only person who had the possibility of surpassing the master of the Miluo Palace. Unexpectedly, she actually suffered a small loss when she clashed with the Splitting Heavens faction. Naturally, she could not tolerate it. The power of the red rope knot erupted and suppressed her power. Second young Master Wuji did not care about it, and suddenly leaped out of the surface of the Sea of Chaos. He let out a sharp cry and his white hair flew up. Within the Sea of Chaos, lotus leaves floated in the air. Countless sinkholes of various sizes appeared on the surface of the Sea of Chaos. They were like black holes that devoured everything and refined everything. One after another, they surged out and welcomed the 35 Splitting Heavens faction. It was as if the 35 Splitting Heavens had entered the apocalypse. Their heavenly worlds crumbled under Second Young Master's attacks, and were devoured by the sinkhole. Their heavenly worlds were dragged into the sinkhole divine arts of varying sizes. Their bodies and Yuan Shan were also dragged into the sinkhole, and began to turn into chaotic qi. Even so, the splitting heavens were not flustered. It was as if they had their own countermeasures. Sky-cleaving masses, you have the strength to overcome the destruction tribulation. But do you have the strength to overcome the life creation tribulation? Second young Master Wuji shouted and suddenly activated his ultimate divine ability. The Tao of the ultimate had 2 sides, destruction and life creation. At this moment, the power of the life creation tribulation began to erupt from the other side of the Tao of the ultimate. Boom! The life creation tribulation erupted from the ultimate divine abilities one by one. The sky-cleaving masses were completely destroyed, and the ultimate divine abilities exploded. In the sky above Second Young Master Wuji, a strange scene of the heaven and earth splitting 5 grandmasters evolving appeared. Second Young Master raised his head to look at this magnificent scene, and a smile appeared on his face. The people of the world had many misconceptions about the ultimate. They thought that the ultimate was just destruction, but the creation of the ultimate was even more terrifying. The destruction of the Great Tribulation, those who had attained Tao might be able to overcome it, but the life creation tribulation was a great tribulation that even the young masters of the Ilua Palace felt was terrifying. At the moment when a new universe was created, the explosive power would destroy everything in the past universe and turn it into a new universe. And those who had attained Tao in the sinkhole were the only ones who could control this power. In the Miluo Palace, only the master of the Miluo Palace and the first young master, the Grand Supreme, dared to say that they could survive the life creation tribulation. No one else could. This was also the reason why the palace master and the young master of the Miluo Palace were so afraid of her. Under her life creation divine ability, the splitting heavens sect would not be spared. However, just as the miniature universes were forming in the sky above the primal chaos sea, The 5 extreme changes suddenly stopped. In those falling miniature universes, all sorts of strange Taos that second young master had never seen before were formed. The creation process of these miniature universes was not under her control at all. She could not control it either. The evolution path of the miniature universes became strange and unpredictable. When these miniature universes fell on the surface of the primal chaos sea, the 35 splitting heavens group walked out from those miniature universes one after another and surrounded her in the center. They formed a strange formation. The formation of the heaven-opening altar. Second young master Wuji is indeed extraordinary. The smiling man in the lead was still the same as before. The smile on his face was very scary. His facial muscles seemed to be fixed on his face. The smile on his mouth was wide open, revealing a mouthful of teeth. When he spoke, his facial muscles did not move. Only his tongue was moving. However, his smile was not a mask but a real smile. A smile that made one's hair stand on end. In the battle with the third young master, we only injured the third young master and allowed him to escape. However, in the battle with the second young master, we were repeatedly beaten up and did not have the strength to fight back. The smiling man's expression did not change. His tone seemed to be praising the second young master, Wuji. However, his smile made one shudder. It's a pity that we have experienced too much, be it the destruction tribulation or the life creation tribulation. After all, we were the ones who initiated the life creation tribulation in the 7th epoch. The smiling man smiled and said, "Second young master, are you ready to witness our sky-splitting grand rite?" Second young master Wuji's expression was solemn. The 16 ultimate lotuses suddenly merged together and turned into a 16 Tao grade lotus platform. She stood barefoot on the lotus platform. At that moment, 35 heavens-cleaving masses figures fell apart, and the heaven-cleaving sacrificial ceremony erupted. In the ancestral court, Qin Mu suddenly felt something and raised his head to look up. He saw an incomparably terrifying energy bursting forth from the seal in the sky above the ancestral court and breaking through his seal. God Mu was nearing the end. Did everyone know who the 10 supreme experts of the ancient gods were? Fatty Dragon was taking stock. He would get the answer at 10 o'clock at night. Did you all guess it? Who can pass through sinkhole? Just as Qin Mu thought of this, the sky suddenly swelled up, and it looked like a huge round bun had fallen from the sky. The round bun expanded and shrank, and when it shrank back, no abnormalities could be seen. However, when it swelled up, it could almost touch the highest mountain range of the ancestral court. Founding Emperor Qin Yi Taisher and the rest also noticed this scene and raised their heads to look. When the huge bun in the sky swelled up, it was as if it contained the starry sky of the universe. When the bun shrank, it was as if a huge black hole had swallowed the starry sky. Qin Mu's expression changed slightly. There's someone fighting in the returning ruins, and the power of the divine art is extremely strong. The seal I left behind is a seal that connects to the power of the returning ruins, and this power can break through my seal. Could it be that a young master is about to sneak over from the returning ruins? In the sky, the round bun kept expanding and shrinking. The ripples that came out from the returning ruins contained the great Tao divine art of the returning ruins, but they weren't all divine arts of the returning ruins. There were other great Tao divine arts that Qin Mu had never seen before. This kind of divine art ripples. Qin Mu's expression changed slightly, and he finally thought of a possibility. Heaven-cleaving cult. He had seen the divine arts of heaven-cleaving cult before, and they were strange and unpredictable, making it impossible to guard against. The divine arts that were transmitted from the returning ruins were somewhat similar to the divine arts of the heaven-cleaving cult that were blocking his path of return. However, the divine arts that were transmitted from the returning ruins were stronger than the divine arts of the heaven-cleaving cult, and they were even stranger. In fact, their power had increased by 100 times. There are only 36 heaven-cleaving cult members. Could Heavenly Venerate Ling be among them? Qin Mu shook his head when he thought of this. If Heavenly Venerate Ling was among them, with her abilities, she would definitely become the leader of the heaven-cleaving cult. If that was the case, the matter of heaven-cleaving cult trying to possess Qin Mu's daughter, Qin Lingjun, wouldn't have happened. Heavenly Venerate Ling isn't among them. With just those 35 heaven-cleaving cult members, they shouldn't be able to unleash such astonishing power. Could it be? Qin Mu thought of the key point. Back then, the Master of Heaven Capital had gathered the Tao practitioners of Heaven Capital City to open the heaven and set up an altar to gather the power of all the Tao practitioners. Only then had the 17th epoch been opened. The Master of Heaven Capital was already dead, and without the Master of Heaven Capital presiding over the heaven opening altar, the other heaven opening masses wouldn't be able to fully unleash the power of the heaven opening altar. However, if these heaven opening masses formed a formation similar to the heaven opening altar, by executing the combined attack skill, they could gather their power together and unleash unimaginable power. He suddenly rose and rushed toward the returning ruins. At the same time, Tai Yi, who was recuperating, also rose and rushed toward the returning ruins in the sky. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly. Tai Yi must have recognized the divine art of heaven opening masses. Under the world tree, Old Man Boundless injuries were also slowly recovering. The abnormal phenomenon caused by heaven opening heaven society barging into the sinkhole was naturally not hidden from him. Blasphemer! Old Man Boundless' expression fluctuated, and he suddenly made up his mind. He couldn't care about healing his Tao injuries and immediately stood up to head toward sinkhole. In the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, the 5th Hall Master of Miluo Palace had already descended, and 4 more Tao practitioners had descended. The 5 Hall Masters and the group of Tao practitioners looked up at the sky with solemn expressions. No one is allowed to go to the sinkhole. Suddenly, the face of the leader, Palace Master Yunlong, sank. He shouted. 3rd Young Master already knows the whole story. It was the Splitting Heavens faction that barged into the sinkhole and fought with the 2nd Young Master. 3rd Young Master ordered that both sides suffer heavy losses. The more they die, the more beneficial it will be for the arrival of the 2 Young Masters. The other Palace Masters and Tao practitioners felt a chill in their hearts and agreed. Palace Master Yunlong looked up at the sinkhole with a strange gaze. He muttered, "This time, the Splitting Heavens faction borrowed the path to the sinkhole and fought with the 2nd Young Master. They will definitely lose a few. These blasphemers deserve to die." Young Master Wuji has also done many evil deeds. He has harmed his fellow Taoists, betrayed his teacher, and betrayed the Miluo Palace. It would be best if they die together. Palace Master 8 Vision said from the side. Even if the Splitting Heavens faction comes out of the sinkhole, they will only fall into the ancestral court trap set up by Young Master Primal Chaos and be trapped here. Once they enter this beast trap, they will have nowhere to go, so they can only kill each other. Young Master Ling Xiao and Young Master Zi Xiao will be able to descend smoothly. Hall Master and Tao practitioners in Jade Capital City sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight, not moving an inch. At this moment, Qin Mu, Tai Yi, and Old Man Wuya were still charging toward Great Abyss of Sinkhole. In the sky, the layers of seals Qin Mu had laid down began to disintegrate. The divine art ripples from the fight between heaven-cleaving cult and 2nd Young Master Wu Ji had rushed out from Great Abyss of Sinkhole, but they had only broken through his seals. The seals hadn't disintegrated. Now that the seals had disintegrated, the Great Abyss of Returning Ruins was revealed. However, Qin Mu's seals hadn't been completely destroyed, so some parts of the sky of the ancestral court were dark while others were still blue. The darkness was mottled, and the area became larger and larger. The 3 of them were about to rush into Returning Ruins when they suddenly heard a world-shaking bang. The other seals Qin Mu had laid down were shattered, and a face with a strange smile suddenly hung down from the sky, blocking the Great Abyss. The face and the owner of the face were like a huge drop of water. They fell down and then shrank back and more parts fell out. His body was too huge and it was as if he was stuck in sinkhole. It was also as if someone had grabbed his ankle from behind, and he was struggling with all his might. This happened again and again, and the incomparably huge smiling face suddenly fell down from sinkhole. Great Change's expression changed slightly, and he said to Qin Mu, "Fellow Taoist, please go back." Qin Mu was slightly stunned, not understanding what he meant. Great Change's aura became stronger and stronger, and the 20 or so slaughter path divine nails that were stuck in his lower body suddenly started to spin and escape from his body. "Great Change, you are still injured. Take out your divine nails, they can't suppress your Tao injuries." Qin Mu hurriedly stopped him, but in this short period of time, Great Change had already forced all the slaughter path divine nails out of his body. Great Change's speed increased greatly, and he took a step forward to surpass Qinmu and welcome the falling smiling man. At the same time, Old Man Wuya flew over from the side and went straight for the smiling man in Great Change. The incomparably huge body of the smiling man suddenly twisted and exploded with a bang, turning into 35 heavens. He stood in the air and waited quietly for Great Change's arrival. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles. The smiling man was among them. He stood at the very front, the smile on his face unchanged. Each of them had suffered Dao injuries. It was obvious that they had not had an easy time fighting second young Master Wuji. They had also gone through a bloody battle before sneaking over from the sinkhole. Old Man Wuya had been the first to arrive. He had attacked the 35 gates of heaven at the same time. He knew better than anyone the dangers of the gates of heaven. It wasn't that Old Man Wuya cared about the people of the world, but that the path of the 35 splitting heavens had completely abandoned the traditional path of the Dao realm. If he didn't cultivate the Dao tree, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Taking advantage of these splitting heavens being injured, he naturally wanted to get rid of them to prevent future trouble. The 35 splitting heavens were all staggered, and they used the formation of the splitting heavens altar to meet Old Man Wuya. Before the divine abilities of both sides could be fully unleashed, Tai had already appeared behind Old Man Wuya, and a divine axe appeared in his hand. Old Man Wuya was astonished to the extreme as he resisted the attacks in front of him and behind him. Boom! Old Man Wuya's blood splattered in the sky as he fled with his blood, leaving behind many broken world tree roots and branches in the sky. Suddenly, the instant the power of the divine arts of the three sides erupted, Qinmu flashed over and cut into the divine arts of the three sides. His body stopped and he landed in the center of the 35 heaven-cleaving cult members. Rise! Qinmu stomped his foot heavily, and a heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar rose from under his feet. Beautiful paths and skills surged out in all directions, perfectly matching the heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar of 35 heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar. He mobilized his magic power, and the 35 heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar felt their power pouring out and fusing with Qinmu's magic power. They all revealed astonished expressions, and their gazes landed on Qinmu in the center of the sacrificial altar. Qinmu saw through their heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar, and used the same formation to fuse with their heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar formation. He occupied the eye of the formation, which was also the heaven-cleaving ground in the middle of the sacrificial altar. When he mobilized his magic power, his body sank slightly and he pulled out his sword. The magic power of heaven-cleaving cult also seemed to be mobilized by him to strengthen his power. 34th Heaven of Dao Realm, Heaven-Opening Writings. The power of his heaven-cleaving cult had risen to an unprecedented level at this moment. It was more than 100 times stronger than the previous move. His sword accumulated power and didn't unleash it. It restrained 35 heavens-cleaving cult while his gaze was fixed on Tai, who was walking over with his axe. He used this opportunity to control 35 heavens-cleaving cult. He wasn't guarding against anyone else, it was Tai. Dao brother. Qinmu's voice was low and filled with a threat. Don't come any closer. Stop. Tai's gaze was strange as he asked, Dao friend, what do you mean by this? Qinmu gave a snort. The power of heaven-opening writings could pour out at any moment and transform into an unparalleled strike that could change the world. However, the person in front of him was the person he respected the most, so he couldn't unleash this move. Seventh young master is indeed the most difficult person to deal with in the world. Suddenly, the smiling person turned his head and smiled at Qinmu, who was in the middle of the sacrificial altar. The smile on his face made people's hair stand on end. It's no wonder Ling admires you so much and thinks that your talent is unparalleled. Qinmu's heart trembled, and he immediately felt that the formation of heaven-opening sacrificial altar was no longer the same. He had observed heaven-cleaving heaven and comprehended this great divine art, but his understanding of heaven-opening sacrificial altar was definitely not as exquisite as heaven-cleaving cult, who had personally participated in the creation of heaven and earth. The smiling man was the first to escape from the marvel of his move, followed by the second heaven-cleaving cult and the third heaven-cleaving cult. Cold sweat broke out on Qinmu's forehead. Just as he was about to execute heaven-cleaving cult, Tai took a step forward and came to the sacrificial altar in the next moment. His tall and imposing body crashed into Qin Mu's body, sending him flying backward. Tai raised his divine axe and slashed down. Qin Mu pulled out his sword to block it, and he retreated even faster. However, Tai's move didn't have much power, as if he was just sending him away. Qin Mu stopped and saw Tai standing in the middle of heaven opening writings. The 35 heavens opening writings bowed in unison and said in unison, "Everyone in Heaven Capital City, welcome back the return of the Master of Heaven Capital." Great Change looked around and looked at the 35 heavens. After a moment he asked, "Fellow Taoists, how have you been? How have you been?" The 35 heavens were very happy and said in unison, "Master of Heaven Capital, please follow us to the abandoned land and return to your true body." Great Change's gaze landed on Qin Mu in the distance, but he retracted it and said solemnly, "All right, return to your true body." Qin Mu frowned. The 35 heavens cleaving mass suddenly executed the formation of heaven-opening sacrificial altar and tore the sky apart. Together with Great Change, they teleported out of the cage of the ancestral court and disappeared. Qin Mu's expression sank, and he mobilized his magic power to pull back Sinkhole, which had been sent flying away by the 35 heavens cleaving mass. He mobilized the power of Sinkhole and laid down layers of seals once again. Founding Emperor Qin Yi Shangjun and the rest rushed over, but before they could ask, Qin Mu said solemnly, "Great Change and the heavens cleaving mass went to the filthy space to search for the true body of the Master of Celestial Capital. If he becomes the Master of Heaven's Capital, can he still maintain the form of Great Change?" Taisher asked. Qin Mu shook his head. He didn't know the answer to this question. Heavenly Venerate Ling should have tampered with Great Change, making him no longer the Master of Heaven's Capital. Miluo Palace Master had sent him back to the fourth epoch, allowing him to examine the actions of the Master of Heaven's Capital and all of heaven-cleaving society himself. Tai's current state of mind was completely different from the state of mind of the Master of the Capital. However, it was hard to say if Tai could still maintain his state of mind after merging with the Master of the Capital. Why did Tai go with them? Shangjun did not understand. Regardless of whether it was Tai or that cripple in the obelisk forest, he respected them very much. However, he felt that they were two different people. Great Change didn't need to become another person. The danger of splitting open the heavens is too great. If we make a move, Great Change doesn't have the confidence to defeat them, and he also doesn't have the confidence to keep them in the ancestral court. Qin Mu looked at them. "I need to make a trip to the Void Pickling Grounds. You guys stay here. When Great Change and I aren't around, you guys have to be careful of the attacks from Jade Capital City and the World Tree. I'll leave the golden boat to pass the world. If you guys can't withstand it, board the golden boat to hide." Everyone nodded. Qin Mu took a long breath and with a flash, he disappeared from the trap of the ancestral court. The unclean space. Heaven-cleaving masses and Great Change walked among them. This unclean space was filled with mystery, and many things that couldn't be destroyed even if they were destroyed or created life tribulations were thrown here. There were also the ruins of the heavenly capital city. Back then, the heaven-opening grounds of the heaven-opening masters of the heavenly capital city, the obelisk forest where the eldest young master of the Iluwa Palace suppressed the evil and unorthodox paths, as well as all sorts of strange objects in the forest. Tai and the heaven-opening masses traveled through the ruins of the heavenly capital city once again. They ascended the heaven-opening altar, and the heaven-opening masses sighed endlessly. The smiling man said, "All these years we have been looking for our leader." Ling said that she had sent her leader's primordial spirit to the future, but Ling was a very uncertain person. After all, she had joined the heavenly capital halfway, and her Tao heart was not as pure as ours. Tai stood on the two footprints in the middle of the altar. Those were the footprints he had left behind. Standing there again, he was filled with emotions. After a moment, Tai said, "Ling's aptitude and comprehension is the best among you. Why didn't you follow her after I died?" The 35 tenths of the heavens looked at each other and shook their heads. "Ling is not suitable to be our leader. She is soft-hearted and can't see the essence of life." The smiling man said, "Life is just a pile of matter and energy. She thinks that we should respect it, but she neglected that we can create life and even create a world. We can even mold the world and life into what we want. She can't do that. We only have one leader, and that is the Lord of the capital. Tai looked at them and frowned slightly. In the past he had the same thoughts, which was why he had this group of followers. But now his thoughts had changed. Ever since he became Tai, he had tried his best not to interfere with the process of the 17th epoch, and allowed the 17th epoch to develop on its own. This was completely different from the actions of the master of the capital. In order to save our leader, we once influenced the future in the past. We are here to show the 7th young master what happened when the capital opened up. The smiling man said. It's a pity that young master Primal Chaos disappointed us. He hesitated when he was about to heal our leader. Don't worry, leader, we can definitely heal you. Heal me. Tai looked at the Dao wounds on his body. Obviously, they were not referring to the Dao wounds left by the battle with 3rd young master and 4th young master. They were referring to Tai's thoughts and ideals. The heaven-opening masses believed that the current Tai's thoughts and ideals were sick, imperfect, and needed to be healed. Their method of healing Tai was to make Tai become the master of the capital and the leader in their hearts. They left the ruins of Celestial Capital City, and all kinds of strange things floated over from the pickled field in the void. However, when faced with the people who had split open the heavens, those strange things shrank back. They searched for a long time in the pickled field and saw a huge group of coffins in front of them. Many coffins were connected together again, and were heading straight for them. The last time Qin came here, he had encountered a group of coffins blocking his way. He had used his world-crossing golden ship to crush them, crushing many coffins while the other coffins had escaped. Fellow Taoists. The smiling man stood in front of the heaven-cleaving masses. Dao voice trembled. The day for you to escape is coming. The master of heaven capital is about to descend, and you will be able to see the light of day again and take revenge. The grudge between you and Miluo Palace and 7th young master can be settled. The coffins seemed to understand his words, and they were filled with joy. The chains that bound the coffins started to shake. Young master, there's a reason why the chaos has suppressed them. Tai reminded the smiling man and the others. If they are released, they will be extremely dangerous. The smile on the smiling man's face was extremely terrifying. The Miluo Palace is more powerful than our heavenly capital. The heavenly capital needs them to fight against the Miluo Palace. Leader, you're really sick. You wouldn't think that way in the past. The other members of the Splitting Heavens faction also said. Leader is sick. The old leader doesn't need to care about these things. Even if the universe is destroyed and the sky is reopened, we can just start from the beginning. Tai's eyes twitched. They continued to move forward and finally found the door that had been smashed by the Crossing World's golden ship. The 35 Splitting Heavens faction led Tai in. Young master, chaos has broken the formation here and saved us a lot of trouble. The obelisks here were all topsy-turvy. It was caused by the impact of the world-crossing golden ship when Qin had come here the last time. Later, young master Grand Supreme descended and took advantage of Qin, making him give up on the idea of healing Great Change and Cripple. When young master Grand Supreme and Qin left, they didn't restore the forest of obelisks. Young master Grand Supreme and young master Qin are two great evildoers. In the past universe, they suppressed quite a number of fellow Taoists. Smiling Face Man and the rest of the heaven-cleaving masses escorted Tai into the forest of steels. They were so strong, yet they were actually able to forcefully resist the suppression of the forest of steels. Smiling Face Man said. Young Master Grand Supreme regards the ideals of Miluo Palace as his ideals. The rules of his way of doing things are too strong, so we can't use him. Child Chaos although also is great evil person, but he does not have the rule, does not have the principle, therefore may use. Unfortunately, the child Taishang finally convinced him. So much so that we had to risk coming from the ultimate to heal the leader ourselves. Tai said. Child Taishang and Child Hundun are to suppress those who do evil world of the strong. This move is not excessive. The leader is really sick. 35 Gates of Heaven was worried, but he soon felt relieved. Fortunately, the leader will be cured soon. Tai saw the situation and was speechless. Suddenly his heart moved. Logically speaking, after he entered the forest of obelisks, he would immediately connect with the paralytic in the forest of obelisks. In the end, he would disappear and become compatible with the paralytic. However, they had already entered deep into the forest of obelisks, and there were still no changes to his body. Tai remained calm. He was surrounded by the crowd and continued to enter deeper. After a long while, they finally arrived at the core area of the forest of obelisks. They saw a small village appear there. The forest of obelisks surrounded this village. There was a tree at the entrance of the village. A pig was hanging upside down from the tree. That pig was whimpering it wanted to come down, but it was unable to escape. On the stone at the entrance of the village, an old man was squinting and smoking a hookah. In a few dilapidated houses in the village, a woman was hammering her clothes by the well. The hammers rose and fell, making her clothes crackle. There was a little girl with 2 braids of goat horns who was trying her best to climb the tree, trying to pick the fruits on the tree. Under the eaves, there was an old woman who was squinting and leaning against the wall to take a nap. The 35 gates of heaven led Tai to the village and looked around. The smiling man bowed to the old man. Dao brother Dongyang, you were the 3rd most powerful warrior in the capital back then. You have been missing for a long time. I didn't expect you to be suppressed here. Dao brother, today is the day that you will be freed. It is also the day that the leader will recover from his illness. Congratulations. The old man Dongyang glanced at him. He said indifferently. So it is fellow Taoist Shijing. Who was it that made his face so ugly? I am doing very well here. I was not suppressed by the Supreme. I came here on my own initiative. As for the leader, he is not sick. He is only injured. The smiling man said. Brother Dongyang, regardless of whether the leader is injured or sick, he must be treated. Where is the leader's physical body? Please come out quickly. The old man Dongyang raised his brows and swept his gaze across the faces of the other heaven-opening masses. He knocked on his pipe and stood up. He chuckled and said, Ever since the leader died, all of you have become more and more useless. You're making people neither human nor ghost. You're so scary. You should go back. The leader doesn't need you. The smiling man sighed. It seems that Brother Dongyang is also sick and needs treatment. The other Splitting Open Heavens members also said, Brother Dongyang is sick. Quickly lie down. We will help you treat him. The old man Dongyang flew into a rage and shouted like thunder. Are you not listening to me? The 35 Splitting Open Heavens members turned a deaf ear to his Dao shout. They all raised their heads and looked at him with strange expressions. The old man Dongyang was shocked. His Dao shout could affect the mind and state of mind of the person being shouted at. When the Dao was asked about the Dao heart, even the palace masters and young masters of the Miluo Palace had to answer when faced with his Dao shout, awakening the things hidden in the depths of his Dao heart. The heaven-cleaving public should have been awakened from the memories of the past, yet this 35 heavens-cleaving public actually had no effect on his Dao shout. All of you have already become monsters in the experiments of heaven cleaving over and over again. Old man Dongyang sighed and said in a desolate voice, 7th young master, I'm at my wit's end. Just leave it to you. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Mu walked out from the house behind the old woman and carried a huge coffin of the god of burial path on his shoulder. Dong. He put the coffin down and said indifferently, The person in this coffin is the cripple you're looking for. The gazes of heaven-cleaving cult landed on Qin Mu and the coffin of Dao burial god. Qin Mu had arrived here before them, and not only had he arrived earlier than them, he had even brought the coffin. The coffin of Dao burial god had been created by Great Young Master Grand Supreme to suppress great change. Qin Mu had probably woken up East Sun and the rest when he arrived here and convinced them to place the corporeal body of the Master of Heaven's capital, that cripple, in the coffin. Qin Mu had already been to the obelisk many times and was familiar with the path. Furthermore, he had been delayed for a period of time on the path between heaven-cleaving cult and great change, so he had been the first to arrive here to make the arrangements. Young Master is chaotic, unyielding and never gives up. The smiling face said, You have already experienced our paths and skills, so you should know that you aren't our match. Not to mention you, even young Master Wuji is no match for us. So what if you put the leader in the coffin? I will beat you, open the coffin and invite the leader. It is not difficult for us to open the heavens. If you want to beat the 7th young master, you have to beat me first. The woman at the side stopped hammering and stood up. She put the mallet on her shoulder and said in an awe-inspiring manner, "The heavens have opened the heavens. You have become twisted monsters. You cannot be impudent here. You still have to defeat me first." The old woman stood up and said shakily, "Although I have not interacted with the seventh young master many times and have heard of his notorious reputation, compared to the evil seventh young master, I cannot stand you. And I, Zhu Santong." The pig hanging upside down on the tree at the entrance of the village suddenly broke free from the ropes and landed on the ground. He turned into a strong man and walked over in large strides. He sneered, "I have always been against the Miluo Palace, and I despise the so-called young master even more. Whenever I meet him, I have to spit out thick phlegm to wash my face. However, the seventh young master is a variant of the Miluo Palace, and I find him more pleasing to the eye. On the contrary, I don't find you guys pleasing to the eye. If you want to deal with the seventh young master, then step over my dead body." "All right." Smiling face Ren Shijing laughed out loud, but there was no change in his expression. "You still want to defeat me?" Old man Dongyang said indifferently, "It was Ling who invited me here to protect Tiandu's body. Don't let anyone destroy his body. I admire Ling as much as I admire Tiandu. I promised her that I would do it. Even if I was one of you back then, even if I was one of you, I would still stop you." The girl sighed and slid down from the tree. She said resentfully, "Yaya doesn't admire the seventh young master, nor does she know the master of Tiandu, much less know about your grudges. However, during the time that Yaya was imprisoned, she became good friends with Zhu Santong, Dongyang, and the others. If good friends want to oppose you, Yaya can only force herself to do so. Later, when you step over Yaya's body, you must be gentle." Smiling face human world scenery sighed, "All of you are sick, your brains are sick, so you need treatment." Zhu Santong cursed loudly, "You are the one who is sick, your whole family is sick. All of your brains are broken." Heaven opening crowd didn't care about his insults at all. Even though they had gone down the wrong path, their attainments in Dao hearts were incomparably powerful. They only treated Zhu Santong and the rest as patients who needed treatment. The more it was like this, the more terrifying it was. "Taoist brother Tai Yi, do you want to become the master of Celestial Capital or be yourself?" Qin Mu suddenly asked. Tai Yi didn't say anything, and the gazes of the people of 35 splitting the heavens also landed on him. He smiled at the world and said, "Leader, you are sick. Only by returning to your identity as the master of Celestial Capital will you recover." Great Change sighed and asked, "Fellow Taoist Mu, will you let me become the master of Celestial Capital?" Qin Mu shook his head. "No. When I first entered Miluo Palace and met the master of Miluo Palace, teacher told me to be careful of Great Change. I doubted his words and thought he was lying. But later on, I understood that the person he wanted me to be careful of wasn't you, but the master of Celestial Capital. Towards you, Dao brother, I can only admire and admire you in my heart. When you were Tai Yi, you were the otherworldly expert who had protected the 17th epoch for 6 billion years. However, if you become the master of Tiandu, you might become the person who destroyed the 17th epoch." Tai Yi fell silent. After a long while, he opened his eyes and revealed a smile. "I understand. You can make your move now." A brilliant light shot out from Qin Mu's eyes and primordial chaos vital chi was suddenly activated. In an instant, countless primordial chaos runes formed in his body and arranged themselves in a strange array. In just an instant, he gave off the feeling that he was a towering obelisk. In the forest of obelisks laid down by eldest young masters Grand Supreme, Qin Mu had sent one of them out of the unclean grounds and into the ancestral court, destroying it in the hands of the Empress. Since the forest of obelisks was incomplete, it was unable to unleash the suppressive power of this place. However, Qin Mu had a deep understanding of the obelisks. Every time he entered the forest of obelisks, he would use primordial chaos runes to imitate the obelisks and blend into the formation. This time, he used his body to transform into the obelisks, which was the same method as the previous time when Great Young Masters Grand Supreme entered the forest of obelisks and transformed into stone tablets to suppress Dongyang and the rest. The forest of obelisks was activated with a bang, and the stone tablets shone brightly in an instant. Countless runes appeared, and the formation left behind by Great Young Master had been activated. The footsteps of the 35 heavens-cleaving masses moved, and their bodies staggered. Their reaction speed was extremely fast. Qin Mu activated the suppression power of the forest of Stelisks, and they also activated the formation of the heaven-opening sacrificial altar at the same time. At the same time, Old Man Dongyang, Zhu Santong, the girl, the woman, and the old woman all moved at the same time to attack 35 heavens-cleaving masses in an attempt to destroy their formation. They were racing against time. Qin Mu had activated the forest of obelisks, and it would take time for him to execute the suppression power of the forest of obelisks to the extreme. They had to block the might of heaven-cleaving masses before that, and they couldn't let them execute the formation of the sacrificial altar. This was the plan that Qin Mu had set with them. The heaven-cleaving mass had a set of combined skills that could take on young master of Mycroft Palace head-on. They could even severely injure second young master Wuji in the great abyss of Sinkhole. Second young master Wuji's abilities were most likely above that of great young master. Even though she was bound by the red knot, it wasn't easy to heavily injure her. For 35 heavens-cleaving mass to be able to heavily injure her in the great abyss of Sinkhole and kill their way out of Sinkhole, Qin Mu had already treated them like young masters. Activating the forest of obelisks required time, and so did the formation of the heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar. At this moment, whoever had the first move would have the chance to win. The phantom image of the heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar rose from beneath the feet of the 35 heavens-cleaving congregation. The 35 of them seemed to be connected in spirit, and the speed of the formation activating the heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar was beyond imagination. Zhu Santong held his spiked mace and charged over, smashing it into the skull of one of the heaven-cleaving congregation. Fresh blood instantly gushed out. The skull of the heaven-cleaving masses was like a blooming flower. The petals split apart in all directions, and his face was split into two halves. He was on top of the two cracked skulls, but he still grinned, which made people's hair stand on end. Zhu Santong was shocked. He's still not dead? A huge drum rose up from the back of the heaven-cleaving masses whose skulls had split open. It shook with a thud, and Zhu Santong spat out fresh blood. The sound of the drum shook 18 times in succession, and Zhu Santong was torn into pieces. The girl's body spun, and the Dao fruit on her Dao tree flew out with a whistling sound. The Dao fruit spun, and thousands of threads flew out from the Dao fruit, piercing through a heaven-cleaving multitude's physical body and primordial spirit. The girl stretched out her hand to grab the threads and pulled with force. However, the heaven-cleaving multitude was not sliced into pieces as she had expected. The girl was shocked. Just as she was about to abandon the thread and leave, the heaven-cleaving multitude suddenly turned to look at her. A vertical eye opened at the center of his brows, and his gaze swept over. Countless tender bamboos burst out of the girl's body and grew wildly, piercing through her body and stabbing into the bamboo forest. Dao trees and Dao fruits have long fallen behind the times, the crowd said indifferently. At the same time, the woman closed in on the battle. She raised her club and swung it. Instantly, multicolored light shot up into the sky from the ancient well behind her. She was extremely powerful and was not weaker than Dongyang at all. The ancient well that she used to fetch water and wash her clothes was where her great Dao lay. She was also the most eye-catching existence in the universe era where she lived. However, what greeted her were the attacks of the three heaven-cleaving masses. The woman had just launched her attack when she was heavily injured by the three heaven-cleaving masses and was sent flying backwards. How can there be such a strange divine ability? Such a strange great Dao. Her mind was buzzing. She had never seen those three heaven-cleaving masses' divine abilities before, and the great Dao they used was also something she had never heard of before. As a result, she was heavily injured by them at the first moment. On the other side, the old woman and the old man, Dongyang, were also attacked by the heaven-cleaving masses at the same time. During the 7th epoch, the old man, Dongyang, was ranked 3rd in Heaven Capital City, second only to the Master of Heaven Capital and the mysterious Ling. He was also a heaven-cleaving masses, and he was as famous as the eldest young master, the Grand Supreme. He thought that he had some understanding of the Dao arts and divine arts of the 35 heaven-cleaving masses. However, contrary to his expectations, the Dao arts and divine arts of the heaven-cleaving masses back then were completely different from the Dao arts and divine arts of the heaven-cleaving masses now. The paths, skills, and divine arts of the 35 heavens cleaving public could no longer be seen. Bang! Bang! His body flew backward, and his corporeal body split open in the air. He was at a loss. He could no longer understand the divine arts of the heaven-cleaving public. On the other side, the old woman was defeated almost at the same time. She had been stepped on by a heaven-cleaving public and was about to kill her. At that moment, Qin Mu mobilized the formation of the forest of steels and pointed. The body of the heaven-cleaving masses trembled violently, and his magic power was suppressed to the point that not a single drop was left. His body suddenly flew up with a whoosh and flew backward. Bang! His corporeal body crashed into the nearest steel, and his corporeal body and primordial spirit fused into it. He was trapped by the steel. Qin Mu moved his feet, and the entire forest of steels changed its formation as well. Huge steels moved continuously, and when Qin Mu pointed a second time, another heaven-cleaving masses flew backward and landed on the second steel. The other heaven-cleaving cult members all rushed toward Qin Mu. He moved around the burial path god's coffin, and with a flick of his sleeve, another heaven-cleaving cult member let out a shrill cry. He whistled forward and landed on the third stone steel. Smiling face shook his body, and the heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar formation was activated. The corporeal bodies and primordial spirits of the other heaven-cleaving cult members suddenly transformed and fused into one with his corporeal body and primordial spirit, making his corporeal body and primordial spirit rise high like a giant that had opened up the world. Even though 3 heaven-cleaving cult members had been suppressed by Qin Mu, and the formation of heaven-cleaving sacrificial altar wasn't complete, Qin Mu's cultivation hadn't reached young master's level yet, so he still had the confidence to break through the forest of stone steels. At that moment, a huge axe cleaved down from behind, cleaving apart the 32 people who were about to fuse together. The 32 heaven-cleaving cult members instantly flew out in all directions and landed on the ground. The formation was immediately broken. Qin Mu took the opportunity to execute the forest of obelisks, and forcefully pushed all the heaven-cleaving masses into the stone tablets to suppress them. "Leader, you are really sick." The smile on smiling face human world scenery's face finally changed and became distorted. He said to Tai Yi, "You need to be cured." Qin Mu gathered up the last of his magic power and waved his sleeve. Smiling face human world scenery's figure flew backward and landed in the 35th stone tablet. Qin Mu breathed heavily. The forest of obelisks was still devouring his magic power, making it difficult for him to endure. The face of the 35 heavens was stuck on the mirror of the stone tablet, looking at him with a faint gaze to see when he couldn't hold on any longer. Qin Mu had to expend a lot of his magic power to mobilize such a huge forest of obelisks. At the same time, he had to maintain his form and let his vital qi turn into primordial chaos runes to fill in the missing obelisk. To be able to seal 35 heavens in one go, it could be said to be stunning, but it had also completely consumed Qin Mu's magic power. Young Master Chaos, just like in the past, you are still a boorish man who has never considered the consequences of doing things. The smiling face of the world was pressed against the mirror of the stone tablet, and there was no emotion in his gaze. A voice came from the stone tablet. "You won't be able to hold on for long. At that time we will be able to escape. Everything you have done is a waste of effort." Qin Mu suddenly sat down in the lotus position, and Hall of Chaos appeared behind him. The world tree flew up and landed in the Hall of Chaos, absorbing the energy from the long rivers to replenish its consumption. "If I want to suppress you, I can suppress you until you are obedient." Qin Mu had just said those ruthless words when Tai Yi's huge hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. The tense muscles on Qin Mu's shoulder relaxed. He was still worried about Tai Yi. The moment Tai Yi's palm landed on his shoulder, he had indeed jumped in fright, but he soon calmed down. If Tai Yi wanted to deal with him, he could have done so long ago when he was fighting against 35 heavens. There was no need for him to wait until now. The ancestral court needs heavenly venerate Mu more than Tai Yi. Tai Yi could feel his hostility quickly fading away. He smiled and said, "You shouldn't be delayed here. I'll suppress them while you return to the ancestral court. The burden of the ancestral court is heavier, so I'll pick a lighter task." "Do you know how to complete this forest of obelisks?" Qin Mu asked. "You can impart it to me." Great Change said seriously, I learn things very quickly. In the past, it was always Great Change who imparted divine arts, paths, and skills to Qin Mu. But now it was the other way around. The seal of the Forest of Obelisks of Great Young Master, Grand Supreme, was born from primordial chaos runes, and was a sealing divine art evolved from primordial chaos runes. Even though Great Change had some understanding of primordial chaos runes, he didn't know much. It wasn't as profound as Qin Mu's comprehension. Qin Mu imparted what he had learned to him, so it was too easy to comprehend it in detail. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he would ask directly. His Dao attainment was extremely high, so when he asked his doubts, he used Dao language. The information contained in Dao language was extremely huge and complicated, and it went straight to the essence of the question. Qin Mu also answered with Dao language, answering the most complicated question in the simplest way. The two of them asked and answered. East Sun Yaya, Zhu Santong and the rest barely suppressed their injuries and listened attentively. The Dao language of the two of them was abstruse and difficult to understand, but as long as they could understand one or two sentences, they would benefit greatly. Meanwhile, the heaven-cleaving multitude that was suppressed in the stone tablet were mocking and ridiculing the path, skills, and divine arts of Miluo Palace as outdated divine arts. They only had a name, but in reality they couldn't withstand a single blow. Qin Mu and Great Change turned a deaf ear. In the end, Great Change's Dao language became Primordial Chaos Dao language, and Qin Mu also answered in Primordial Chaos Dao language. Their questions and answers were even more profound, and even East Sun and the rest couldn't understand them. East Sun sighed, feeling a little depressed. Back then, he could be on par with Great Young Master and Grand Supreme, but the divine arts, paths, and skills of the present had already far surpassed those of his era. Qin Mu's exchange with Great Change had left him flabbergasted and unable to catch up. After dozens of days, Great Young Master had finally grasped the changes in the runes and formation of the obelisk. Not only that, he had also discovered many changes that even Great Young Master and Grand Supreme hadn't noticed during the question and answer process. It had benefited Qin Mu a lot. Great Young Master tried to execute primordial chaos runes like Qin Mu, and after a long time, he gave off the feeling of a human-shaped stone tablet. Dao brother, try changing the formation again, Qin Mu reminded. Tai tried to mobilize the power of the Forest of Obelisks, and Qin Mu nodded with a smile. Dao brother, you've already grasped it. Since that's the case, I'll leave this place to you to control. He stood up and stretched his body. Tai sat down and asked, Dongyang, what are your plans? Qin Mu went forward to help Dongyang and the rest heal their Dao injuries. Old man Dongyang hesitated for a moment before saying, Ling asked me to take care of the Master of Heaven capital. Tai interrupted him and said, You don't dare to enter the world anymore. Old man Dongyang fell silent, and after a moment, he said in a hoarse voice, I indeed don't dare anymore. Back then, I was one of the existences with the highest talent in the past 7 universe epochs and also one of the strongest existences. And now He shook his head and said bitterly, I don't dare to enter the world anymore. The old woman, the girl Zhu Santong, and the others hesitated for a moment. Their dream was to get rid of the suppression and return to the world. However, when they heard the old man Dongyang's words, they also hesitated. Compared to back then, the current Dao techniques and divine arts were already very different. The development of the Dao techniques made them, these old monsters, unable to understand. Back then, they were all existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and as rare as unicorns in their respective eras. Now they were probably already outdated. In the Forest of Obelisks, we can still be awe-inspiring and brag about the deeds of the past. But entering the world, Zhu Santong scratched the bristles on the back of his head and shook his head. Hee. Who knows us? Most likely before we could brag, we would be killed by someone. Qin Mu's gaze flickered and he suddenly said, Dao brother Dongyang, everyone, if you can trust me, I can give you all a chance. Everyone looked over, their gazes filled with anticipation, hesitation, and fear. They were afraid of the future. They had been suppressed here, and they looked fierce and evil. However, after experiencing the destruction and creation of universe epochs, they had long lost their ambition and become a group of pitiful worms. Qin Mu coughed. Lord Shang was also suppressed here before, but he came with me later. You all know little Shang's character. He's very honest and simple, But if he wants to enter the 17th era, he has to follow my rules. He had done a lot of evil in the past, but I gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf and make a comeback. I, Eternal Peace, have 6 paths heavenly wheel, and I can let people reincarnate, so I let little Shang reincarnate. Tai raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Qin Mu coughed once more. He then said carefully, before Lord Shang reincarnated, he dissected his great Tao, such as Great Overarching Heaven, Tao Tree Path, Flower Path, Tao Fruit and Killing Path. He dissected them all and returned to heaven and earth to nourish the universe of the 17th epoch. Little Shang can be said to have reincarnated on a piece of white paper, starting all over again. Tai glanced at him again and Qin Mu coughed once more. Now that our 17th epoch universe is in the midst of Eternal Peace's reform, it's in full swing and there are many talents. Little Shang is already a young man in his 20s, and he's also outstanding in our Eternal Peace. Tai still wanted to glance at him, but Qin Mu gave him a fierce glare. When he turned around he had a kind expression, he smiled at everyone. Little Shang can do this and so can all of you. His Tao heart had not changed, and he was confident that he would be reincarnated again. He would still be the #1 talent in the world, and he would still be able to keep up with Eternal Peace's reform. He could even become the future leader of the reform. If all of you think you can be compared to him, you might as well be like him and reincarnate into Eternal Peace. If all of you think that you are inferior to him, then forget it. All of you will still stay here. Old man Dongyang hesitated for a moment. Even though he felt that Qin Mu's words weren't very believable, they were indeed tempting. Zhu Santong, the girl, and the rest were also a little hesitant. Qin Mu's words gave people the feeling that he had dug a hole for them to jump into, making them feel that it wasn't too reliable. Furthermore, they couldn't bear to give up everything. Their previous Tao paths, their corporeal bodies, primordial spirits, Tao trees and Tao fruits. If that was the case, what was the point of their hundreds of millions or even tens of billions of years of bitter cultivation? Qin Mu took a deep look at everyone. Fellow Taoists, there's something that all of you need to know. In the future, even if the Tao practitioners of the past universe wanted this chance to reincarnate, I might not be willing to give it to them. For example, Miluo Palace, the Splitting Heavens sect, and Old Man Wu Ye's subordinates. He said lightly, there's only one outcome for them. They will solve their own Tao and return the energy of the universe to the universe. During this period there will be war, slaughter and only. He pursed his lips. Their souls will be destroyed. The old woman looked at Old Man Dongyang and opened her mouth, but she did not say anything. Zhu Santong, the girl, and the woman also looked at Old Man Dongyang. They could not make up their minds and could only ask Dongyang for help. Old Man Dongyang's blurry eyes looked at Tai and said in a hoarse voice, Taoist brother. Tai sighed. He said, Taoist Mu's determination is to get rid of all the decay in the prehistoric era. Even the master of Tiandu is a prehistoric decay. Even the master of the Miluo Palace is a prehistoric decay. The master of the Miluo Palace is very smart. When his Tao heart died, he took the initiative to solve the Tao and return his cultivation to the universe. Old Man Dongyang immediately understood what he meant. However, Tai was still worried that he didn't understand. The reason why I can preserve my cultivation strength is because my corporeal body and primordial spirit are all from this universe, so there's no need to return them. But you are different. You have to return them to benefit the universe of the 17th epoch. However, this is also an opportunity. The current universe of the 17th epoch is very different from the previous universe. The changes in the Tao, skills, and divine arts caused by Eternal Peace's reform is a great change that hasn't happened in the past 16 universes for 1 trillion years. If you have the chance to reincarnate, you must seize it. This is because being reincarnated in the 17th epoch is much more beneficial than having your true bodies descend. Old Man Dongyang finally made up his mind. He stood up and said to Qin Mu, Seventh young master, please give us cowards a chance. Zhu Santong, the servant girl, and the rest also stood up and bowed. Seventh young master, please give us a chance. Qin Mu immediately stretched out his hands and said solemnly, Everyone believe in me. I will definitely not let you down. You can all rest assured. I will definitely arrange all of you properly. Grady coughed. Qin Mu's expression sank, and he looked over with a fierce gaze. Grady understood. Dongyang, you have followed me for so long. So there are some things that I have to remind you of. Even though eternal peace wasn't bad, there were also some bad people. When reincarnating, be careful not to be sold and still count the money for others. Some people's reputations aren't that good. Old man Dongyang's heart trembled. Tai seems to have a point. That's right, seventh young master's reputation in the past universe could really be said to be in a mess. Is Tai reminding us to be careful of being schemed against by seventh young master when we reincarnate? However, Tai didn't say it out loud, so he couldn't directly ask. If I let Tai continue, there will definitely be more complications. Qin Mu made a prompt decision and brought East Sun, Zhu Santong, and the rest away from the forest of obelisks. The longer the night, the more dangerous it will be, so let's leave now. In the forest of obelisks, 35 heavens were pasted behind the mirror, looking at them with strange gazes. Old man Dongyang and the rest followed Qin Mu out of the door. Qin Mu looked around and Zhu Santong asked curiously, "What is young master looking at?" "Those coffins." Qin Mu said, "You guys are about to transform into Tao, so you don't need your cultivation to directly transform. It's truly a pity. I plan to catch some coffins, and you guys help me drag them to eternal peace. I'll directly shatter them into the spirit chi and spirit energy of heaven and earth." Weird. Where did these coffins go? There were still battles in the ancestral court, so he had no time to find them. He could only leave first with old man Dongyang and the rest. When they reached the origin world, Qin Mu immediately arranged for their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits to transform into Tao. He then summoned Qin Fengqing to prepare the six paths heavenly wheel. Qin Fengqing was startled when he saw old man Dongyang and the rest. He immediately sent out his divine consciousness and asked, "Little brother, where did you find these fools who became Tao practitioners?" "Don't worry about it." Qin Mu sent a message. "They are about to transform into Tao, but their souls will be preserved. Arrange them properly for me. There can't be any mistakes." Qin Fengqing hesitated. "Did you tell them that after reincarnating in the six paths of reincarnation, their memories of their previous lives will be washed away?" Qin Mu had a smile on his face. Qin Fengqing immediately understood and nodded her head, giving him a thumbs up. "You are my brother. I'm your little brother. What are you guys talking about?" the girl asked curiously. "Nothing much, we brothers haven't seen each other for a long time, so we need to talk." Qin Mu turned his head and said with a kind smile, "Brother, is there a good family? Help these few Tao brothers arrange it." Qin Fengqing flipped open the life and death book and looked it up in detail. "There's a good family. The master is a black pig who has attained the path and had once received the blessing of ancient God, heavenly emperor and absolute beginning. He's a great grandmaster of the demon race and has many children with excellent bloodlines. Does this fellow Taoist Zhu Santong want to settle down in this family?" Zhu Santong was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "You can choose to settle down." Qin Fengqing was full of goodwill. She looked at him deeply and said, "You are all my brother's friends. Naturally, you have to take special care of him." Zhu Santong had chosen his next life. The old woman, madam, and servant also went forward to choose their next life. Qin Fengqing treated them extremely well, allowing them to choose their own race and family background. The old man, Dongyang, observed carefully and didn't find any mischief from Qin Mu. Only then did he relax and also went forward to choose his next life's family background. After the few of them made their choice, they began to dissolve their cultivation and Tao. Those who had achieved Tao would naturally transform into Tao, which was no small matter. Furthermore, the 5 of them weren't ordinary Tao practitioners. Each of them could be said to be the magnates of the prehistoric universe. When their Tao fruits dispersed, Tao trees disintegrated, their corporeal bodies disintegrated, and their primordial spirits dispersed, transforming into the great Tao of heaven and earth and spirit energy and spirit energy. The spirit energy and spirit energy in the sky of origin world suddenly became denser, gathering into clouds and forming a sea. The sea of clouds was still expanding and rising. Soon dazzling stars appeared in the sky. They were incomparably bright as the stars rose higher and the number of stars increased. At night, there were a few more rivers of stars in the skies of the Yuan world. They spanned across the north, south, east, and west of the Yuan world, causing the night sky of the Yuan world to be like a full moon. There was even a torrential rain formed from spiritual energy in the sky. This torrential rain lasted for several years, but what was strange was that the rain never fell to the ground. It would dissipate in mid-air. The entire origin world was like a paradise. Every divine mountain could be considered a sacred land, every tree, flower, and grass could be considered spirit grass, and every river had a pressing spirit energy. After the battle of the heavens' conquest of the origin world, the vital chi of the origin world had suffered a great loss and had yet to recover. However, the 5 great Tao practitioners had transformed into Tao, making the origin world even better than before. Tao brothers. Qin Mu looked at the souls of Dongyang, Zhu Santong, and the rest who were floating in front of him and bowed. Please enter reincarnation and complete your reincarnation. The souls of the 5 returned the bow and said, "Thank you, 7th young master, for giving me a chance to start over." After saying that, the souls of the 5 flew towards the 6 paths heavenly wheel. The 6 paths heavenly wheel revolved on its own, and the souls of the 5 of them quickly disappeared into the reincarnation without a trace. Qin Fengqing raised her head to look at the galaxy formed by the spirit energy in the sky and couldn't help being speechless. Bad brother. The Tao of these 5 people are really tyrannical. If they can't awaken the memories of their previous lives, it's truly a pity. If they aren't reincarnated well and have mediocre aptitudes, they will probably vanish into the masses. Qin Mu said, as long as they learn the path of reincarnation, they can still find the memories of their previous lives. Didn't Lan Yutian find heavenly venerate Yu's memories? Not everyone has Fatty Lan's intelligence and comprehension. Qin Fengqing shook her head. How many people in the world can achieve his level? Eternal Peace's reform is to make the impossible possible. Qin Mu smiled. 300 years ago, who in eternal peace could cultivate to God realm? Now, God realm was no longer unreachable to divine arts practitioners. 200 years ago, who in eternal peace could cultivate to Jade Capital and Ling Shao? Now, Emperor's throne realm isn't rare to eternal peace either. The system of ancestral courts Tao realm is even better than the system of heavenly palace. 100 years ago, who in eternal peace dared to dream of becoming a Tao practitioner? Now there are more than 10 existences that have hopes of becoming Tao practitioners. He patted Qin Fengqing's shoulder. Brother, times have changed, he said with a smile. If they still have the memories of their previous lives, it's definitely not good for them. They will still follow the previous system and cultivate according to the experience of their previous lives, so they won't be able to merge into eternal peace reform. Even if they become Tao again, it will be the same as their previous lives. I need their wisdom to let eternal peace reform go further. Brother, the times have changed. He roused his spirit. The pace of this era is becoming faster and faster. Even if it's you and me, if we don't change with the times, we will eventually be eliminated by the times. However, instead of waiting to be eliminated by the times, we might as well walk at the forefront of the times and lead the progress of this era. His words were extremely infectious, but Qin Fengqing wasn't moved at all. Qin Fengqing had long gotten used to his younger brother's impassioned words, but he could still listen to Qin Mu's words. Heavenly venerate you isn't far from attaining Tao. Once he achieves Tao, he will come and take your place so that you can escape. Qin Mu walked away and said, I'll wait for you in the ancestral court. At that time, I'll need your battle prowess to share the pressure. And I'll also need you to attain Tao in the ancestral court. Qin Fengqing watched him leave and disappear. Only then did her body rotate and slowly sink into Yudu. Dongyang, Zhu Santong, and the rest were born one after another. Dongyang and the girl were reincarnated into the human race. The old woman and the woman felt that demigods had a brighter future, so they chose to become the descendants of demigods. As for Zhu Santong, he became a pig demon among the demons and had an illustrious family background. Back then, after Qin Mu received the blessing of Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning, he had thrown the blessing of Heavenly Emperor to the black wild boar in the mountain. After the black wild boar received the blessing of Heavenly Emperor, it immediately awakened its intelligence. It knew that something was wrong, so it dragged its family and escaped overnight. Slowly, he transformed into a demon and knew how to cultivate. He also came into contact with the divine arts practitioners of eternal peace. The status of the demons that had entered eternal peace wasn't inferior to that of the humans. There was Hu Linger, who lived in the temple and held the financial authority of eternal peace. There were also various demon gods in the middle level that were scattered all over the south. This black pig demon was also one of the leaders of the demon race. He had a large family and was known as Black Mountain Grandmaster. This great grandmaster of Black Mountain was Zhu Santong's father in this life. Zhu Santong was smart and intelligent from a young age, and was highly regarded by the great grandmaster of Black Mountain. The great grandmaster of Black Mountain knew that he had made his fortune through the heavenly emperor's blessing that he had somehow obtained. In fact, his aptitude and comprehension were not very good, so few of his descendants were smart. It was rare for Zhu Santong to be so smart, so he gave him a lot of training. He used money to get him into the best primary school, and then spent money to buy a house in the lower capital so that he could go to the lower capital to study. Zhu Santong did not disappoint his expectations, and his achievements became higher and higher. Later, he successfully entered the Imperial College during the Imperial College entrance examination. The great grandmaster of Black Mountain was so moved that tears flowed down his face. He held a wedding banquet in Black Mountain, and invited all kinds of demon gods to celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. After Zhu Santong entered the Imperial College, he showed extraordinary talent. Before he graduated from the Imperial College, he was protected by the High Chancellor Gu Linwan and entered the Tao of Wen Institute to further his studies. The Tao College was no small matter. It was the most sacred and solemn holy land in all the worlds. All the talented divine arts practitioners and gods in all the worlds took pride in entering the Tao College. When Grandmaster Black Mountain heard this news, he thought that his ancestral grave was emitting green smoke. It was a pity that his family did not have an ancestral grave. However, the Tao College had many talents. After Zhu Santong entered the Tao College, although he was still considered an outstanding talent, there were many talents who were on par with him. The dean of the Tao of Wen Academy, Su Mucha, and the other higher-ups did not notice him at first. It was not until later that Zhu Santong came into contact with the Tao of Reincarnation in the Tao of Wen Academy that his aptitude and comprehension slowly improved again. There were many strange ideas and thought-provoking insights that attracted the attention of Su Mucha, Siyu, and the others. Siyu called over this demi-human youth and asked him. Zhu Santong said, "I don't know how I became so smart. Ever since I cultivated the path of reincarnation and studied its mysteries, strange thoughts and images would appear in my mind from time to time." Siyu and Su Mucha looked at each other and asked him to leave. Siyu said, "This is the precursor to the awakening of memories from my past life after cultivating the path of reincarnation. This person has a past life. However, his insights are exquisite and unique. His past life must be extraordinary. Could he be the reincarnation of a remnant of the heavenly court? But it doesn't seem like it. Even the 10th heavenly venerate might not have his horizons and knowledge." Su Mucha said, "We have to invite Earth Count to investigate." Qin Fengqing descended and heard the two of them talking about Zhu Santong, so she told them about Zhu Santong's background. Siyu and Su Mumu widened their eyes and cried out, "There's actually such a thing? Why didn't you say so earlier? What if he awakens his previous life and becomes violent? What should we do? How can he awaken so easily?" Qin Fengqing didn't mind, she said. "The path of reincarnation is the most difficult to cultivate. If he wants to awaken, he has to cultivate to the 28th heavenly layer of the Tao realm. However, the 28th heavenly layer of the Tao realm of the path of reincarnation was barely reached by Empress Di when she was alive. If Zhu Santong is given 3,000 years, he might be able to reach the 28th heavenly layer." The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Siyu suddenly recalled something and quickly asked, "What about the other 4? Out of the 5 reincarnations of the prehistoric Tao practitioners, only Zhu Santong is known. The other 4 also have to be told to us." Qin Fengqing inquired, she said. "Junzhuayu is already studying under the celestial master Hua. She is an old lady among the 5 Tao practitioners. That person called Ye is currently at the School of Heaven. Muingxue is teaching her and her name is Tu Yulo. There is also a middle-aged woman who has been reincarnated into the demigod tribe. After her reincarnation, her name is Yi Luxiang. Some time ago, she entered Little Jade Capital during the imperial examinations. The one with the best aptitude is called Dong Yang. Let me check." After a moment, Qin Fengqing's expression was strange and she did not speak for a long time. Siyu quickly asked and Qin Fengqing said, Dongyang is doing odd jobs at a manufacturing factory in the western mountains. Siyu and Su Muzo were speechless for a long time. Qin Fengqing quickly explained. His family was originally a wealthy family, but after he was born, his family fell into poverty and he was as poor as a church mouse. He only attended school for 2 years and then dropped out. He was already 30 years old and was making a living in a small county town. He relied on odd jobs to earn money. Because he didn't have the ability, he would change factories every 10 days to half a month. No woman would take a fancy to him, so he was still a loner. Siyu glared at him fiercely and said, Find Dongyang for me and send him to Daowen Academy. Qin Mu was raised by her and had always been afraid of her. Qin Fengqing was even afraid of her, so she hurriedly searched for him and said, Send it to Granny in 2 days. Once she said that, she didn't care about spinning and immediately sank into Yudu. After a few days, the 5 big and 3 thick-skinned and honest-looking Dongyang was sent to Smell Dao College. He looked around and was at a loss. A group of strangers circled around him and sized him up. They then touched his body and shook their heads. We've already missed the best cultivation period. There's no medicine left to save. Siyu pushed the chancellor to the side and examined Dongyang. She also frowned and sighed. There might still be hope. Quickly go and invite apothecary. Ever since the man who was called the apothecary arrived, Dongyang's bitter days had come. He was soaked in the medicinal vat every day, and all kinds of silver needles were inserted all over his body. It was unbearable. Dongyang wanted to slip away several times, but he was caught and brought back. He secretly complained. He did not know what crime he had committed to be tortured like this. A young man called Zhu Santong often came to the apothecary's courtyard. After a few visits he became familiar with him and the two slowly became good friends. Later on, Dongyang finally stopped soaking in the medicinal vat, but he still had to eat a lot of spirit pills every day. Siyu arranged for him to go to primary school to study, and Dongyang sat among a group of 10-year-old children, feeling very ashamed. In the beginning he learned everything very slowly. The primary school students around him changed again and again, and when he was 50 years old he was still studying in primary school. After another 20 years, Dongyang's white hair was gray, and he still sat in primary school to study. It became a strange scene in primary school. However, after he turned 70, he seemed to have opened his eyes. He learned everything very quickly. He entered the university in a few years and was sent to the Imperial College by Siyu a few years later. Zhu Santong had already become a famous demi-human god. He clicked his tongue in wonder when he saw this. A few years later, Dongyang finally entered the Wendao College when he was 80 years old. Siyu personally taught him cultivation. His classmates were also from Hua Xuanqiu's school, the Academician Jun Zuayu, from Little Jade Capital Z Luxuriant, and from the School of Heavens Tu Yulo. As for Zhu Santong, he had already left the Wendao College and was on his way to exterminate the remnants of the heavenly court. He would only return every few decades, and when he returned, he would find Zhu Santong to drink with him and talk about his experiences outside. Time passed quickly and 3,000 years had unknowingly passed. On this day, Shang Jun returned from the ancestral court to meet these 5 old friends. The 5 of them had long heard of Shang Jun's reputation, and they were both fearful and respectful. Suddenly, Zhu Santong's mind rumbled, and he cried out involuntarily, I remember now. 7th young master, you bastard. Didn't you say Shang Jun had reincarnated? Shang Jun had left the ancestral court to return to eternal peace on Qin Mu's orders to return to the origin world and pass on his abilities. At the same time, he had also absorbed the results of eternal peace reform. He didn't come back to visit Zhu Santong and the rest. He had only heard the news of Dongyang and the rest reincarnating from Qin Mu before he left. As for Zhu Santong, Dongyang, and the rest who had lost the memories of their previous lives, he didn't know about it at first. After he knew, he didn't take it to heart. Zhu Santong recovered a portion of his memories, and felt that his previous life was like a wisp of smoke. It was like him, but it wasn't like him. Just thinking about how Qin Mu had tricked the 5 of them made him feel indignant. If we had the memories from our previous lives, why would we need to take so many detours? He complained to Shangjun. Shangjun didn't usually talk much, but when he saw the 5 of them, he couldn't help talking more. Dao brother, think about it. Are the techniques and divine arts of your previous life still useful in this life? Zhu Santong carefully recalled the techniques and divine arts of his previous life, and thought about what he had learned today. He couldn't help but be at a loss. The techniques and divine arts of his previous life were completely different from the current cultivation system of eternal peace. He could still use the divine arts if he changed it, but it seemed to be a lot rougher. However, the techniques were completely useless. The techniques of eternal peace now all walked the system of great divine treasures. From spirit embryo to ancestral court, the paths and techniques contained in each realm were much more magnificent than the ones he had cultivated in his previous life. The cultivation system was a basket. The size of the basket made by those who had opened up a realm would determine how many things the later cultivators could store in the basket. Some cultivators couldn't fill the basket while others could, so the latter walked further than the former. In the Tao realm system of Eternal Peace's ancestral court, the basket was bigger than the one Zhu Santong and the others had in their previous life, so it could store more things. If he had brought the memories of his previous life with him at the beginning, he would have had a cognitive impairment. If he cultivated according to the cultivation experience of his previous life, he wouldn't be able to throw away the original basket, which wouldn't be a good thing for him. Actually, 7th young master wanted you to reincarnate with good intentions. He was just afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it, so he didn't tell you that reincarnating would erase the memories of your previous lives. Shangjun said, I envy you guys for being able to throw everything away and start over. All of you were able to reincarnate because we fought hard in the ancestral court and fought for a chance for all of you to grow up. Although I have not reincarnated and have reached the realm of a Tao practitioner, I have been working hard in the ancestral court all these years and feel that my strength is increasingly limited. After I spread my Tao arts and divine arts, if I have the chance, I will reincarnate and start over. He was silent for a moment, then said, After reincarnating, I don't want to awaken the memories of my previous life. Zhu Santong understood his choice. Shangjun had lived too hard, and the memories of the 16th epoch were a burden to him. There were very few moments of joy. If there was an afterlife, he would choose to live a more relaxed life. When you return from the ancestral court, could it be that the war in the ancestral court has already subsided? Zhu Santong asked. Shangjun shook his head and said, It's getting more and more intense. I was able to return because the second ancestor attained the Tao, greatly reducing the pressure on me. The second ancestor attained the Tao? Zhu Santong was puzzled. Who is the second ancestor? The 2 ancestors who created the ancestral court's Tao realm system attained the Tao. Shangjun said. Lan Yutian and Su Shanghua attained the Tao. Their battle prowess is above mine. So I was able to take some time off and return to impart my Tao, skills and divine arts to find a successor. Heavenly Venerate You has also attained Tao. He came back with me to Yudu. Zhu Santong was stunned. Even he was amazed by the profundity of the ancestral court's Tao realm system. How terrifying were the accomplishments of these 2 ancestors, who had created the ancestral court's Tao realm system. As for Heavenly Venerate You, he had only heard of his legends and had never seen him. Then what about the 7th young master? Has he attained Tao? Zhu Santong pressed. Shangjun had a strange expression on his face as he shook his head and said, His situation is a little special. If he attained Tao through primal chaos, he would be the rumored 7th young master. However, up until now, he has yet to attain Tao through primal chaos. Even that old scoundrel has such a day. Zhu Santong laughed heartily and was very happy. Although Dongyang Junzhuayu and the others did not know what they were talking about, when they saw him laughing so happily, they also laughed along. Shangjun's expression was strange and he said, Although the 7th young master has not attained the Tao through chaos, he has attained the Tao through the sinkhole and the world tree. Zhu Santong was stunned. Shangjun continued, His sinkhole lotus throne is already at the 6th level of the Tao grade, and the world tree has also bloomed Tao flowers bearing Tao fruits. Furthermore, there is more than 1 Tao flower and 1 Tao fruit. Zhu Santong was stunned again, and he scratched the bristles behind his head, saying in puzzlement, That's not right, the ancestral court's Tao realm system does not cultivate like this. He's not in the basket, Shangjun said. Zhu Santong's mind was like thunder, and he instantly understood what he meant. The person who filled the basket of the ancestral court's Dao realm system was a genius. The person who had created the ancestral court's Dao realm system was the old ancestor. But the person who had jumped out of the basket earlier couldn't be measured by the basket. Qin Mu was the first person to jump out of the basket. Even before Lan Yuqian, Su Shanghua, and the heavenly venerables of the new generation had created the basket, he had already jumped out. There were many baskets in the world. The path creation skill of Mycroft Palace was a basket, and the path creation skill of Splitting Heavens was a basket. Old Man wuxia and the other prehistoric existences also had baskets of all sizes. Lan Yutian and Su Shenghua's ancestral court's Dao realm system was also a basket. However, Qin Mu wasn't in any of these baskets. Each basket couldn't hold Qin Mu. He could use returning ruins to form his path. He could also walk through the Dao realm system of Miluo Palace. He could also use the world tree to form his path. And he was also proficient in heaven-cleaving arts that could split open the heavens. However, none of these paths were the ones he wanted to walk. He only had one path, and that was to form his path through chaos. Shangjun left and said, "After meeting all of you, I feel at ease. I'll go teach my path." Zhu Santong hurriedly caught up with him and said, "Shangjun, can I go to the ancestral court?" Shangjun stopped and sized him up, saying, "You need to cultivate until you are one step away from attaining Dao before you can go to the ancestral court. The ancestral court is extremely dangerous now. With your current strength, going to the ancestral court is just courting death." Zhu Santong's heart trembled. He was already one of the rare experts of the younger generation in the world. He had already cultivated the ancestral court's Dao realm system, the 4 great gates of heaven, the Jade Lake Jade platform, the God-slaying platform, the Sky Sea, the 9 prisons platform, and other realms. He had also cultivated the 5 great mineral veins of the 5 supreme realms to the absolute beginning realm, and his Dao realm was becoming more and more profound. Otherwise, when he met Shangjun, he would not have triggered the Dao realm of the Dao of reincarnation and awakened part of the memories of his previous life. His cultivation strength was now comparable to the celestial venerables of the past. Even with such cultivation strength, entering the ancestral court would only lead to death. How terrifying would the war in the ancestral court be? Shangjun walked far away and his voice came from afar. "When I return this time, Earth Count will lead a portion of those who are close to achieving Dao to the ancestral court to fill the gap. You can cultivate in peace. If possible, you can come to my side to listen. Earth Count will lead a portion of the heavenly venerates to the ancestral court?" Zhu Santong's eyes darted around. Dongyang said in a muffled voice, "Santong, don't mess around." Zhu Santong was submissive, but he did not think much of it. He thought to himself, "Among the 5 of us, I awakened the earliest and am the strongest. They have yet to awaken the memories of their past lives. Since I have the means of my past life, why don't I go and take a look with the Earth Count?" He was in high spirits. He left Dongyang and the others behind and activated his divine ability to open the gate of heaven-bearing before entering Hades. Hades, the huge 6 paths of reincarnation, revolved on its own. The netherworld realm and Yudu were connected, and many souls were moving back and forth between the 6 paths of reincarnation and the netherworld realm. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation, the karmic fire surged, and countless souls were struggling inside. Within the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Earth Count's mansion, Zhu Santong sneaked in and looked around. He saw Heavenly Venerate Yu, Qin Fengqing, Consort Tianyin, Due Village Chief, Blind, Granny C, and the others sitting in their respective seats. Heavenly Venerate, who had transformed into a white-browed elder, was also sitting there, and everyone was discussing something. My Yudu will be safe with Heavenly Venerate Yu presiding over it. However, if Heavenly Duke leaves Xuandu, who will be able to bear the operation of the Heavenly Dao? Qin Fengqing asked. There's also Heavenly Shade World. If Consort goes to the ancestral court, who will be in charge of refining the dead bodies? Who will use the black sand to create a new soul to control the operation of the Great Dao in Heavenly Shade World? Heavenly Duke separated the 50 Heavenly Dao treasures and said, "Half of the operation of the Heavenly Dao is on the Heavenly Dao treasures. Due is my descendant, so he can wait for me to control the operation of the Heavenly Dao." Due frowned. I also want to go to the ancestral court to temper myself. First, my cultivation has reached the paramount realm, so it's already difficult for me to take another step forward just by receiving the results of eternal peace reform. Second, I want to meet founding Emperor Qin Yi. After all, we were once Dao friends and… She glanced at Heavenly Duke and didn't continue. Back then, Heavenly Duke and her father made the decision to send her to founding Emperor Qin Yi as a child bride. Her relationship with founding Emperor Qin Yi was extremely delicate, and she was both a teacher and a friend. In the early years she had fallen in love with founding Emperor Qin Yi, but founding Emperor Qin Yi had someone in his heart. He rejected her. Later, her heart was taken advantage of by Prince Yin of the Yin dynasty, but the feelings of her first love were still hidden in the bottom of her heart. Duke of Heaven knew that he owed her a lot, so he could only look at first ancestor human emperor helplessly and said, "How is fellow Taoist Qin Wu's attainments in heavenly Tao? Can you temporarily control the circulation of heavenly Tao?" First ancestor human emperor said, "I'm still far from attaining Tao, so I can temporarily control it for a period of time." Heavenly Duke heaved a sigh of relief. Consort Tianyin said, "King Yama can temporarily control the operation of the heavenly Yin world." King Yama bowed and said, "Who is that person outside the door?" Everyone had long noticed Zhu Santong who was hiding outside, but they did not say anything. King Yama was a straightforward person, so he directly said it. Qin Fengqing said, "He is not afraid of death. I cheated him with my younger brother in the early years, so I did not chase him away. Zhu Santong, come in." Zhu Santong heard this and quickly walked into the hall. He said loudly, "Earth Count, you owe me. I want to go to the ancestral court too." Everyone in the hall frowned and looked at Qin Fengqing. Granny Si said, "Although Santong is not weak, he's just like Son of Heaven Yin. If he goes, he'll just be courting death." Qin Fengqing said, "Granny, it's my younger brother's fault. He owes him. Since he wants to go, then let him go. Where's the yellow soil that doesn't bury people?" Heavenly Venerate you said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Si. With Heavenly Duke, Earth Count and Consort Tianyin here, we can save them even if they turn into ashes. As long as we don't get beaten into chaos." Zhu Santong shivered and felt a little regretful that he wanted to go, but he could only brace himself and not show any signs of timidity. After a few more days, everyone made their preparations and immediately went to the ancestral court. Half a year later, they came to the outside of the ancestral court and saw that it had been refined by Qin Mu into a huge cauldron. It was incomparably huge and looked like a huge unusual treasure. Multicolored light surged around it, making it dazzling. Zhu Santong trembled in his heart. This ancestral court is about to be refined into a treasure. However, who can execute this huge cauldron? They were led by Heavenly Duke and Qin Fengqing. Heavenly Duke and Qin Fengqing went forward and executed their own seals and divine arts. A tunnel filled with magnificent primordial chaos runes appeared in front of them, and everyone entered in a single file. They walked in the tunnel for an unknown amount of time. Zhu San looked at the walls of the tunnel. The runes here were not just primordial chaos runes. There were also other strange runes. They were like terrifying creatures in the primal chaos, changing their forms in the walls. Seventh Young Master's seal. There was suddenly an empty space in front of them. They finally walked out of the tunnel and saw themselves appearing on one of the walls of the Great Cauldron. Looking down, they could see the majestic ancestral court. The most eye-catching thing was the World Tree. It was incomparably spectacular. At this moment, under the World Tree, a huge bell-shaped treasure was placed horizontally. It pierced through the 16 rivers of chaos outside the World Tree. The huge bell was in the shape of the universe when it was born. The mouth of the bell was facing the World Tree, emitting a bell-like sound that could split the heavens and split the earth. Within the huge bell, founding Emperor Qin Yi, Heavenly Venerate you Jiang Baigui, and the Tao ancestor, who were guarding the ancestral court, were fighting with all their might. The roots of the World Tree were rooted in the 16 long rivers of chaos, connecting them for 16 cosmic centuries. There were prehistoric experts climbing up the roots of the World Tree, fighting with all their might towards them. All sorts of divine abilities were flashing within the giant bell. Zhu Santong watched this scene in a daze, Somewhat regretting his decision to come here in just a short 3,000 years, the appearance of the ancestral court had already changed greatly. Even village chief Si and the rest who had seen the sealed ancestral court felt that it was unfamiliar at this moment. After they left, it was clear that something big had happened here. The ancestral court, Jade Capital City, became very bright. Looking from afar, the incomparably beautiful city was situated in the layers of chaotic clouds. One could faintly see the chi of chaos seeping out from the city, causing Jade Capital City to become shrouded in clouds. Dao trees could be seen within the city. They were tall, towering, and dense. There was also the ancestral court's World Trees Universe Bell. It was unbelievably large, and no one knew who had created it or who had activated it. Next, it was around the World Tree. The river of primal chaos no longer appeared only at night, but also during the day. The 16 moats that were like the World Tree protected Old Man Boundless. Within the 16 rivers of chaos, the incomparably thick roots of the World Tree intersected with each other. They pierced through the long river, passing through the universe for centuries. It was extremely shocking. Dao trees of all sizes stood nearby the World Tree. Many prehistoric Dao practitioners plucked the Dao fruits from their Dao trees and transplanted them onto the World Tree, making it exceptionally gorgeous and colorful. However, the biggest changes weren't these, but the geographical trend of the mountains and rivers on the four walls of the ancestral court. The geographical change of the mountains and rivers of the ancestral court wasn't eye-catching, but it was the biggest change. In the past, Qin Mu had laid down the seals of the ancestral court to change the geography of the mountains and rivers of the ancestral court. With the geography of the mountains and rivers as the foundation, they formed different Dao patterns and Dao chains to form seals. Now, the geography of the mountains and rivers of the ancestral court had actually become orderly and formed all kinds of patterns, just like the patterns carved on the walls of a huge cauldron. However, in terms of complexity, the walls of the ancestral court were countless times more complicated than ordinary cauldrons. This change meant that the ancestral court was becoming more and more like a huge and unparalleled treasure. Zhu Santong was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw this, he could not help but be stunned. Seventh young master is so generous. What exactly is he trying to do? Compared to young master Hun Dun, Zhu Santong had to call himself a junior. Young master Hun Dun of the Muro Palace became famous very early on. When Zhu Santong became a Dao master, young master Hun Dun was already famous throughout the world. However, because he was ranked 7th in the Muro Palace, he was called 7th young master. It was not an exaggeration for Zhu Santong to call him an old man. What made people feel even more strange was that the sky became like an ocean. There was a sea of chaos hanging upside down in the sky above the ancestral court. On the sea of chaos was an upside-down lotus flower that was extremely huge. 3 to 4 lotus leaves floated on the surface of the sea. The sea of chaos hung upside down in the sky. From time to time, bright streams of light would spurt out from the sea, which was extremely dazzling. However, when the streams of light came to the sky above the lotus flower, they drew an arc in the air and fell into the lotus flower. In the lotus flower was a lotus platform with a hole in the center. Streams of chaotic chi spurted out from the hole, reflecting the streams of light. This scene stunned everyone. Shangjun and Celestial Master, you never mentioned the changes in the ancestral court, Di Yanue murmured as he watched this scene in a daze. Those two are fellows who can't even produce a fart with 8 strokes. We can't count on them, Granny Si said nonchalantly. Zhu Santong looked up and saw 6 lotus petals around the lotus throne. These were the 6th level Dao grade of the Path of the Ultimate. Among everyone, his horizons were the highest and he was able to discover some clues. The Path of Returning Ruins was the Dao grade of the universe. The highest achievement of the Path of Returning Ruins was young Master Wuji of Miluo Palace. Her lotus platform was 16 Dao grades. Even though she wasn't born in the first epoch of the universe, she had explored the destruction and creation tribulations of the first epoch of the universe, so she was able to cultivate it. For Qin Mu to be able to cultivate to the 6th layer of Dao product, it was most likely because he had absorbed the power of the destruction tribulation. However, he still needs to have methods like splitting the heavens to comprehend the marvel of creation tribulation. Zhu Santong Xian said. He isn't splitting the heavens, but he most likely has similar methods. However, splitting the heavens has already become a monster, so I don't know if seventh young master can guard his Tao heart. Suddenly, he shook his head and thought, seventh young master is a monster to begin with. Qin Fengqing led the way and headed towards the universe bell. Be careful, he said. The abilities of those prehistoric strong practitioners that crawled over from the past aren't weak, and their divine abilities are powerful. Their Tao skills are most likely something you have never seen before. If you die before you even get into battle, it would be a disgrace to eternal peace. Heavenly Duke's cultivation was second to none among everyone. He was the only one who had attained Tao, and he was leading the way with Qin Fengqing. The group walked down from the cauldron wall. Along the way, they saw traces left behind by the great battle of Tao and Dharma everywhere in the ancestral court, and they couldn't help but be shocked. These traces were mostly the aftermath of divine abilities left behind by top-tier heavenly venerates and Tao practitioners. The Tao chains took on all forms, including mountains, rivers, trees, divine beasts, and divine items. There were also Tao soldiers that were badly damaged. The weapons of Tao practitioners were inserted into the ground like mountains. These Tao soldier fragments should be the Tao soldiers of the prehistoric Tao practitioners who had been destroyed in the battle. Mute was about to go forward to pick them up when village chief hurriedly pulled him back and said in a low voice, "Don't embarrass Moore. These were thrown away by others. We are Moore's parents, not scavengers." Mute turned a deaf ear and picked up some Tao weapon fragments. He was overjoyed. When they reached the front, there were broken Tao trees stuck on the ground. Mute quickly ran over to pick them up, and Blind couldn't help but go forward. Butcher quickly ran over and said, "If you have good materials, refine a good knife for me." In the end, village chief couldn't hold it in and ran over to pick up scraps. Mute that sword. After they had cleaned up the battlefield, everyone had gained something. Even Zhu Santong had stolen a few treasures. His heart was beating wildly. This is much faster than robbing those Tao practitioners in my previous life. He used to be a bandit among the Tao practitioners. He was good at changing and harming people. He had robbed many Tao practitioners. In the end, he was suppressed by the young master Taishang, when he tried to rob the treasures of other Tao practitioners to save their lives during the destruction tribulation. Young Master Grand Supreme was like the master of Miluo Palace, and he rarely killed, allowing him to live until now. Everyone continued forward and passed by another battlefield ruins. There were treasures everywhere, so they couldn't help plundering again. They walked and stopped on their way, and they encountered more than 10 battlefields. Their bodies were already stuffed, so they couldn't continue to plunder, so they could only give up. Suddenly, a golden ship flew over and stopped in front of everyone. Everyone knew that Qin Mu had asked the golden ship to fetch them, and they boarded the ship. However, they saw all kinds of treasures piled up into a mountain on the golden ship, filling up the deck. In comparison, the treasures they picked up were really scraps that had been abandoned. Everyone's faces were filled with shame. Granny Si placed the treasures that she had plundered on the deck, only to see the golden ship sweep over with a golden light and sweep up the treasures that she had painstakingly picked up before throwing them out of the ship. Granny C's face was slightly red as she spat out. Moore is becoming less and less good at living. Seriously, he's so spendthrift. Everyone's face turned even redder. They wanted to throw away the treasures they had picked up, but they couldn't bear to do so. These were indeed world-shaking treasures, but compared to the treasures on the golden ship, they were really nothing. The crossing world's golden ship carried them towards the cosmic bell. The closer they got to the cosmic bell, the larger the bell became, causing everyone's heart to palpitate with fear. The bell didn't look like a treasure, but more like a supernatural power. They could see all kinds of Tao techniques on the surface and the inner wall of the bell. The big Tao chains, the small Tao patterns, and the fine runes were all vivid in their eyes. They could even see the 10,000 Tao of the universe on the bell wall. All kinds of incredible Tao flowed on the bell wall. The sun, the moon, the stars, and the various heavens were all vivid in their eyes. And near the bell nose there were the 5 great changes: Tai Chi, Tai Su, Tai Shi, Tai Chu, and Tai Yi. The closer they got to the bell nose, the closer they got to the life creation tribulation. Everyone's hair stood on end as they stared blankly at the place where the life creation tribulation exploded. It was an unimaginable catastrophe. It was clearly the creation of a whole new universe that brought endless vitality. However, its power seemed to be able to destroy everything in the past. Especially Zhu Santong, his legs were fighting and he couldn't walk. Heavenly Duke, Qin Fengqing, and the others had heard of the creation catastrophe, but they had never seen it before. They only felt the power of the creation catastrophe, and their hair stood on end. However, he had seen it before. He had been suppressed in the obelisk forest by young Master Taishang and thrown into the void pickling field during those years. He had experienced several great creation catastrophes, and every time, he felt that he would die without a doubt. Every time he was scared shitless. The life creation catastrophes of this universe bell brought back his memories. At the nose of the universe bell was a magnificent and heavy palace of chaos. It was suppressed in the ancestral court of the 17th epoch. Surging chaotic energy surged out of the palace and turned into a huge palm. The life creation catastrophes erupted from that palm and formed a magnificent scene of the universe bell. It blasted through the 16 long rivers of chaos that surrounded the world tree, creating a path for founding emperor and the others to attack the world tree. In the 16 rivers of chaos, countless incomparably thick roots of the world tree intersected with each other, piercing into the bell and restricting its power. It was Old Man Wuya using his true body to fight against Qin Mu. Countless strong practitioners of the 16 universe eras climbed onto the roots and fought their way into the bell. They fought bloody battles with founding emperor, Qin Yi, and the rest until the sky turned dark. Bang! The earth-shattering bell continued to ring out in a vast and mighty manner as it charged towards the Black Mountain. At the foot of the Black Mountain formed from the roots of the previous generation's world tree flew up, shattered into dust. Everyone on the golden ship was extremely shocked. However, they saw that the golden ship didn't enter the bell directly. Instead, it flew towards the primal chaos hall, which was located at the nose of the bell. They looked into the distance and saw the door of Hall of Chaos wide open. In the middle of the hall was a world tree, which they could faintly see. In the fog of chaos, Qin Mu's figure was hazy as he sat there. The huge hand that stretched out from the fog of chaos was his palm. After the bell rang, the 10,000 paths in front of the huge bell suddenly spun and shrank. Founding Emperor and the rest immediately retreated. The huge bell that suppressed the 16 rivers of chaos shrank layer by layer. The roots of the world tree that Old Man Wuya controlled were also shrinking. The prehistoric strong practitioners on the roots hurriedly ran along the roots and didn't dare to stop. Soon, Founding Emperor and the rest came to the first river of chaos. They leaped and jumped in front of the Hall of Chaos, and the huge bell had already shrunk to 5th Supreme State. Following that, a clear bell chime sounded out, and 5th Supreme State disappeared. It turned into a chaos bell that was as tall as a person and was held in Qin Mu's palm. Qin Mu got up and hung the huge bell under the eaves of Hall of Chaos. He waved his sleeves to disperse the aura of chaos and smiled. "Granny, you guys are finally here." Hall of Chaos brought everyone away from the world tree. And Old Man Boundless didn't lead them to chase after them. Instead, both sides actually stopped fighting. Old Man Boundless doesn't dare to chase after us. Qin Mu returned to the golden ship and separated the treasures that had piled up into mountains. He led everyone to the golden hall of the golden ship and invited them to take their seats. The last time, when Miluo Palace attacked, we joined in and injured him. He forced the Ilua Palace to retreat, so I took the opportunity to enter. At this time, Old Man Wuya was the most docile and would not fight back no matter how hard he fought. "You're Luo Santong." He looked at Luo Santong and immediately traced his soul back to his previous life. He recognized this old friend and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Ju's cultivation is still weak and is about the same as Yin Tianzi from before. Why did you come here?" His path of reincarnation became more and more profound and unfathomable. He could recognize Zhu Santong's origin with a glance. Qin Fengqing said, "He must come over. I can't dissuade him, so I can only let him." Luo Santong was secretly unhappy. "When did you dissuade him? If you just try to dissuade him, I'll probably still not be able to resist running over." 1. Granny C took out a sea of scriptures from her divine treasure and handed them over to Qin Mu. "There have been too many results from the reform over the years, so I've brought some useful parts for you. Take a look for yourself." Qin Mu received the scriptures and let out a hearty laugh. So what if he's here? It doesn't matter much. As long as he doesn't get beaten into chaos, he can still be saved. However, everyone in the ancestral court has the ability to beat him into chaos. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before smiling. Where is the yellow soil that doesn't bury people? It's the same no matter where he dies. Luo Santong's face turned black. The words of these two brothers are the same. No wonder they are blood brothers. Qin Mu's body swayed and small Qin Mu walked out one by one. He covered every corner of the Golden Hall and quickly flipped through the ancient records that Granny C had brought. We haven't been idle in the ancestral hall for 3,000 years. Emperor Yu and Brother Su have been organizing the divine arts, paths, and skills. One is to organize the various divine arts and skills cultivated by the strong practitioners in prehistoric times, and the other is to record the divine arts and paths that we have created during this period of time. When Bai Gui and Dao Ancestor have attained Dao, they will return and pass on the paths, skills, and divine arts here to eternal peace. Zhang Bai Gui was also about to attain Dao, but his path was the path that Saint Woodcutter had opened up, so it was very difficult to walk on. You have just come from eternal peace, so don't be in a hurry to join the battle these few days. First, learn the paths, skills, and divine arts here. Qin Mu's thoughts moved slightly, and a few more golden halls appeared on the ship. Don't worry about there being no battles. There will be many battles in the future. Granny C, Qin Fengqing, and the rest followed Su Shanghua to another golden hall. They saw founding Emperor Qin Yi Zhang Baigui and Tai Shi placing the spoils of war on the golden ship. That was during the battle just now. They had killed their opponents and obtained hundreds of treasures, and every one of them was an amazing quality item. The deck was already filled with them, and Tai Shi picked out a few useless ones and threw them off the ship. Mute Village Chief and the rest couldn't keep their faces straight. They secretly stuffed the treasure fragments that had popped out of their Taotai sack back into the ship and thought to themselves, as expected, I've embarrassed Moore. Why didn't Jade Capital come to join in the fun when they attacked the World Tree? Granny S.I. asked Su Shenghua. The Dao Achievers and Hall Masters of Jade Capital can't wait for us to start a war with Old Man wuxia. It's best if we fight to the death. Su Shenghua explained. If the Dao Achievers of the Miluo Palace want to descend, they need more blood sacrifice energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to support the descent of the Dao Achievers and Hall Masters. However, Old Man wuxia is good at stealing the blood sacrifice energy. In the past, the vast majority of the blood sacrifice energy in the 6 billion years was stolen by Old Man wuxia. When we started a war with Old Man wuxia, the casualties were all Heavenly Venerate level experts, and there was no lack of Dao Achievers. The Miluo Palace could take the opportunity to accumulate the blood sacrifice energy, allowing more Dao Achievers and Hall Masters to descend. He had a worried expression. All these years Miluo Palace has already accumulated a lot of blood sacrifice energy. With the arrival of the 12 Hall Masters, the number of Dao practitioners has reached 100. If Cult Master Qin hadn't been here to guard us, they would have flattened us long ago. Qin Mu could be said to be the backbone among them. In these 3,000 years, who knew how many fierce battles had happened? If not for Qin Mu turning the tide, they would have long been buried in the ancestral court. Over the years, everyone's progress was obvious, but Qin Mu's was even faster. Great change had suppressed the heavens and split open the masses, and he hadn't been seen for 3,000 years. Qin Mu was the only one left in the ancestral court. Not only did he have to face the divine arts attacks of the 3rd and 4th young masters of Mycroft Palace, he also had to block Old Man wuxia. It could be said that the pressure was extremely great. In just 3,000 years, Qin Mu had forcefully raised his lotus platform to 6 levels of Dao grade. There were also 2 Dao fruits and 3 Dao flowers on the world tree, and they were all flowers and fruits of 5 great Dao. The pressure on us has lessened a lot recently, but there are still hidden worries. Su Shanghua continued. It has been 800 years since a new Dao practitioner has descended in the ancestral court's Jade Capital City. It makes people worry that the ancestral court's Jade Capital City will make a big move. He stood in front of the Golden Hall and looked at the ancestral court's Jade Capital City in the distance. In these 800 years, there have been no less than 100 battles between the 3 sides, and there have been countless small-scale battles. Old Man wuxia has seized a portion of the blood sacrifice energy, which is about 40%. Taisher has taken away a portion of the blood sacrifice energy, which is about 15%. The remaining 45% should have been seized by the ancestral court, Jade Capital. Jade Capital has been accumulating energy for 800 years, and it is already extremely vigorous. Everyone was shocked. Zhu Santong said in a trembling voice, "Is the young master of the Miluo Palace ready to descend?" Su Shanghua shook his head and pushed open the door of the Golden Hall. "I've calculated with Imperial Preceptor Taisher and Jiang. If Cult Master Qin is converted into blood sacrifice energy, the blood sacrifice energy that has been seized by Jade Capital City over the past 800 years can be exchanged for 1.5 Cult Master Qin. As for Young Master Zi Xiao and Young Master Ling Xiao, each of them is no less than 10 Cult Masters Qin. Therefore, Young Master is unable to descend." Everyone was speechless. Qin Mu was able to fight against Old Man Boundless. The Universe Flood Bell had crossed 16 rivers of chaos, and its divine abilities were vast and unheard of. Yet it was still only 1/10 of the battle prowess of Young Master of Miluo Palace. If the two Young Masters of Miluo Palace descended, how terrifying would they be? However, they had still overestimated the battle prowess of Young Master of Miluo Palace and underestimated Old Man Boundless' abilities. Qin Mu had relied on the ultimate lotus and world tree to take root in the river of chaos and borrow the power of 16 universe epics of destruction, which was why he could contend against Old Man wuxia. Under the circumstances, he wasn't weaker than Young Master Zi Xiao or Ling Xiao. As for Old Man wuxia, it was because Qin Mu had sealed the ancestral court and even the 36 layers of void had been sealed, which resulted in there being only one path for him to attain Tao in the ancestral court and the ultimate void. That was to cultivate the Tao realm system of the ancestral court. In the current ancestral court, the strong practitioners under Old Man wuxia had no one who could use the traditional Tao realm Tao tree system to attain Tao, so his abilities could never recover to his peak. If it was Old Man wuxia at his peak, he would definitely be the strongest existence and be able to stand on equal footing with the master of Mycroft Palace. Of course, the difference between him and the current Old Man Boundless was that he would have to resist a few more moves before he would be killed by the master of the Ilua Palace. However, that was still an amazing achievement. Su Shanghua invited them into the Golden Palace. Furthermore, there have been some strange movements in the sinkhole recently. The sinkhole is becoming more and more unstable. It would riot from time to time, which is very strange. That's why Cult Master Qin planted his sinkhole lotus flower on the Sea of Chaos to temporarily suppress it. Everyone thought of the returning ruins lotus and lotus leaves they had seen when they had just entered the ancestral court, and their hearts stirred. The returning ruins looked like it had already disappeared, but it had actually turned into the sky of the ancestral court. Qin Mu had used his own magic power and divine arts to dig out the Sea of Chaos in the returning ruins and planted his returning ruins lotus on the sea. It was indeed suppressing something. "It's tough on Mu'er," Granny Si sighed. The Golden Hall was filled with ancient books compiled by Su Shanghua and Lan Yutian. Su Shanghua and Lan Yutian were the founders of the Tao realm system of the ancestral court, and their aptitude and comprehension were top-notch existences. They were known as gods and supreme people by Tai Yi. When they organized the paths, skills, and divine arts of the prehistoric times, they also transformed them into the paths, skills, and divine arts of the Tao realm system of the ancestral court. With that, it was easier for the divine arts practitioners and gods of eternal peace to understand. If it was Qin Mu, he might not have the aptitude, comprehension, and patience like them. There were many ancient records in Golden Hall, which was enough for Granny Si and the rest to comprehend for a long period of time. Su Shanghua was left to them to slowly comprehend while he walked out of Golden Hall to look at Qin Mu. Qin Mu was still studying the results of the reform in eternal peace over the past 3,000 years. He looked at it very quickly and absorbed the nutrients of the reform to make sure that he didn't fall behind the times. He was very diligent. Su Shanghua looked at the universe bell hanging in front of his Hall of Chaos. The bell had been forged in recent years. They had gathered the Tao weapons of the strong practitioners of prehistoric times, refined them, and used Qin Mu's techniques and divine arts as the prototype to forge the bell. It was Qin Mu's 35th level divine art of Tao realm, and it contained incomparably complicated changes of paths and skills. It could be said to be the most powerful divine art in the world, and contained the two systems of World Tree and Ultimate. When the great bell was executed, it was like the terrifying scene of life creation tribulation erupting when the universe was born. It evolved from 5 heavens to 10,000 paths of heaven and earth, and when it evolved to 10,000 paths of heaven and earth, Qin Mu absorbed Zhang Baigui's postnatal Tao. The postnatal great Tao was mixed into it, and its power was even more terrifying. In the prehistorical universe era, the research on all kinds of postnatal great Tao had already reached the pinnacle, but in the evolution of postnatal great Tao, eternal peace was the best of the 17 eras. 1. Facing the postnatal great Tao, the prehistoric strong practitioners were often helpless. This was the reason why Qin Mu was so concerned about the results of eternal peace reform brought by Granny C and the rest. Eternal peace reform had given him enough nutrients, giving him the ability to fight against Miluo Palace and Old Man wuxia. After a long while, Qin Mu read through the ancient records brought by Granny C and the rest. He got up and walked out of the Golden Hall to Su Shenghua's side, looking up at the Sea of Chaos in the sky. The Sea of Chaos was shaking violently again, and the surging waves made his sinkhole lotus somewhat unstable. A great change must have happened in sinkhole. The heart of Qin Mu's brows split open, and his third divine eye looked at the Sea of Chaos in the distance. He said solemnly, "Ever since Splitting Heaven's sect borrowed paths to sinkhole, the turmoil in sinkhole has gradually increased, and each time it's even more intense than the previous one. This makes me a little afraid." Su Shenghua asked, "You want to go to sinkhole?" Qin Mu nodded. "I want to know, when the Splitting Heavens horde borrowed the path to sinkhole and fought with young Master Wuji, did they fight until the end or did they finally come to some sort of agreement? Second, young Master Wuji and the Splitting Heavens horde weren't easy to deal with. If they came to some sort of agreement in the dark, it would be dangerous. Logically speaking, young Master Wuji definitely had the ability to kill a few heaven-cleaving cult members, but even though they were injured, they had all survived and killed their way out of the returning ruins. If they really had some sort of agreement with young Master Wuji, not only would the ancestral court be in danger, even Tai Yi, who was suppressing heaven-cleaving cult members, would also be in danger. "When are you going?" Su Shenghua asked. "Now." Qin Mu didn't hesitate and flew toward the Sea of Chaos. He was getting closer and closer to the Sea of Chaos. At that moment, a beam of light from the blood sacrifice shot into the sky from the ancestral court. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly as he looked into the distance. In the river of chaos in the ancestral court, a huge Dao spear slowly appeared in the flood of blood sacrifice, turning from an illusion to reality bit by bit. That Dao spear was young Master Ling Zhao's weapon, and it was currently descending through the blood sacrifice. The Dao spear shook continuously during the blood sacrifice, causing the entire ancestral court of Jade Capital City to be filled with the shadows of pillars that could support the heavens. They seemed to be able to prop up the chaos of the universe, and even in the calamity of destruction, they were immutable and unshakable. Dang! Under the eaves of Qin Mu's Hall of Chaos, the universe flood bell seemed to sense the arrival of a strong enemy, and it automatically let out a clear bell chime. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and continued to fly upwards. He walked into the Sea of Chaos and entered Sinkhole. He walked into the Sea of Chaos, and the scenery in front of him immediately changed. The large and small abysses were like deep wells that appeared above his head. The incomparably thick stems of lotus flower stood tall in the Sea of Chaos, and the lotuses were inserted into the great abyss. Qin Mu's sinkhole lotus leaves weren't the only ones on the surface of the sea. There were also other sinkhole lotus leaves from the other 16 universe eras. When Qin Mu came here, he saw young Master Wuji sitting on one of the lotus leaves. He was leaning his body to scoop up a handful of chaos water to wash his hair. Her hair was snow white, but she looked very youthful. Qin Mu stood on his lotus leaf and admired her quietly. Young Master Wuji could be considered a peerless beauty. If she wasn't so evil, she would be a woman that could move people's hearts. After a long while, young Master Wuji suddenly burst into laughter. "Old 7, how much longer do you want to look at it?" Qin Mu smiled. "Second sister's chaotic sea shampoo is very beautiful. I'll look at it as long as you shampoo it." "What a sweet mouth." Young Master Wuji raised his head and rolled his eyes at him charmingly. Wherever young Master's chaotic sea passes by, not a blade of grass grows, but when you talk about love, it can make people's hearts burst with joy. Qin Mu laughed loudly and looked around. When will second sister break free? Young Master Wuji asked in astonishment. Why did seventh brother say that? You replaced the runes of primordial chaos with the runes of returning ruins and nibbled away at teacher's red rope seals bit by bit. Even though I didn't notice it before, I knew you would turn into a demon when I came here this time, so I sized you up carefully and still saw some clues. Qin Mu raised his head to look at the 5 chains hanging down from the great abyss of the 16th epoch. They were the chains formed by the divine arts of the red rope knot seals. Red rope knot seals teacher is ranked first, the other person is ranked second, and I am ranked third, Qin Mu said. Your tricks naturally can't be hidden from me. You should have broken the red rope knot seals for almost 3,000 years, right? Back then, when the people of splitting open the heavens borrowed your path, did they come to an agreement with you? Do you think that the people of splitting open the heavens helped me break a rune in the red rope knot seals? Young Master Wuji's eyes rolled around. He smiled and said, That's right, you think that the person who is proficient in red rope knot seals and ranked above you is the 36th person of splitting open the heavens, so you think that person helped me break a rune, right? Qin Mu didn't deny it. The person who had researched the divine art of red rope knot seals and whose attainments were above him was first the founder of Miluo Palace, followed by Heavenly Venerate Ling. Heavenly Venerate Ling and 35 heaven-cleaving masses were strong practitioners of Heaven Capital City after all. He suspected that it was Heavenly Venerate Ling who helped young Master Wuji unseal a rune, giving young Master Wuji a chance to escape. It's not that blasphemer, it's third brother. Young Master Wuji said leisurely. In order to prevent your child from being born, third brother asked me to make you unable to borrow strength from the river of chaos, but I won't help him for nothing. He naturally has to pay the price. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief. Young Master Ling Xiao had once been suppressed by him using the red rope knot seals, so it was reasonable for him to have studied them. As long as it wasn't Heavenly Venerate Ling, Qin Mu could rest assured. Of course, Heaven Cleaving Congregation has also helped me. Young Master Wuji blinked his eyes. He seemed to be a little cunning. Their abilities are extremely strong, so wouldn't it be a pity if I don't borrow their power? The brains of these Heaven Cleaving Congregation aren't very good, but their abilities are still passable. When they attacked me, I used their divine arts to wear down teacher's red rope knot seals. Later, that smiling man found some clues and knew he couldn't do anything to me, so he made an agreement with me. Qin Mu gave an O and asked with interest, What agreement? Young Master Wuji smiled and said, They can help me wear down a part of the runes, but I have to help them with a small favor. Young Master Wuji didn't want to reveal what small favor Qin Mu asked. The two of them fell silent and didn't continue their conversation. After a long while, Qin Mu asked with a smile, Then how long will it take for second sister to break free? Guess. Young Master Wuji's face was full of smiles. He gathered the silver hair he had washed behind his back with both hands and broke a few strands of hair to tie up the rest. A silver ponytail flowed down from her back and her long hair reached her waist. Qin Mu looked at her quietly with a smile on his face. Young Master Wuji dragged 5 chains as he walked back and forth on the lotus leaf while grinning. It could be tomorrow or it could be 10,000 years later. Of course it could also be now. Take a guess and you will get a reward if you guess correctly. I'm not used to guessing around. The vertical eye between Qin Mu's brows opened and said indifferently, Ever since I had the ability, I still prefer to directly search for the answer. Young Master Wuji stopped. Then what are you still waiting for? The two of them fell silent again. The atmosphere gradually became stifling. In the vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows, there seemed to be endless starry sky surging. It would suddenly transform into the sun and the moon, forming the Taiji wheel. It would then transform into the Qi of Tai Su, which would then transform into the Qi of green and dark, entering into absolute beginning and transforming into Tai Yi. He had finally returned to the chaos. His aura also rose higher and higher, becoming stronger and stronger. He was like a god standing there in the chaos, allowing the sea of chaos to calm down and the lotus leaves to stop swaying. A hall of chaos rose from the sea of chaos and broke through the surface of the water. When the universe bell rose from the sea of chaos, the 5 suns on the wall of the bell spun non-stop and flickered with all kinds of bright Tao light as if they had absorbed the energy in the chaos. When the hall of chaos completely emerged from the sea of chaos, the light of the universe flood bell slowly subsided, but it looked even more ancient and heavy. Young Master Wuji looked at the Hall of Chaos and saw that the doors of the Hall of Chaos were tightly shut. He didn't know what was inside the hall. Voila! The Sea of Chaos suddenly shook violently and broke through Qin Mu's suppression. Another hall rose from the Sea of Chaos, and the Tao light of this hall shone in all directions. It was filled with the majestic life force unique to the path of ultimate. It was as if it could support the life force of the birth of a universe. However, the doors of this hall were tightly shut, and Qin Mu didn't know what was inside. This hall was young Master Wuji's supreme achievement of the Great Tao Limitless Hall. Young Master Wuji was indeed very close to breaking free. She could even summon her limitless hall from Miluo Palace. At the same time, the great abysses of Sinkhole also let out intense rumbling sounds. The lotuses of Sinkhole disappeared one after another. Under young Master Wuji's feet, a lotus flower appeared. The first level of the lotus platform appeared, followed by the second and third level. Qin Mu's pupils constricted, and his gaze landed on the lotus platform. When the 10 Tao grades appeared on the lotus platform under young Master Wuji's feet, it finally stopped. The surface of the Sea of Chaos stirred, and the other 6 returning ruins lotuses shook before reappearing. It was clear that young Master Wuji hadn't completely unsealed them, so he couldn't keep them and turn them into 16 grade lotuses. Her path of cultivation in returning ruins was still different from Qin Mu's path of cultivation in returning ruins. Qin Mu relied on his own comprehension, and he relied on absorbing energy and nutrients from the destruction and creation tribulations one after another. He wanted to raise the quality of his lotus platforms. On the other hand, young Master Wuji should have been on another path, which was to absorb the lotus flowers of returning ruins from other universe eras and turn them into 16-grade lotus platforms. However, the seal of the Master of Mycroft Palace prevented her from moving more lotus platforms. Otherwise, if she could move 16-grade lotus platforms, she would be able to escape. Qin Mu smiled slightly. "Second sister, can you do it? This little brother is very powerful." Young Master Wuji also smiled slightly. "Old 7, you really can't do it before you have reached the path of chaos." Before she could finish her words, Qin Mu took a step forward. At the same time, the bell rang, and the chaotic sea suddenly exploded. The universe bell swept up the chi of chaos in the chaotic sea, increasing the power of his strike. On the chaotic sea, he was the 7th young master of Mycroft Palace, and he could unleash boundless power. On the surface of the sea, a universe was born from the sound of the bell. It brought with it the power to split open the heaven and earth, sweeping across the surface of the sea and charging straight at young Master Wuji. This strike was the 35th heaven of Qin Mu's Tao realm, Primordial Chaos Awakening, splitting open heaven and earth. This move could be said to be his most powerful divine art. In terms of power, it had already surpassed all the divine arts he had comprehended in the past. It had even surpassed Primordial Chaos One Finger and Heaven Cleaving Heaven Chapter. "Old 7, so you really can't do it." Young Master Wuji stood on the lotus platform and giggled. Suddenly, Wuji Hall opened behind him. At the instant the door opened, energy that could destroy everything surged out from the hall and collided with Qin Mu's universe flood bell. The universe heaven and earth created by the universe flood bell shattered on its own. However, at the instant the 5 great changes happened, Qin Mu grabbed the bell and gently pushed it. The huge bell whizzed around and rose before falling down. Bang! The bell rang out once more, and the chaotic sea and destruction tribulation around Qin Mu were instantly swept away. At the same time, Qin Mu raised his foot and stomped it heavily. The primordial chaos runes turned into heaven-opening sacrificial altar, and Qin Mu used his hand as a sword to pull it out. The chaotic sea around him instantly transformed, and the heaven and earth split apart, forming universe after universe around him. Whoosh! Behind Qin Mu, the beautiful and bright 6 paths heaven wheels spun, and the universe of all sizes was enveloped by the 6 paths reincarnation. Life and death, endless reincarnation. Young Master Wuji had just charged forward when he was swept away by the universe of all sizes. No matter how many miniature universes she destroyed, a new universe would be formed after the cycle of reincarnation. Young Master Wuji was furious. She executed her divine art of returning ruins and used the path of life and death to deal with Qin Mu just like Qin Mu. However, She needed to expend her cultivation to maintain life and death, while Qinmu used the path of reincarnation to maintain life and death. The winner was determined. Second sister, you are outdated. You really can't do it anymore. Qinmu bulged forward and stretched his hand out to grab the 5 chains behind young Master Wuji. He refined the strange runes in the chains and added the red knot runes. Young Master Wuji's eyes were about to burst from anger as he attacked him crazily. However, under the rotation of the 6 paths heavenly wheel, she was still unable to get close to him. Qinmu quickly patched up the red knot and repaired the runes that young Master Wuji had destroyed one by one. Suddenly, young Master Wuji stopped attacking him and said coldly, "Old 7, is it useful for you to do this? After all, you aren't teacher and you are only prolonging the time for me to escape. However, in the end it's all in vain." Qinmu finished repairing the destroyed primordial chaos runes and let out a sigh of relief. He stretched his back and walked out of sinkhole while saying indifferently, "When you have finished deciphering my runes, I will repair them again." "You!" Young Master Wuji flew into a rage, but a deep sense of helplessness rose in his heart. If Qinmu really repaired the red ropes, knots, and runes over and over again, she would really be a long way from escaping. She couldn't help feeling a little regretful. A few hundred years ago, she had thought that she was close to escaping, so she no longer suppressed her power, making the surging tides of great abyss of returning ruins even more astonishing than before. This had alarmed Qinmu and the rest. Qinmu had wanted to refine the universe flood bell, so he hadn't come to check it out. Thus, he had planted his ultimate lotus flower in the sea of chaos to suppress the abnormal tides. After that, all kinds of great battles happened and Qinmu had no time to check it out. Young Master Wuji was so proud that he forgot himself, causing the abnormal changes in Sinkhole to become even more intense. He was showing off his might, the meaning of threatening Qinmu. Miluo Palace and Old Man Wuya was there. Because Old Man Wuya had been beaten by Miluo Palace and Qinmu, his abilities and power had been severely damaged, and he couldn't come out. On the other hand, because young Master's Dao weapon was about to descend, Miluo Palace had no time to come and check. Qinmu had time instead, and after he came, he suppressed her once more. Young Master Wuji gnashed his teeth in hatred. "If I were to escape, I would." At this moment, a voice came from the sky above one of the great abysses. He laughed and said, "Young Master Wuji, who is in charge of the universe's life and death power, has actually fallen to such a state. It is truly regrettable and infuriating." Young Master Wuji's heart moved slightly. He raised his head and laughed coldly. "Who dares to make fun of me? Do you dare to come down?" That voice said leisurely, "You and I are the origin of all the universes. You are the ultimate goddess who is in charge of the universe's life and death, while I am the precious tree that supports the universe's primal chaos. You were suppressed by the master of the Miluo Palace, and you were bullied by your 7th elder. I was also bullied by the young master of the Miluo Palace, and I was beaten up by your 7th elder. What a pity, what a pity. These 2 naturally indestructible existences in the universe ended up in the same state." "Old Ghost Wuya?" Young Master Wuji said in surprise. Old Man Wuya's voice didn't come from a single abyss. Instead, it came from the various entrances of the great abyss. Clearly, this old thing's roots had penetrated the long river of the universe. He was gathering strong practitioners from all over the universe and preparing to send them to the 17th epoch. Qinmu and Miluo Palace's suppression of Old Man Wuya had made him a little anxious. Over the past 3,000 years, he had been suppressed by both sides in every possible way, and with Qinmu sealing the ancestral court, none of the strong practitioners under him had been able to achieve Dao. His cultivation and abilities had never recovered to the peak of chapter platform, which was why he had taken the initiative to look for young Master Wuji to seek variables. "Wuya, you once accused me of blasphemy in front of teacher, saying that I was a blasphemer. Now you've come looking for me, hoping to join forces with me. Old ghost, how shameless is that?" Young Master Wuji raised his head and teased. Old Man Wuya snorted. Young Master Wuji had always had a bad impression of him. From the first time he met him, he did not have any respect for him and always called him Old Ghost. In fact, the 2 of them did not get along. The World Tree and the Ultimate countered each other. It could be said that they were at loggerheads. Old Man Wuya was the World Tree that had become a saint over time, While young Master Wuji was the ultimate goddess that was born in the great abyss of the ultimate, the two of them were born to be mortal enemies with each other, so they had never liked each other. Old man Wuya even thought that young Master Wuji was deliberately nurtured by the master of the Muro Palace to restrain him because he was afraid of him. Therefore, he did not treat young Master Wuji lightly. Wuji, you were suppressed and bullied by your seventh brother. And I was also suppressed by the Ilua Palace. Actually, you and I are the two great things in the universe. We are different from them. They are just like ephemeral creatures. As the universe lives and dies, we treat the birth and death of the universe as a year. It's difficult for them to live past a year, but we live forever. Old man Boundless said patiently, you can destroy the universe, but you can't destroy me. I can support the void, but I can't assimilate you. In fact, you and I have no reason to continue fighting. On the contrary, for an ancient and sacred existence like us to be suppressed by these mayflies is intolerable. Young Master Wuji's heart moved slightly. Old man Boundless' words were not without reason. If they joined forces, they could indeed break the current stalemate between the two of them. There are many benefits to joining forces. Old man Wuya's voice rang out, it was neither fast nor slow. Because of the Tao tree, I am proficient in almost all of the Taoist techniques and divine abilities of the Miluo Palace. Although the red knot is a divine ability created by the later stage of the master of the Miluo Palace, with my foundation, breaking the red knot is not a problem. I can help you escape. Young Master Wuji smiled. As for the seventh young master sealing the ancestral court, he used the great abyss of the sinkhole to seal the void, making it impossible for the experts under you to brand the ultimate void to achieve Tao. If they cannot achieve Tao, then you will not be able to recover your peak combat power. But I am the sinkhole goddess. I can break the seal of the seventh young master, and let the experts under you brand the ultimate void and cultivate the Tao tree again. Old man Boundless chuckled. This way you'll be free, and I'll be able to return to my peak combat power. It'll be the best of both worlds. Wuji, you'll be working together with Splitting Heavens and seventh young master in a show of courtesy. It'll all be a small matter. Only by working together with me will you be able to achieve your wish. His voice rumbled and shook. You'll be able to destroy the universe and create a new era. No matter who it is, they'll stop you. Only I won't. I want to use the birth and death of the universe to grow myself. I will be happy to see that happen. You and I cannot find any reason to be enemies. His words were very tempting, but in reality, both of them knew very well that they might join forces, but they were definitely enemies. It was impossible for them to work together forever. This was because their powers were natural enemies. They suppressed each other and destroyed each other. Young Master Wuji's eyeballs rolled and he smiled. Since we're working together, then old man Wuya, you have to show some sincerity. Let me see if you can break the red rope knot. All right. Old man Wuya said straightforwardly. However, you also have to show some sincerity. I need to see the strong practitioners under me who can attain Tao in the ultimate void. Of course. The two of them clapped and prepared themselves. On the other side, Qin Mu left Great Abyss of Sinkhole and came to the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, to see young Master Ling Zhao's Tao soldiers descending. Everyone in Miluo Palace seemed to know that he would come, so they had already set up their formations and were ready for him. Qin Mu walked into the city and stopped again. In the space and time of the ancestral court, zither strings that couldn't be seen by the naked eye spread out like a spider web, protecting young Master Ling Zhao's Tao spear. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven took a step forward and shouted out in a majestic voice. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, your time of death is near. Yet you still dare to act atrociously here? 1. Qin Mu sneered. Even though Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven in the past was quite unbearable, he could still be considered a well-known man. However, he had already lost all of his ambitions. Under the control of the two young masters of Miluo Palace, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's ambitions and grand plans had all turned into dreams and phantoms. He had been taken care of so well that people couldn't help sighing at the methods of the two young masters. When Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven heard his sneer, his face flushed red. He was both embarrassed and angry. Qin Mu ignored him and his gaze landed on the Tao spear. The Tao spear contained boundless Tao might and shook continuously. The surroundings were filled with spear shadows. The power of such a Tao soldier was even more tyrannical than the universe flood bell that Qin Mu had refined. What a pity that the person holding the spear isn't here. Qin Mu swept his gaze around and swept his gaze across the faces of the 12 hall masters and the Tao practitioners of Miluo Palace. He shook his head. Without the person holding the spear, no one is my match. He took a step forward, and the zither strings suddenly trembled. A Tao melody came from the zither strings that were hidden in time and space. Qin Mu's body moved up and down in the Tao melody, sometimes walking in young master Zizhao's divine arts, sometimes standing on the vibrating zither strings, and sometimes placing his palm on the zither strings. He plucked them gently and gradually went deep into the net formed by the zither strings. The expressions of the 12 hall masters and the Tao practitioners became more and more solemn. When young Master Zizhao executed his divine arts across space, he was actually unable to do anything to Qin Mu, causing fine beads of sweat to appear on their foreheads. Qin Mu's growth speed had exceeded their imaginations. In just 3,000 years he was already able to fight young Master Zizhao across space, and he was so calm and composed, making them feel even more pressure. He can't solve the death of Miluo Tao burial. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven swiftly opened up the treasure halls and arranged the 72 treasure halls. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven stood in front of one of them, while the other 12 hall masters each had their own treasure halls. However, a few of the 72 hall masters of Miluo Palace had already died. The other hall masters hadn't descended, so they could only let other Tao practitioners replace them. They laid down the formation of Miluo Tao burial and held their weapons. Veins popped up on the back of their hands as they stared at Qin Mu, who was getting closer and closer to them. Miluo Tao burial was a joint attack created by the 3rd and 4th young masters of Miluo Palace to counter Qin Mu's paths, skills, and divine arts. It was a sure kill attack aimed at Qin Mu. In the past, when Qin Mu had broken the traps of Jade Capital, the apparitions of the 72 hall masters had descended in Qin Mu's divine treasure and landed in his 72 treasured halls of Jade Capital City. They had executed Miluo Tao burial in an attempt to kill Qin Mu. That time, because Qin Mu had dispersed a few of the apparitions of hall masters, only 67 hall masters had executed Miluo Tao burial, so they hadn't been able to unleash the full power of this combined attack. Furthermore, that time the apparitions had descended. The power that the apparitions of the 72 hall masters could mobilize was actually the power of Jade Capital City, in Qin Mu's own divine treasures. And now they had prepared for a long time. The 12 hall masters and over 100 Tao practitioners were enough to unleash the full power of this killing skill. Qin Mu's gaze landed on his face, and his expression was gentle. So it's Hall Master of Huadu. I forgot to tell you guys that I'm still not a young master of Miluo Palace. After all, I haven't taken you as my master and can't be considered as one of your fellow disciples, so killing a few hall masters is still forgivable. Even if I kill all of you, I'll still be chatting happily with all of you when we return to the past. The calves of a Tao practitioner from Miluo Palace trembled. Even though his back was against Hall Master's treasure hall, and he had the support of the great Tao, he was still a little afraid. This was a true devil king who was lawless. It was a pity that he couldn't return to the past and tell how evil his 7th young master was. Qin Mu's gaze swept across the halls and his gaze was a little strange. It was as if the walls of these treasure halls had the word demolish drawn on them. When Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven saw his gaze sweeping over, he hurriedly puffed out his chest and straightened his body. However, Qin Mu's gaze swept past him, making him feel a little disappointed. Qin Mu suppressed the restlessness of demolishing the 72 halls in his Tao heart and landed on young Master Ling Zhao's Tao spear. He said leisurely, I came here this time only to witness the power of Third Brother's Tao spear and not to kill anyone. Everyone help me fight against old man wuxia. I'm extremely grateful, so why would I kill someone? Third brother. He laughed out loud. Let me see it. 7th brother, it's not impossible for you to see it. Heavenly Venerate how suddenly felt his mind and consciousness being pushed aside. 3rd young Master Ling Zhao's consciousness descended into his body. He said, This Taoist burial is prepared for you. If you pass this stage first, I'll let you see it.